United Council of India's Children's Safety Conference this morning, or Child Safety Conference. And you, Mridula, have set the scene for today's discussion. I'm going to briefly give an overview of the South African situation, and then I want to hone in on parental responsibility and parental accountability. The South African Children's Act 35 of 2005 gives effect to a number of clauses contained with regard to children and child safety in South Africa. The first is, as contained in the Constitution of South Africa, which is the overarching law of the country, it gives effect to the rights of the children. Number one is to set out principles relating to the care and protection of children. Number two, it defines parental roles and responsibilities as well as parental rights. It makes provision regarding children's courts and what should happen when children's courts are involved in the care and protection of children. And then to provide for the issuing of contribution orders, adoption of children, and inter-country adoption, among others. It also gives effect to the Hague Convention on inter-country adoption and prohibits child abduction and gives effect to the Hague Convention on the international child abduction. Now, that for us is extremely important, given some of the circumstances, not only in South Africa, but globally with regard to child abduction. It also provides for surrogate motherhood and creates offenses relating to children and provides for matters connected therewith. Now, Chapter 3 of the Children's Act 35 of 2005 provides for parental accountability and responsibility. This is contained in sections 18 to 35. Now I want to look at a holistic approach to child safety and how it is that we are supposed to engage each other with regard to child safety. Firstly, we look at the relationship between state and society. Now, within South Africa, we have a number of state organs and state departments that are primarily responsible for children and child safety. The first is the Department of Health, and the first 1,000 days of a child's life. All of the processes that should be put in place to ensure that a child enjoys the best possible health care during those first 1,000 days and beyond. Then we have the Department of Education that's primarily responsible for education, but also provides other aspects of education and child safety. You've got the Department of Social Development, that is your social workers and other officials responsible for child safety. Here within South Africa, we also have the Department of Community Safety, the South African Police Services, under which resorts the Child Protection Unit, the Child Protection Service. When we talk about a healthy relationship between state and society, we also talk about the role of faith-based organizations, which brings me to the second aspect, the role of religion and culture. How do faith-based organizations, the church, the mosque, the temple, the synagogue, and other religious organs promote the safety of children? Related to this is also the issue of non-governmental organizations, community organizations, and other civic organizations. Parental accountability, however, is tantamount to all of these organs working with each other to ensure a holistic accountability for the child, its safety, and its well-being in this world. Now, within South Africa and within the Department of Education, we do have a directorate or a sub-directorate within the Directorate of Educational Management and Governance, which is that of safe schools. This directorate is not only responsible for things like alarms, fences, and ensuring that infrastructure is safe, but also provides programs and interventions for child safety, things like truancy officers, field workers, etc., who visit homes to ensure that our children are at school. We have processes in place for that. I also want to focus on school governance and the responsible of the governors of a school as they are mandated within the South African Schools Act to be responsible for the code of conduct of learners, code of conduct of teachers, as well as through their policies, child safety within the schools. The Representative Council of Learners work within the school governance structure to ensure that learner voice is heard and that there is learner accountability for their own discipline and safety as well. So I've spoken to that now with regard to the Western Cape Education Department. I want to focus on the fourth square or PowerPoint there, and that is the role of child rights monitors. Within South Africa, we have in every province what we call a children's commissioner appointed by the provincial parliamentary division in that province. We have 9 provinces. And that children's commissioner, her role, and in the Western Cape, it is Ms. Christina Nomdu, her role is to oversee the state organs and to monitor how we take care of children's rights. She also has within schools, and often from the Representative Council of Learners, child rights monitors. These children also oversee the safety of children within schools. Let me talk now to the issue of pandemic pregnancy and parenting, and particularly the South African scenario. Now, all of us know that COVID and lockdown have revealed a number of inequalities in our social system, as well as a number of gaps. We know that teenage pregnancy has always been a problem in all countries all over the world. However, the pandemic very clearly and very harshly brought this to the fore. I've put down here some of the statistics from studies conducted within South Africa just after, or rather, during the pandemic. The rate of pregnancy among school learners in South Africa remains unacceptably high, with more than 36,000 babies delivered to girls aged 10 to 19 in the first quarter of 2021. I'd like us to digest that. 36,000 babies to girls aged 10 to 19. Babies having babies. Little girls who really do not know themselves how to play in this teenage environment, suddenly thrust into motherhood. Nearly 130,000 babies were delivered to girls aged 10 to 19 in South African public health facilities in 2019 alone. Now, I'm just looking in the statistics of one province, which starkly showed us, the reality of what the girl child is dealing with. In Gauteng, 10-year-olds are among the 26 girls who fell pregnant in Gauteng between April 2020 and March 2021. 934 girls between 10 and 14 had babies. 19,000 babies were delivered by girls between 15 and 19, and 13,000 girls between 10 and 19 chose to terminate their pregnancies. Now, I've put this down so that we can see that one of our gravest problems is the girl child and pregnancy. And when I say the girl child and pregnancy, I know too that the boy child is also at risk. And we need to talk to that as well. So we know that pregnancy and socioeconomics are tied together. Usually, children from poor neighborhoods get pregnant because of a lack of parenting, because of a lack of education, because of a lack of the community to be able to, the expression I like to use is hold the child. We know too that dropout rates are among the highest in poor neighborhoods, contributing to risk behavior and a lack of contraception. Substance abuse and crime lead to gang involvement, and the gang is seen as an easy outlet, especially here in the Western Cape. The gang is seen as an outlet for boredom as well as an opportunity to make money and literally survive. The Cape Flats is infamous for gang culture and gang practices. We know too that responsible parenting is poor because we've got children having children. And if they are not educated in the care and support of children, they themselves cannot do this. I've put down the issue of sugar daddies. Now, I don't know if you know this expression, but sugar daddies are older men who prey on young girls, provide them with jewelry, provide them with money, provide them with clothing, smart shoes, brand name tackies, etc., in exchange for sex. Many girls, especially in the environment that I've been involved in whilst being a school principal, pride themselves on having a much older man, a sugar daddy, to take care of them. This brings me to the core of what I want to say: parenting, culture, religion, and values. The silence of the violence. My experiential knowledge as well as my research has indicated that as long as the parent abdicates his or her responsibility for child rights, child safety, and child protection, organs of the state may try. However, we know that the Department of Social Development cannot deal with all of the cases on its hands. Some cases get thrown out of court because of lack of evidence. Some instances, the paperwork is lost, and it may take years before a rape case is brought to the forefront. So when I speak to the silence of violence, I want to just quickly refer to a few case studies. The one is religion and culture and the practice of ukutwala here in South Africa. This practice is predominant all over the world. In India, it may be called something else. I know in the Honduras at the moment, we've got girls as young as 12 being mothers because they are victims of rape, and the morning after pill is not available for those girls. So not only do they suffer, all of the issues that come with it, but they also then become further victims because they have to carry the babies of their rapists. They have to give birth to these babies, and they have to live with these babies, a constant reminder of the rape. South Africa's ukutwala means that young girls are married off to much older men. I had a situation where a 13-year-old girl was married off to a man who was in his 80s, and he was raping her every night. And I presented at a conference on the matter, and an indigenous man stood up and told me that I had no right to speak to the issue of ukutwala because I do not know the culture and I don't understand indigenous culture. My response to him was, you're absolutely right. I do not know your culture. I do not know your indigenous culture. But what I do know is that this goes against the Constitution and it goes against the rights of the girl child. So in terms of policy, in terms of reality, I do know what I'm talking about. We often also find that in many homes, parents are dependent on other richer relatives to provide for them. And so the mother or the father would turn a blind eye to an uncle who lives in the home and rapes the daughter because they are dependent on the uncle for income. Or it could be a more powerful relative who they are afraid of. Now, again, from personal experience, when I called a mother in to tell her that her daughter was being repeatedly raped by the stepfather and that we as a school needed to take action, the mother's response was she was going to do nothing about it at the moment because the stepfather was busy with home improvements. They were extending their home and she was financially dependent on him, and therefore she could not do anything at the moment. So I ask you, how do we live with ourselves as parents? How do we justify the care of our children when we put money above our children and their well-being? Many parents also suppress the truth or refuse to accept the truth, and the health implications can be horrific. Here too, I had to intervene together with the Department of Social Development and the Department of Health to make sure that a young lady was taken to the district surgeon because she was smelling of urine at the school and nobody wanted to play with her. And lo and behold, when we took her to the district surgeon, it was discovered that her sexual, organs, her area was completely destroyed. This girl had to end up having a hysterectomy at age 13. The mother's words throughout the engagement was, she's telling a lie, it's not happening. Eventually, the mother said, no, the daughter is stealing her boyfriend. It's the daughter's fault. Recently, in KwaZulu-Natal, a province on the eastern border of South Africa, and one to which many Indian indentured laborers arrived in 1860 and beyond, a father who was living with his mother invited his children to come over for a visit. The children lived with their mother. On the day that the children went to visit, the father gave the younger boy, who was about 5 years old, his cell phone and told him to go into another room and he could play with the cell phone. The father himself then proceeded to rape the daughter. Not only do we live in a sick society, but we cannot trust parents to be accountable and responsible for their children. We find that cases like this often land up in the courts, but take far too long to finalize, during which time the trauma that the child has suffered is compounded. In this case, the child cannot go to that area anymore. She can't play with other children in the area because everybody within that neighborhood found out about what happened. Now, this young girl has to live with the stigma of having been raped by her own father. We also have predator educators at our schools. I often need to remind educators that should they engage in any sexual molestation, grooming, sexual activity, that they will be responsible for statutory rape in some cases, and in other cases, be struck off the South African Council for Educators, the professional body, because they have been engaging in nefarious activities with children. I sometimes myself become so embarrassed when I have to read SMS messages between a teacher and a younger child. And let me just remind us that it is not only the male teacher who's a predator. We also have a number of female educators who engage in this kind of unacceptable, nefarious behavior, when in fact they should be in loco parentis taking care of children. We also have people in power. To our shock and dismay, recently in the Western Cape government, the ex-minister for social development has now been axed because he primarily, together with 4 other people in his office, were responsible for grooming young women, for sexual molestation, for rape, for drugging them, and for making sure that these girls, these interns in their offices, became their pawns and their victims because the girls were in need of employment. The case has not yet gone to the criminal court. However, from the evidence provided thus far by the independent investigator, it is quite clear that the man should have no social standing, let alone having been the Minister for Social Development. I'm saying again, it has not gone to court yet. However, the evidence is available for all to see. It is now up to the victims to take the matter to the criminal court. So what then do we do when the situation is so bleak? We need to build social cohesion, pardon me, and child resilience. And how do we do this? We do this through parental education programs, through supporting our parents, both at the level of the school, within faith-based organizations, within NGOs, within community organizations, giving parents tools on how to parent. For example, when I talk to parents, I'm always saying, don't give your child a cell phone to play with. Give your child your time. Don't take your child to a restaurant and think of that as love. Take your child for a walk and talk to your child. Secondly, the village raises the child. The village means that everybody takes responsibility for the child. It is a case of your child is my child. Today we find that parents don't want other people, in inverted commas, meddling or interfering. But sometimes the eyes and ears of the community can tell you something that you are missing. And whilst you're at work, other people can take care of your children. We must entrench values programs within the school and not make values programs an add-on to other subjects in the curriculum. Values programs must be standalone programs. Citizenship training should be started at the level of the primary school. And here too, civics and civic, education must be a standalone subject to which time is given. And when time is given to programs such as values program and citizenship and civic education, they mustn't be seen as homework periods in the classroom, because then we've wasted our time. We must teach children entrepreneurship skills. We must teach them to become self-sufficient. We must teach them from an early age that they have skills that can be nurtured and skills that can take them into the market economy, and therefore they don't need to rely on the gangs and sugar daddies for money. Growth mindset programs are important, and this is that you are not the community you come from, you're not your past, you're not a victim, but that you can grow your mind to be confident, to be pursuing of higher aims and ideals, and that you can dare to dream beyond your own reality. It is extremely important too that coaching and mentorship is provided to children from a very young age, and that we support our learners in programs that will enhance their self-confidence and self-worth. I've put down the next as extremely important because we have a number of programs for the girl child and supporting the girl child, yet there are few programs supporting boys and their self-worth. Now, I say this because we do not want to ignore the boy child. He engages in risk behavior, unprotected sex. The girl is the one who ends up with the baby. She is stopped from going to school. He can continue his education. However, if he is educated in terms of his self-worth and we build self-confidence in the boy and we give him tools for dealing with the transition period from pre-teen to pre-adult, etc., the boy child will feel a sense of self-worth and therefore he will not engage in activities where he needs to prove himself to other boys through crime, drugs, gangsterism, etc. My catchphrase, which is at the end of every one of my emails, it is my byline, and it is the maxim by which I live, is that of all the gifts we give our children, words must be the most carefully wrapped. It is our words and the way we speak to our children and the way we engage with children that will decide the kind of learner or the kind of citizen or the kind of adult that we send into the world. I thank you for this opportunity. Let me wish all of the other speakers everything of the very best for today and for the rest of the conference. And I look forward to further engagements with you. Nkosi, Danki, Mridula, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very, very helpful for us, and we loved your presentation. And we hope this would bring some kind of change, and this summit would bring some kind of change. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now we move on to our next speaker, Dania Holt, an environmental teacher and educator, qualified lifeline childline counselor, and a surf instructor, rock climbing, upselling mountain guide, and now teaching children online as well as tutoring and facilitating at King David Victor Park that collaborates with NPOs. After years of being in the position of caregiver and support, not only to much younger siblings, but within countless children care positions and roles professionally. A fundamental truth to share here would be that childcare is not so much about childcare as much as it is, in fact, about parent care and courageous self care. That was a wonderful quote, sir. Over to you, and we are looking forward for your speech now.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Damien Holt. I've been working in sustainable development with children and children's education for the past 10 to 15 years. I'm humbled by the opportunity to speak amongst such interesting and notable people from all over the world, and so grateful for the efforts of all of those that have made this possible. Thank you. It is a great privilege to advocate for children, their safety, and their future. A common thread for me in my many years of working with children has been what powerful teachers children are. I have always been humbled by the child's perspective and deeply moved and intrigued by their experience, their curiosity, and their ability to teach by simply being. Children see, feel, and absorb all the detail, all the habits, the patterns, the wrist flicks, the sarcasm, the underhanded comments, and begin to try them out themselves. Adults may wish to be or feel unreadable, very clever, inaccessible to children, and complicated a lot of the time. But if there is one thing I know, it is that children are cleverer. You cannot hide your insecurities, your complex inner towers from a child. They will find them and knock them down with a giggle. My first true introduction to spending time with children and the dream that would later emerge was when I was 12 and my first brother was born. I remember sitting with him in the garden. I remember his awe for the smallest sounds and movements, the magic that every detail of the world held for him. This was my first insight into the power of the child's perspective, and it has profoundly influenced my own view on the world as an adult today. I wrote a few years ago that being a good caregiver, parent, or teacher is not a predefined commitment to your children. It is, in fact, and almost to the contrary, primarily and most fundamentally a leap of faith into the abyss of yourself. The opportunity to courageously push past our own conditioning and sit with our own inner child. This is where the real change happens. If, and this is no easy task, we can do this with the children in our lives, we can begin to realize the power that children truly hold and reflect for us. We are reminded of the wisdom that lies within us all, untainted by our own biases, experience, or fear-based beliefs. Essentially, we have a choice. We can let our children envelop us with wonder, joy, humility, risking most everything that we have constructed as adults to seem or feel accepted. And we can engage terrified, excited, and completely vulnerable in a love affair with the unknown. Or we can take our children by the hand, kicking and screaming into our own internal dialogue of doubt and fear. Put more simply, the only way to create an education system that is child-led and child-focused, we have to take the step towards simple, playful thinking. To rid ourselves of the hierarchy that says art and play comes last, and to understand that in order for true, long-lasting learning to take place for all of us, joy, play, and the journey inward must be prioritized. Many successful people in business will tell you about white space. Its fundamental necessity in innovation, vision, productivity, and resilience in the workplace. It is childlike to give yourself time in nature, time to stop and think without noise and stress. If we are asking adults to give themselves time to breathe, flow, and be creative as a way to innovate, let's remember not to take that time away from the experts who taught us how to do it, our younger generations, children. It is imperative now more than ever that we give time and energy to encourage and provide the infrastructure for this white space for children who inherently live there, and for us to go there with them. This way of thinking has brought me to the ethics and principles of permaculture. Permaculture, for those of you who do not know, is a way of caring for the earth with the understanding that humans are not the great enemy, that we can care for this planet and each other practicing these three ethics. They are earth care, people care, and fair share. A beautiful quote from Richard Louv, author of Vitamin N, The Nature Principle, and The Last Child in the Woods, says, earth care, people care, and fair share can serve as principles for all seasons and all professions. If incorporated into the lives of enough children and the lives of the adults who care for them, this philosophy can truly change the world. Permaculture and my incredible partner's love for children and nature has sparked in me a new wonder for what is possible in our communities and with our children. I have always greatly encouraged the connection between children and nature, but I have realized even more so now how much of a no-brainer it is that children spend time outside, growing their own food, playing in the mud, and exploring without adults controlling each minute of their free time. This is where the power of change lies, and the power of our ability to change the future. In my most humble and honest experience, the depths of our effectiveness and ability as teachers, parents, and adults in the world is dependent and directly reflected by how truly open we are to learning. So I encourage all of you, wherever you can, to jump in, to remain present, to get down on a knee next to a child, to look and listen to what children are showing you. Because there is a different kind of intelligence there. One that is deep below our skin, a wisdom deep in our bones that children call forth, a wonder, a deep intelligence that we need to know how to create better change in the world. Get down to that place where the child sees the world and in nature, in the garden. I would like to speak a little bit about the term and philosophy progressive education. It's being flung around a lot, and not everyone knows exactly what it means or what it entails. I had to learn this for myself, and I'm still learning because it's a process. It's a very large concept that will no doubt continue to grow and expand. So what is progressive education? John Dewey, a philosopher, said, children need to be activating their imagination through their curiosity, their voice, and through democratic processes. There are more and more emerging pedagogies and approaches at the forefront of progressive education. And no pedagogy touches more on this than that of Reggio Emilia. Reggio Emilia is a tiny village in Italy. The long history of Reggio Emilia has its first traces in the mid-19th century and unfolds down the years in a series of significant moments. This long timeline leading to present day has brought Reggio Emilia and the Reggio Emilia approach into contact with more than 145 countries and territories around the world. As I say, it's fantastic that there are so many pedagogies and progressive education approaches emerging, and this is very promising. So the Reggio Emilia approach is an educational philosophy based on the image of a child with strong potentialities for development and a subject with rights, who learns through the 100 languages belonging to all human beings and grows in relations to others. Having spent some time myself practicing Reggio Emilia pedagogy at Small World, a Reggio Emilia inspired school here in Johannesburg, South Africa, I could see the incredible power of a collaborative and child-led approach, not only to foundation education, but education as a whole, and the great need for Reggio Emilia pedagogies and others like it has so much to offer to the subject. Reggio Emilia has so much to offer to the subject of children's learning, their safety, and their future for all of us. Reggio Emilia speaks about these 100 languages. I quote, these languages, the 100 languages of children, are symbolic and are open to the endless potentials of children. They believe in the potential of a child's ability to wonder. It is the belief that there are multiple ways of seeing and multiple ways of being. It is time for us to take responsibility in our roles as teachers, parents, and adults, and to courageously take the leap in collaboration with children towards a future of positive and sustainable change. I encourage you to please look up the Reggio Emilia approach and to do more art and spend more time in the garden, and spend time viewing things through the child's perspective, because I really believe this is how we will create the change that we're looking for. So thank you so much for your time. It was short and sweet, but I'm really, grateful to have been able to speak to you all, and looking forward to hearing from everyone, all the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very fun to hear too. And we actually loved your ideas and how to spend time, and also we will definitely try the few of your ideas. Now, moving on to our next speaker is Debbie Cockrell. She joined a Slower Center of Excellence, that is SCE, a non-profit organization in 2014 to assist her mother, Lauren, the founder of the organization, and as she transitioned from her career in hospitality to 15 years and what was meant to be a 6 months like find herself and a new career decision has blossomed into 8 years and finding her way towards sustainability in these challenging times for the organization. Now, before she was working in SCE, she worked in several high-end hotels and restaurants in a food and beverage management capacity, the hotel industry, including the Saxon Boutique Hotel and Santon Sun with the Sog Sun Group. And this career path took her into many different countries. So during this 8-year career transition, she has been fortunate to study several areas with regards to early childhood development, that is ECD, and community development, that is ABSED. Most recently, she has completed studies as a toy librarian through the Cortland's Ignite program. So, through the interaction with children aged 2 to 16 years old, these years, she has certainly sparked her advocacy voice for the right of children to play, to quality education, access to learning materials in various areas for the sustainable future, including digital literacy. So this ideally to be achieved in a holistic way for full potential to be reached. As the operations manager of a small NPO, she has been exposed to multiple skills ranging from training and development to social media and administration. So it has given her a deepened understanding of the community through the programs they offer and the challenges they face for both the adults and the children on the ground in the urban settings. This is a wonderful experience you have got, ma'am, and we are looking forward to your speech. Over to you.
Hi there, everybody. Thank you so much for that introduction, Mritula. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you so much, really, for the the opportunity to speak at the summit and really just to engage around the importance of children in our society, and certainly to be amongst people who recognize the importance of education, the importance of children's safety, and then the multiple ways that we can achieve this through collaboration, through interaction as well. All right. So Silver Center of Excellence, as mentioned, was started by my mom, Lorraine, and her life had really led to a lot of work with children in her personal capacity. And as she reached the end of her career, she decided that she wanted to do a little bit more to give back. And so 17 years ago, she started a little Sunday school program, and that then developed into an after school care. And that then took on the form of a toy library around 2013. What we have found over the years of working and establishing the toy libraries that many people don't know what a toy library is. So I've decided to take the approach today just to really share with everyone what a toy library is, but most importantly, the power of play and the importance of play in engaging with children for multiple activities. So what we do as an organization is one of the areas that we focus on is providing educational support programs to children and caregivers in our community using play-based methods. making sure that children have access to toys. This is very, very important when we look at the socio-economic challenges in our country, in our community, and most certainly in the world at large. So ensuring that children actually can access toys when they are from impoverished or disadvantaged communities. And then ensuring that through working with caregivers, principals, schools, that we provide a more cost-effective mechanism. Toys tend to be very expensive in South Africa, and so that tends to create quite a gap for those who have access versus those who don't. So the toy libraries are able to provide us a little solution in terms of more cost-effective methods in terms of accessing toys. And then certainly, without a doubt, what toy libraries do is they create safe spaces for children. We find in very socioeconomically challenged environments where there are parks, the parks are often taken over by gangsters or drug addicts or all kinds of other misfits, society misfits. And so toy libraries really provide an opportunity for a safe space for a child to play with access to resources, which are often not available in the home as well. All right, next one. So there are many, many different types of play. I've just decided to highlight a few of them today. We often hear of play in our country. I'm not too sure how it is in many other countries, but there's a sort of historical background of play being children go and play outside, children go and play in front of the TV, children go and play with each other, but there's very often not an understanding of the types of play that can be engaged in terms of adults interacting with children. So social board games are one of them. This is a fantastic tool for adults, caregivers, parents, community members to interact with children. Fantasy play, the picture up at the top right of the slide is one of our creches that borrowed a whole bunch of fantasy play outfits, and they were doing a little career day with the foundation phase children where they could dress up and pretend for a few moments that they were those actual career spaces. Creative play, I'm very happy the speaker Damien's touched on this, very, very important for children. Arts and crafts, anything around working with the hands and different kinds of art materials, whether it be paper or crayons or paint or mud. Those are all forms of creative play to engage children, and very much with upcycling methodologies as well. And then cognitive stimulation play is obviously linked into the brain's development. So this is bringing in concepts of numeracy, mathematical skills, language development, those type of things that are actually stimulating for the brain. Thank you. Why do we choose play? Well, the most important reason is that play is actually the language in which children learn. I absolutely love this concept and was really excited when I joined Slovo Center of Excellence to really understand what that meant. I don't have any children of my own, and I was a little bit nervous starting to work with children when I started as a volunteer. And I thought to myself, what is this plays the language of children all about? And I've started to recognize that irrespective of demographic, irrespective of language barriers, irrespective of demographic areas in terms of social standings, children interact through the language of play with each other and with the world that they live in. Play is how they communicate about their environment. So whatever they might find happening in their homes, in their school, they're actually able to showcase through the language of play. And then most certainly what we see linked into the summit topic today is that play is a huge, huge tool that can be used for healing based on trauma or traumatic situations. So some of the affiliate bodies that we belong to, one of them is called CLASA, which stands for Toy Library Association of South Africa. This is a more recently established NPO in South Africa and links into ITLA, which is the International Toy Library Association. I just wanted to share some of these bodies with the audience to showcase that there are organizations that are trying to formalize toy libraries, that are trying to ensure that there's advocacy around children's right to play, which definitely falls into the UN's children's rights portfolio. And then one of the highlight days on our calendars under both of these organizations as toy libraries is an annual day celebrated every year on the 28th of May, and that is called World Play Day. And it's usually themed every year. You can log onto the website, you can do a Google search, and you can find a way to interact in any organization that is working with children, any school that is working with children. It really is a wonderful day to participate and focus on the importance of play. All right, and then a couple of points I'd like to highlight on the next slide, on this one that we're looking at, is really the link between toy libraries and sustainability. I was very happy again to hear Damien touching in on the gardening, the food element side. I think this is such a critical stage in our global consciousness of how we can really start looking at what are the skills that need to be activated for young children in order to survive and to thrive in the future. And sustainability as a whole is really where this link starts to play itself out. So certainly what we are aiming to achieve through toy libraries, through play-based learning, is a healthy, well-rounded child. And this is one of every single nation's greatest assets for their own future. Education is a key component. It cannot be done without education, whether we're looking at the child's education or the parent's education. Many parents don't know how to interact with their children. Toy libraries offer the opportunity to host workshops where these type of skills can be engaged. Safe spaces for children, as we've touched on, which are very, very important for children to be able to thrive in their society. So the more toy libraries we have in communities, the more children have a space to go where they can access the resources they need in terms of that holistic development. Sustainability from a recycling perspective, we are able to teach and share opportunities on how to make toys from upcycled materials. This is obviously one of the biggest challenges faced with socioeconomically challenged communities, where there is not money for toys, there is not a sense of access, but there's certainly a movement towards upcycling. And there are many ideas that you can find through Pinterest, through Google search. There are organizations that focus specifically on these kind of skills. And it's one of the things we do at Slovo Center of Excellence, through hosting workshops, through having theme areas where we show our principals, our children, how you can make toys out of waste materials to avoid them into landfill. And then what toy libraries certainly offer, if we look at our job creation and unemployment rates in South Africa, is an opportunity for educating young adults into a career pathway into early childhood development through play facilitation skills. Safe communities and are healthy for children's well-being. I think we all have a very, very broad understanding of the challenges that we face when it comes to children's safety, from human trafficking to safety within the home in terms of rape, molestation, all the things that were mentioned earlier by Mrs. Govender. And one of the things that the toy libraries certainly do is they lend themselves into creating a space where children can feel safe. And in feeling safe, they can thrive in their development as into young adult. So we have a program that we term all of our games and activities called EduFun. And EduFun includes a selection of things, as we mentioned, in the holistic perspective, with everything from arts and crafts to computer literacy skills, which are vital for the next generation as well. Not too much screen time, but certainly a knowledge of how to operate on computers and how to utilize apps for the educational journey going forward. Cognitive development activities, puzzles, Lego, all sorts of opportunities where games and activities can be utilized to stimulate the brain and to encourage learning through play. In terms of your audience at Yuci, I think what I'm understanding is that you have a broad volunteer base. So this is also just to encourage some of your volunteers that may be watching this to really look at opportunities to engage in play with children. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. You don't need to be an academic. You can be a person who's just got a genuine care for children and recognizing the importance of allowing them to feel safe. And play provides an awesome opportunity for interacting with children in this way. So the next slide really touches on how do we create safer communities? How do we find opportunities to create these safe spaces that we are referring to? Number one, absolutely collaboration is key. Collaboration with all kinds of stakeholders, but certainly between organizations. Stakeholder engagement refers obviously to many of the organizations that exist already. Mrs. Govender certainly covered those in what exists from a government perspective, the different layers that exist where spaces are available for ensuring that children are protected. How do we engage those as NPOs? How do we engage those as citizens of our countries in order to interact and ensure that they are implemented? Certainly improving access to resources. We see this as one of our major focus areas as a toy library in our community, is to make sure that there are toys that are stimulated and that can encourage learning for children. And then the role of education and advocacy certainly cannot be overemphasized by what we are doing today, talking about it, ensuring that our communities are aware that children have rights, ensuring that our communities are aware that children have a right to play. That one was quite important. So there are multiple awareness campaigns that we can all participate in. These are not exclusive to anybody. These are things that we can engage in through, once again, our schools, our nonprofit organizations, our activities as parents as well. So in South Africa, one that we are entering into this month is Human Rights Day, which is on the 21st of March. And this is really highlighting the rights of people in general, but certainly the right of children to safe spaces and the right of children to play. The National Child Protection Week, which happens once a year for, I think it's a duration of about 5 or 6 days for an entire week, where we highlight awareness around child abuse, child trafficking, once again, the importance of safe spaces within schools, within daycare centers, and participate with the other structures around stakeholders. International Children's Day, very important for us on our annual calendars. Universal Children's Day, there's some amazing organizations very much affiliated to the United Nations who run programs around emotional intelligence, specifically on this day in November. I really would encourage you, if you are interested in those spaces, to have a little bit more of a look and find out a bit more of what's already in existence and how you can apply that into your organization. And then certainly most important is something that many of us as NPOs are very much reliant on, is our volunteers. We cannot do the work that we do without people coming on board to share their time, to share their skills. So this is part of creating awareness around what we do, is celebrating our volunteers through International Volunteer Day, which happens every year in December. And that's it from my side. I'm not too sure if there's an opportunity for anyone who might have a question or maybe something they wanted to engage on. There was two areas I just wanted to highlight also coming out of the some of the talks that we've spoken on earlier, and that is really the impact of volunteers and how they make a difference for organizations such as ourselves. Really looking at how they can add value to the work that's being done by civil society. We are not able to pay salaries. We are not able to sometimes even cover basic stipends. We try our best to do transport costs, but we really would like to encourage volunteerism as a spirit of what we refer to as Ubuntu in South Africa, where the village raises the child, where it takes every single person getting involved to make a difference in the life of a child. And then around some of our challenges around what we do, certainly funding is always an issue. Every single organization has dealt with that, in particular over the last 2 years. So we just want to highlight and do a call out to anyone out there who might be able to assist by ensuring that we're able to continue doing what we do in the toy libraries around South Africa. There are multiple opportunities to get involved. and really just to engage and let's say put your purse where your mind is or where your mouth is. And then last of all, to say thank you to the Youth United Council of India for this incredible summit that you guys have pulled together today. I'm looking forward to listening to some of your other speakers over the coming time today as well as tomorrow, and really just to thank you for the opportunity to showcase what we do, to highlight the importance of play, and really just to encourage everyone to keep your inner child alive. That's the fun part about what we do, is that we get to keep our inner child alive and engage with our inner child while we are playing with children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really wonderful what you're doing. Told everything that is really interesting, and we will look into the organizations that you mentioned in your presentation. Thank you so much. Now, moving on to our next speaker, it is Kazimulo Zita. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrongly, but her job title is Head of School Achievement, and she's working in the organization Spark Schools of South Africa. About her is she's a teacher at heart with a strong sense of public duty that helps affect positive change in societies. She's also passionate about student experiences in learning spaces and believes that education is the only vehicle that will change their attitudes towards all challenges the world faces toward today and ultimately solve them. In her current role, she leads and coaches school achievement managers in running high academic achieving schools together with positive experiences for their stakeholders. So in her spare time, she enjoys spending time with her small family, for family, Benji, and she's also an active mentor for young and upcoming education professionals through the Mentorship Challenge program. And we are glad to have you, ma'am, and I'm handing it over to you.
Good morning and good afternoon, Sanbonani. Thank you very much for the invitation and to be part of this Children's Summit. And just to hear from everyone how we are all invested in ensuring that our children, who are our future, are actually really taken care of. Right, so I'm going to get straight into it. I'm going to read through my presentation, and I will hopefully share it with the organizers at the end of this. So I think I'm just going to get straight into it by first acknowledging that we all understand that children's issues are really, really broad, and yet they remain an intimate subject in that they revolve around the future of our next generations and the fact that they are also embedded in the fact that each little human being whom we call children is dependent on us in order for us to set them up for the bright futures that they deserve. And for me and the organization that I work for, this is a call for all of us to invest in the future of the world through our children and with them. I think Mrs. Scavender and Mr. Holt and the previous speaker have set really the scene in terms of how the issues around the safety of children in South Africa in particular exhibit themselves. However, we all know that these children issues are a global issue, and they continue also to vary from continent to continent, country to country, and sometimes even within communities. And in South Africa in particular, and other developing countries, we know that children's safety issues are compounded by poverty and the ever-increasing unemployment of young people. And at present, the COVID-19 pandemic has also thrown a spanner in the works, and that exacerbates the challenges and some of the issues that our children are going through. And today, I would really like to draw our attention to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. We are at a point where we're all starting to lift our heads out of the pandemic. However, I am calling for all of us to stop and have a moment of reflection in terms of what may have, happened during this midst of this pandemic to our children and their needs. In a country like South Africa, we know that we had very long and extended periods of lockdown, and that presented some opportunities for our kids to be exposed to increased threat towards their physiological, emotional, and their digital safety. And we know that a lot of children during the pandemic lost that predictability, lost that control over their activities that they had, and ultimately lost control of their lives. A lot of children missed out on the connectedness through their friendships with their peers, and sometimes connectedness with their own family members, as every individual was trying to really stay afloat and make ends meet. We know that we had families or parents taking up more than one job just to try and make ends meet, meaning that that time with their children is limited or sometimes is non-existent. So before I get to some of the activities or interventions that we've engaged in the group of schools that I work with, I would like to draw our attention to really what are children's needs. And I think hearing from Mrs. Govender, Mr. Holt, and Debbie, I was really intrigued that there are multiple dimensions of our understanding of the children's needs. So I'm not going to go back and really chat about what is in our South African Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all the pieces of legislation that are in place that compel us to put children's interests as of paramount importance in everything that we do. However, I would like to reflect on, a model that I often reflect on whenever I am dealing with children, which is Maslow's 1943 model of the hierarchy of needs. And I would like to hone onto the two needs, namely safety needs, love, and belonging. And like I said previously, that these two needs for me really came out strongly in the midst of the pandemic. And I think it goes without saying that these two needs are primarily fulfilled by family and the society. And however, I ask of these questions: who is this family and who is the society? And I think, like I said, a number of speakers have touched on a number of organs and organizations that are responsible for the care of children. And personally, having been in education for 40 years, I am 40 years old. And I am saying this because I've spent the 23 years, obviously, as a student or a learner, and then the 17 years working in the education sector. I do believe that our schools and the family are the society, our schools, the family, and the communities are the societies that are responsible for ensuring and safeguarding these children's needs. So for me, schools are not just learning and teaching institutions, particularly in these times when the world is faced with so much instability. I believe that schools are increasingly playing a pivotal role in fulfilling the safety needs for the millions of children across the world. And therefore, schools, together with any other organizations that are really committed to ensuring that we build this future that we want for our children and also for the world. I believe that schools really should be taking the lead, as our children spend a lot of their time in schools. And today, I just want to briefly touch on also an issue that I feel was actually already in existence, which is digital safety. So without really taking anything away from the children's issues that exist, in the world, and without really taking away from the fact that children issues are actually cyclical in nature, none takes the precedence over the other. However, today I do believe that the issue of digital safety continues to raise its ugly head in parallel with the increased digital uptake of technology across the world. And I do believe also that as much as technology is helping us in really solving a lot of the world problems that we have, it is also helping us in customizing every child's academic experience in schools. At the same time, we need to be keeping a very close watch in terms of what is happening in the online or digital spaces. And we all know that with or without the COVID-19 pandemic, the world had already invested in infrastructure and young people to take the lead in using technology to solve some of our world challenges. However, I do believe that the pandemic compelled, particularly schools, to adopt a number of e-learning programs full-time in some instances, as we all scrambled to keep learning going and also mitigate what the World Bank terms learning poverty, mitigate against what the World Bank terms learning poverty. So basically, I think for me, we've seen, especially I'll speak also, based on or informed by my experiences in South Africa, in Gauteng, that a number of children are spending or have been spending a lot of time online, both for learning and sometimes for recreational purposes. But what stood out strongly was that also a lot of the children were spending time to fulfill the need of safety, love, and belonging. And now, as many of the speakers have touched on the responsibility of parents, the responsibility of schools in safeguarding the use of digital tools in an online or in a digital space. So for me now, I pose also the questions, the following questions, which are: what roles do schools play in safeguarding the safety of our children online? And also, what is the scope of parental responsibility in ensuring that our kids are safe in these digital spaces? And lastly, what is the role of other citizens within the countries to ensure that our kids remain safe whilst in those digital spaces? I do not have any or all of the answers. And however, what I know is that the responsibility lies within all of us to actually ensure that our children are really safe in those spaces. So we all know that pieces of legislation on child safety are in place in every country. And we are the vessels to bring those pieces of legislation we choose. And I believe that as schools, our fidelity to child safety should be deeply embedded in our models and in our curriculum that we bring in to be taking care of of our children. So I would just like to share, some of the things that we do with the group of schools that I work with. So we are a group of 19 primary schools across the country with 18 schools in Gauteng and then 1 primary school in the Western Cape. So our model is really a model that is aimed at customizing every child's learning experience. And as the host said, that it is a huge interest of mine to actually follow children's experiences in schools. How do they experience the school? How do they experience their peers? And how also involved are the parents in that academic journey? We rely a lot on these children to bring their parents along also into their academic journeys. So obviously, I know that Mrs. Cavender touched quite a lot in terms of parental responsibility and also a number of responsibility that lie within the teachers or the staff, anyone who finds themselves working with children within a schooling environment. So here at Spark Schools, our social and emotional learning curriculum is really fully fleshed, and we are quite intentional in terms of how we live and model our core values that we live by. So I would like for you to take some time, maybe if you do have time, have a look and see that the acronym actually SPARK stands for some of our core values that are actually the beacon into how we engage or do things within our schools. But one of the biggest, one of the core values that I wanted to really briefly touch on is the core value of responsibility. So it is important for us as that particular group of schools to ensure that our children are active citizens, not only in the classrooms, but in their communities and the country at large. Therefore, they are called to put in some time and effort to serve others and to tackle whatever challenges we may face as a team for the good of the country. So you will hear a lot and see a lot of, I am responsible for this, or we are responsible for this. So we do believe that children, like I said in the beginning, are really, the individuals that should be participating in their future, and they should be heard, and they should also, be involved in not just projects that are about themselves, but also projects that are about other people. So like Debbie mentioned, there are a number of, celebrations, opportunities for children to get involved in some of those projects that show actually responsibility and commitment to tackling, some of the challenges that the world faces in this 21st century. So you'll find our children quite involved in, anti-bullying campaigns, your drives for, community and some community outreach programs. So that is basically how we try and, incorporate a sense of responsibility in our children. And then also just looking at digital safety as a topic that I really chose to briefly touch on. We do believe that through our model, we are giving our children, so our model basically is the blended learning model. We are giving our children or previously disadvantaged children the opportunity to engage with technology at a very young age. And in that, we believe that they will actually become sensitized around, yes, the benefits of using technology, but at the same time, some dangers that may be lurking whilst one is in the digital space. And then lastly, there is also some of the engagements that we invest in, which revolve around parental responsibility. And I think being a parent myself, I've got a 13-year-old, I think I have a fair share of my own experiences of how tough parenting can be. And I do believe that actually parenting in the 21st century is actually no small feat. But with that said, it does not take away the responsibility that we have as parents in safeguarding, our kids. And in our schools, we believe that active parent engagement, which means I am a contributor to my child's academic journey, not just for the academic results, but for their well-being and discipline too. So we do work with a number of families who are also in need of parenting enhancement, opportunities and platforms. So we do partner with a number of NGOs, and a number of organizations like your Safe Schools, your Care Junction, to support parents and teachers with ways in which we can prevent and identify in real time some of the issues that our children may be facing. And therefore, we are in a better space to be able to protect our children for any threats that may be, lurking, whether it's in the digital space or in other spaces where our children find themselves in. And I think I'd just like also to, wrap up by just highlighting that I think as a world, we do need to continue to live by the fact that, I know it is an African proverb, that it takes a village to raise a child. However, I do believe that this is just not an African proverb. It should be a worldwide proverb where we all live by it. And I thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really good. And now moving forward to the next speaker, she's Valencia Koch. She's a co-founder of Mount Olive Research. She's a trained counselor, advocate for those infected and affected by HIV and the safety of children in townships, member of DACC, that is District Action Committee for Children, and founder of Girls Leadership Program. Now, she has been nominated for Gauteng Premier Service Excellence Awards, NPO of the Year 2019. Over 19 years of experience in the NPO sector, and she's also a trained and a church elder. We are glad to have you here, ma'am, with so much of experience and such a good outreach program that is Mount Olive, and we are looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you so much. And like all the other speakers, I'm absolutely honored to be part of the summit and of such a life-changing event. I want to say thank you for putting this together. I think during COVID-19 and all the other things, these are the kind of things that we really missed out on, to be able to hear other speakers and learn from each other and get the knowledge and the experience that others have that we can also use and implement within our areas and our districts. So I really want to say thank you. I hear from all the speakers and I acknowledge all of them, and the different legislations and the different programs that are happening. And one of the things that is close to my heart and that is really niggling at me at the moment is child safety in the townships, and in particularly child safety against culture. I know the first speaker has also mentioned a lot of the dangers that the girls in the townships are facing, including the blessy system or the sugar daddy system that our speaker was referring to. And one of the things that are really, I would almost say like illness within our society is the fact that our children are being trained and also being cultivated, that culture dictates to them that a child must be seen and not be heard. I think my challenge this morning to civil society, to those in powers and those that are able to do anything, is to be able to bring a child's voice back into reality again. Culture has taught our children to respect their elders, not to question what has been taught to them, to not speak about the problems or abuse that they experience in the home and in their premises. Do not go against your elders, etc. And what this brings to the children that are currently abused or that are experiencing abuse is that they often have to live within the premises or the supposed safety, but the perpetrator that are actually abusing them is the person that they have to look up to, the person that they have to be with, the person that is their provider. I think the first speaker also mentioned a few cases that she had to deal with. So my plea this morning to us is, I'm not saying culture is bad, because we often say that culture brings values. Culture is good. Culture brings stability within a family, within a society, within a community. But my appeal perhaps this morning is that we as civil society should look into programs, into small groups that we are able to do to create a safe space for culture to operate within, where a child can have his voice. I think the previous speaker that has just finished now also said that it's important for our children to have these voices. I remember a few years ago when the government was driving the children's forum, they used to actually say nothing for a child without a child. And unfortunately, within the community that I'm working, and I can only speak for where I'm working at, that has almost faded away. I often find that there are rules and regulations and policies and legislations that are being set, but children are not seen within the sectors. They are not seen as their voices are not being heard. And again, I'm only speaking within the area that I'm working at. And that's what I'd like to see coming back. I'd like to see that and challenge civil society to help the children to find their voices, to help our children to come back and be childlike again. During the HIV pandemic, we found a lot of our children had to take the role of adulthood, where the parent had passed away. Often the children were left to see to themselves. At the time, we had a lot of child-headed households. We had a lot of youth-headed households. And what that created was that we left all the responsibilities over to the teenagers or to the children. And how can a child raise a child? At the time, it was left and it was said that if we leave the children within their own environment, it is the safest space. Well, it might have been the safest space at the time, but a lot has changed since then. And what had come out of that is that a lot of the young people could not cater for their siblings and their children, and they had to find ways to make money or to find sustainability for their siblings, and they reverted to the blessing system or the sugar daddy system, and many different other ways as well that we see in the communities and especially in the townships. So my challenge again is that we as civil society needs to go back and maybe look at collaborating some programs together and share information. I hear the speakers talking about Ubuntu, and it takes a village to raise a child, etc. And that's definitely the ideal, and it's definitely what we have set out to do. And if we look at 7 generations ago or 5 generations ago, that definitely was the case, where villagers would get up, and I know even when I was raised up, I would have my neighbors would definitely have the right to discipline me. However, that has changed, because if a neighbor now has to raise a hand against me, everyone will come in and step in as it's child abuse, etc., etc. And in some incidences, it would be. But we have to then also take the good with the bad, because if the neighbor is too afraid to step up and being able to discipline me when I'm wrong, then it's also too afraid to step up and speak when they see that the child is being abused. So I'm saying, and I'm asking, and I'm thinking that the summit is available, because I can certainly see a platform such as this being used to collaborate and to put together a platform for us to come together and share information and come back to Ubuntu, because Ubuntu is not happening at the moment in our area, I would say. Especially after COVID, you see more and more people living within their own spaces, just trying to survive and trying to get themselves onto another level. So what has that created? It broke down the trust and the community Ubuntu-ness, and it has placed almost the responsibility solely on the individual itself, including the child, where the child has to also try and to survive within this world that is suddenly changing, suddenly being very different, suddenly not being very playful. I love the idea of the speaker about being careful to the earth and being responsible to the earth. Then we have the play library. Those are all beautiful ideas for a child to sort of develop and become playful again. And that's the kind of beauty that I would like to see, especially within the different in the different townships. I also often find that what I see within the townships is not what I would see in a suburb. I would see a garden being done in a suburb, but yet the township that has the space and the need for a garden is often not really happening there. So I find that, in my opinion, is that the have and the have-not is becoming broader. The space is becoming just so wide that I often find that to be able to bring that beauty into the township child is becoming more and more difficult, but it's not unachievable. And I believe that if I have to try and do it on my own, I'm definitely going to fail. But if I have to try it with all my learned friends on this platform and beyond, because there are some places that you might be connected, that you can share even more information or more development strategies or more programs. That's my dream, is that more collaboration will happen and it will come in. The statistics that our first speaker has shared with us was mind-blowing for me, because we are all working in the industry where we are doing programs, where we are sharing programs with the young people. And to be faced with 13,000 abortions is not healthy. So I'm just asking and challenging that share information with each other, share programs with one another, and collaborate so that we can fight this devilish demon of destroying our children, and not just our girl child, but the boy child as much as the girl child. So yes, that's my plea this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very wonderful. Thank you for being part of our speech summit today. Now, we are at the end of our summit of day one. We hope the same crowd to be presented tomorrow as well. And we loved today's speakers and the knowledge they shared. It was incredible. And every speaker was very, very inspiring. And we hope to bring some kind of change in the society towards the safety of every child in the whole wide world. And thank you for everybody for participating today, and have a great day.
Greetings to each one of you present here, and greetings from our National General Secretary, R. Vimal. He welcomes you all to today's event. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Kanika Anand, and I'm the National Advisor of YUCI. I welcome you all to Youth United Council of India, a youth-run organization with a central team of passionate and zealous young individuals driven to bring about change. YUCI acts as a unique platform for youth that aids and empowers them through various programs, events, and opportunities. Today is the second day for the Children's Safety Summit 2022. In today's guest panel, we have experts from all over the world coming from various fields who are going to share their ideas, experiences, implementations, and contributions towards child protection policies, as well as other dynamic and necessary tools which contribute to providing effective protection to children and adolescents against any type of abuse. Today, we are going to expand our knowledge about organizational child protection by providing a platform to address the most urgent issue that affects children and adolescents, and thus enable us all to develop and adopt effective measures towards child protection and safety. Now moving on to our first speaker, David Barra, member of Catalyst 2030 and the co-founder of We Access Limited, a certified social enterprise and an educator. Let me welcome you all. Mr. David Barra, over to you, sir.
Hi. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to keep the talk relatively short, and I'm going to explain, I'm going to be talking about safeguarding young people with disabilities. I'm sorry to bombard you with some numbers at the moment, but just to give you a scale of the issue, according to a recent UNICEF report, there are nearly 240 million children with disabilities around the world. Now, this is the UNICEF's most comprehensive report. What you need to factor in is that it's probably an underreporting, because there are many societies or cultures that actually won't necessarily report that their children have disabilities. Now, this particular report talks about the deprivation of children with these disabilities, and 1 in children with disabilities around the world will experience some form of issue. And I'm going to, sorry to come out with it, but I'm going to come up with some numbers because this directly relates to safeguarding, right? So 25% of children with disabilities are less likely to receive early stimulation and a response and care. 25% are less likely to attend early childhood education. 16% of disabled children are less likely to read or be read to at home. 42% are less likely to have the foundation in reading. 47% have never attended schools, and the list goes on. One number that I need to highlight, or 2 numbers I need to highlight, are 32% are more likely to experience severe corporal punishment, and 41% are more likely to feel discriminated against. Now, what you need to bear in mind with all of these figures is it's all about safeguarding children. If children with disabilities aren't getting a good quality education or receiving any form of education, they don't have the ability and facility to communicate, understand, and respond and move forwards. So overall, their quality of life is going to be substantially reduced, as are their parents as well. If you take into consideration, for example, their lack of ability to read, that means that, again, they're more likely to have issues to do with taking medication. They might take the wrong medication. They might be told certain information by what they appear to be trusted adults, but then unfortunately, then they potentially would then get abused. Now, again, I'm going to come up with some figures. Disabled women and girls are arguably the most vulnerable, and there's a high chance of them being abused at home. One statistic, and this comes from the States, it's that more than 90% of people with developmental disability will experience sexual abuse in their lives. And 49% will experience abuse at least 10 times. What we all at this conference need to bear in mind is that COVID-19 has made the situation even worse. It's exacerbated the situation. So that 90% is just going to go up. That 49% is just going to go up. The numbers, pardon me for saying so, are horrendous now. Now, what we need to take into consideration is what makes them vulnerable. It's people with disabilities, potentially, or cognitive disabilities. They're vulnerable because they might have a lack of understanding of what is right or wrong. They put their trust in adults who, as the first speaker, I believe, spoke about, was the amount of abuse within, let's say, schools and trusted adults. Partly this is a lack of education, a lack of understanding, and critically from the we can access perspective and the work that we're doing, it's a lack of the ability to receive receptive and expressive communication. In other words, are the children actually able to express exactly how they're feeling and receive the information to learn what's right or wrong, and what is right that should happen to them and what's wrong. And that comes from family values. There was a former speaker who I mean, it shocks me, to be honest about it, who said about a father that gave, I believe, his son a mobile phone, and then, if I haven't got this wrong, abused his daughter. So again, it's setting those family values. Now, that was in the family. And if you then look at children with disabilities, the situation gets even worse. There's, amongst, again, people with disabilities, you've got the physical ability to defend themselves. So in other words, do these children have the physical strength to defend themselves against the abuse, both physical, verbal, and do they have also, can they go to safe spaces? Again, it was brought up, I believe, by the first speaker. Now, I'm going to go on. I'm terribly sorry about this is doom and gloom kind of thing, but it's also the ability to communicate what a person does and doesn't do. And it's I mean, in England, we're going through the issue of the police believing women who have been raped. And there have been recent cases in the news where a lady was given a date rape drug. She went home to her husband, said that she felt that something had happened. They called the police, and the police didn't believe them. Also, a female police officer didn't believe them. Now, this is in England, and if this is happening in England, it's really happening in the rest of, it must be happening in the rest of the world, and it must be exacerbated. And we're in a good country, so to speak. I don't mean to be making judgments. Then what you need to look at is the social stigma and cultural stigma associated with people with disabilities. And I'm just going to pause for a second and I want everybody to reflect about the cultural and social stigma that happens within their own societies to do with people with disabilities. Now, there potentially within people's societies, the children with disabilities might be viewed as cursed. It's karma. Another example is that deaf people, for example, might not have learned how to speak, and they might be viewed as less intelligent. I'm going to round this off, and what the reason for talking about this is to get people to think actually about the disabilities and about what's going on and what really needs to be done. And fundamentally, as has previously been said, it's education. It's making sure that the children are educated. They have the tools and the means to effectively communicate how they are feeling and learn how to communicate. And what the educators need to do is that is the teaching staff, the teaching professionals, anybody who works with children, they need to learn how to develop the children's confidence, the skills, the understanding, so the children know exactly what the right or wrongs are. They then need to then basically act as enablers to then give the children the tools, be it the verbal tools, the physical tools, the cues, so that everybody around is aware that the children are communicating a message when they feel safe, when they don't feel safe. Within the education system, there needs to be a comprehensive review of teaching children the rules of personal safety, and what is right or wrong, what is physically and socially acceptable. The children need to be also told how it links to laws. So for instance, if there is an issue with children's safety, and if something is happening, at least the children can say it's wrong because the police said it's wrong, or they need to be able to at least refer to something. It will make them stronger. There needs to be again a comprehensive set of, if you think about children with if you think about children with cognitive issues, for instance, at the moment I'm stuttering. Now, when I stutter, it could be nerves. So for instance, when we're working with children with special needs, anybody with a disability, you need to think very, very carefully. Are they truly absorbing the information? How are they effectively absorbing the information? And what we're doing at We Can Access is we're creating an education program which is essentially free, that anybody can see, and it's going to be teaching people the tools, or enabling people to learn how to work with the children in order to enable them to communicate effectively. Now, the way we're going to do it is not by dictating what should be done and how it should be done, but getting people to reflect on how they interact and what's culturally and socially acceptable. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop in the Facebook group. I'm going to finish off now, but I'm going to drop in the Facebook discussion links to work that we're doing, and it would be lovely if people would like to work with us, because we're really, really excited to be exploring programs with other people and to share what we're doing. But ultimately, the reason for this discussion was just to highlight the fact that people and children with disabilities ultimately are exceptionally vulnerable. So all of the issues that people are talking about, I mean, the previous speaker, sorry, and I will finish on this one, you can teach people about safety through play, through the toys that the previous speaker was talking about, is that the rights and wrongs through, for instance, if you've got a toy there, should we do this to a toy? And if we're not harming a toy, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen to us. Those principles of play and respect, through play, you can teach the children how to protect themselves and have a set of value systems. I'm going to finish now. If anybody's got, I'm going to drop my details in the Facebook group. If anybody wants to contact me, please do, because I'd be excited to work with people. Thank you very, very much. It's been, the speakers are amazing. Thank you very much for inviting me. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Mr. David, for such great insights that you've shared with us today. We need to understand that children are not just passive bystanders in the world, and their physical and emotional well-being should be paramount in all actions taken into consideration. And thank you for emphasizing that protection and safety should mean empowerment, building resilience for children, especially the disabled ones, parents and professionals for that matter too. It was a great pleasure to listen to you and your wise words and learning so much from it. Thank you so much, Mr. David. Thank you so much. Now to our next speaker. He is an experienced dean in Science and Humanities Department, SRM Ramapuram, with a demonstrated history of working in the education management, skilled in lecturing, educational research, and soft skills. He has a strong educational professional experience. Let me welcome you all to Mr. D. Sundar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are you audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah, thank you. So, distinguished speakers of the Child Safety Summit, respected Mr. Sundaramurthy sir, the ex-mission director ISRO, and the State Secretary Mr. Vimal, and all distinguished speaker. It's a very happy noon to all. It's my honor and pleasure to be part of this Child Summit 2022, and also my wishes to my previous speaker, David Bara, who had clearly explained about the child safety and how to protect the child from abuse. So I am from India, and that too I am to educator. For the past 22 years, I am in the education field, that too higher education. So even though I have well experience in the higher education, I am also associate with school education also. So as you all aware that India is one of the largest populated country, so having the population of 1.39 billion people. But in that 41% consists of child. So that is 0.17, 0 to 17 years. So around 50 crore population belongs to child. So we have specific to Ministry, Women and Child Development, and lot of regulations, rules are there to protect a child from various abuses. So now we usually talking about demographic dividend. So because India is in a young population, it's in a confident enough. There is a major resource for us, human resources. If we properly utilized, we can make or many wonders. But now 50 crore people are coming belongs to the child. So you can imagine that how we can able to protect and in what way we can able to develop. So I used to browse and I used to collect the information, the advanced country or developed country. So what type of policies or what strategy they devise to develop the young population. So that too in terms of child. So few country, so one of the topmost country, they are doing wonders in the child development is Iceland. So they start giving the concentrate from the pregnancy itself. So once any woman got pregnancy, so the day they started the counseling and they are giving so a lot of other your practices, so directly connect with the child brain development. So once the child is born, first 5 years, one of the most important formative years. So that we have to focus on that first 5 years, so we can create somewhat good value and good human being. So I wonder such kind of practices is possible with respect to an India. So where we have a lot of disparities, so in terms of income, in terms of living, in terms of all. So once, because we have to be focused more and we have to give more importance to the child development. So as far as India is concerned, we more focus on the body development. We are not focused on the brain development. So that is the most another factor influenced on all other reasons for child abused. So my request for the policymakers or the Youth United Council of India, so after a deliberate discussion of all the speakers, you have to collect and you have to put forward the recommendation. So how we can able to improve the child development in our own society, because you invited speakers from different parts of the world. So now my thing is, even though we have different laws and rules, even we have a recent rules introduced by the government of India, POSCO, prevention of sexual offense, protection of child from sexual offense. But everyday newspaper, we used to see that, so so many person was arrested of POSCO. So now, whom we have to take the blame? So even though we have stringent law like POSCO, so if any adult done any misbehave towards the child, so there is a safety protection. So immediately the police or the legal framework is arrested and giving punishment to that youth or the adult. So taking as an educator, so I like to analyze whom to be take this kind of blame. So here, a lot of factor will be influenced on that, whether parents how to take, parents of that particular youth as how to take, or the society, or the government, or whom you have to take on what type of policy we have to devise in the future to create a very good society with good value system. So I'm taking in this different aspect. So now, as far as India, so because if we fail to protect, or if we fail to develop, and if we fail to create good value ecosystem, so among the child, and if we create a good awareness, so what is good and what is bad among the child, it's very difficult for us to manage these kind of huge populations. So as an educator, the role of teacher plays a very vital role. So that too, the role of a primary teacher plays a very vital role, and primary education or elementary education plays a very, very vital role. But we are not focused more on the primary or elementary education. So 0 to 5 years, the child is in the home. So the full responsible goes to the parent, and nowadays both husband and wife, they are going for working, and the children will brought up by the someone else like servant maid or any other relative. So in that case, so we have to make ensure that first 5 years the parent how to take care the children. So all kinds of positive development should be happen in the child's brain. So that device and that expert from the medical field or expert from the social development field, they have to inform the parents having the children, so how we can able to imbibe. So very good music, or what kind of techniques or strategy so we have to use for development. So that is a way of parenting makes very, very vital. So creating awareness about effective and good parenting solves many problems. So a lot of problem occurs because of not effective parenting. So that is because I am the educator, I used to see the parent coming, and the parents of the children, those are studying in the KG or the primary education. So that their role is a prominent role for. So for that, the other people like NGOs and other the government, so you have to make the correct connect or correct development of the parenting. So the medical from and other people, so have to focus more on the parenting side. And the way the value system, day by day, the value system is coming down, and so how we can withstand and how we can able to make the value system, so that we have to make it. So now child abuse or child trafficking. So we are discussing a lot about thing. I think the another future speakers also, they are going to have deliberate discussion about so how to protect the child and how to save the child, and what are the strategies and what are the policies designed by the government to make all this kind of thing. But as a educator coming from the education background, so I literally seeing the changes in the behavior of a child. So taking to the school education, child from KG to 7th standard, they are in the normal pattern of behavior. So once child touched to 8th standard, that means the child is entered into the teen. So that is a year of the teen. So a lot of changes, hormone changes will happen. So in that particular aspect, we have to focus and concentrate, and you have to deal the child in a different way, and a highly specialized counselor role is much needed, and expertise is required. So we have failed to deal such kind of thing. So it leads to a lot of problem. So I'm the advisor of SRM Matriculation School, which is located in Chennai. So in that case, I'm past few years, I'm seeing that. So even parent side as well as the teacher side, they are complaining. So they don't know how to deal such kind of changes from once the child is entering into teen. They don't know how to approach. They don't know how to speak and they don't know how to deal. So these kind of students or this kind of children, so that leads to different version of problem. So I request the speakers or the relevant policy makers. So the thing is, a specialized counselor have to play a vital role of dealing the initial stage of the teen. So the children entered into 8th, normally coming to enter into 13. So once if you approach in a very effective manner, so we can solve all kinds of problem. So because it's not their fault, it's a fault of an hormone changes. So that plays the critical role. So because literally we are facing, but we have the counselor, so that they are dealing. A lot of changes is happening. So once if we leave the children as it is, then it's very difficult for us. So this is one part I like to, because I have real time experience over that. I'm dealing all this kind of student. So now after during pandemic and after pandemic, during pandemic, everyone is switch over to the online education, and electronic gadgets is a vital role. So they are forced to deal with the electronic gadgets, and they are forced to attend the classes through online. There are a lot of distraction is happening. So a lot of behavioral pattern is changing. So now, thanks to the Almighty, now in India, so normalcy is coming in, and slowly we are reopen the schools as well as the colleges. So now the students are coming in, and we are facing a lot of changes in the behavioral aspect. So in terms of the physical condition, most of the students, they're obese. And in the behavioral pattern, the students, more changes we are seeing in the behavioral pattern also. So most of the students, they are addicted with the electronic gadgets or online games, and even the student cannot able to sit at a place for more than half an hour. So such kind of situation what we are facing, but we don't know. So we lost 2 very fruitful years. So because the student are not attended the schools, 2 years they stayed home, they attend the online classes. So any other industry, it's not an issue. So if any manufacturing facility, if they stopped production for 2 years, and nothing will happen, only production will stop. But as it is not happen in the education, if 2 years stopped, to regain that 2 years, it's very difficult for the teachers as well as the parent. So now a lot of parents, now they are coming in and they are complaining, sir, we cannot deal my son or daughter. Kindly, you have to take care as a teacher, you have to take care. He is not listening to our words, he is not obeying. So now a reason past for the past 15 days or 20 days, so a lot of parents, they are coming in and they are complaining. So here the thing is, so now we have to, our role as educator, our role is a very crucial role at this junction. So we have to make the student, we have to approach them in a different way. So even though their behavioral pattern has changed, because we are the one for the positively, we have to approach those students, and we have to make. So these are the way what happens in the child safety. So related, I hope the different other speaker, they will touch upon the policies and regulations of child safety. So because I am the educator, so I know the real-time experience of what type of changes happening in the child as well as the youth. So both way. So now once if we cannot able to protect or cannot able to do some kind of thing for the development, it's a very, very, it will create to the disaster. Already I informed in the initial talk. So whether we can change over to demographic dividend or whether we can change over to demographic disaster, so that it's a hand of the educators and in the hands of this kind of Youth United Council Forum. So we have to take a lot of good measurable steps. So how to make the child development in a positive way. So now in India, as far as India is concerned, we are having a lot of child development policies. Now RTE plays a very vital role, a right to education. So it's a compulsory for first 1 to 10, 15 years, up to 15 years, it's a compulsory education. it's a very good move. A lot of fruitful changes is happening. So because initial education is one of the weapon, we can change the entire thing. If we provide a good, right education, we can do wonders. So otherwise, it's very difficult for make it. So I'm also eagerly awaiting to listen all others, the speaker. So those are having a different approach and the different way of information. So making of how we can able to make child safe. So not only making child safe is not our goal. So we have to make the prospective and productive child. That is our objective. And the development of child is a major objective of that. So all we work together for making a child development in all aspects, and the positive will create a good value system. So that will keep us moving very fast. So as a country like India, so it's very difficult, it's a challenging task, but each one of the educated, as a parent, as an educator, so we have to play a vital role for making this kind of drastic changes. So on this occasion, I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to Youth United Council of India, so organizing such kind of a topic at the right hour. So because after pandemic, a lot of behavioral changes and a lot of changes is happening. So this kind of deliberate talk definitely helpful for all other people. So how we can able to revive and how we can able to do some kind of development. So thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sundar. Thank you for expanding our knowledge about organizational child protection and enabling us to think and retrospect about the effective measures towards child protection and safety. Love the way you highlighted that education is the key for safety, be it digital or in real world too. And also, you spoke about the government schemes and policies that are available for child safety that the parents and professionals are not aware of. But I think it needed to be reached to the audience, to a larger section of audience out there. Once again, thank you for enriching our event with your presence, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Sundar. Thank you. Moving on to our next speaker. She's pretty versatile. She is an author, an engineer, a humanitarian worker, and an empowerment coach. She is an Indonesian professional with over 20 years of experience in project management and implementation, networking, copywriting, and social media account management. She has also served as a speaker and as a moderator in various events and competitions. Let me introduce you all to Ms. Alaika Abdullah. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, Priyanka.
Hello,
Hi. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so I should start now. Or yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Priyanka, and hello everyone. Good afternoon from Indonesia. And for you who are watching on the Facebook right now, I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are watching right now, because we know that we are in the connected world, so everyone can be in the different time zone. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching this live now. So if you are watching right now, just hashtag live, or when you are coming towards us later on, just hashtag replay and mention who and where are you from, okay? So thank you again for Ms. Priyanka for this opportunity. And firstly, I would like to express my high appreciation for this, for the youth, for this organizing for this event. So thank you so much for the YUCI for organizing this amazing importance event for the about the children's safety. And secondly, I would like to express, I am extremely honored to have this opportunity to sit with you all here to deliver one of the important messages related to the children's safety in this occasion. And as in this occasion, I'd like to pick the topic about the digital safety for the children, because we know that right now our life is not only on the offline, but we also go online. Everybody go online. That is also what happened in Indonesia. Especially since the pandemic, everyone has to stay at home and then has to go online. We can see that children learning from home, worker working from home, meeting online, shopping online, everything has to go online. It is almost about 3 years we are very active in the internet, in the virtual world, and also with the children. This is also very important. And in Indonesia, we have a very special attention on this issue about the increasing the digital literacy for the Indonesian people, because as a big country with a huge population, our government see that it is very important to equip its people with the knowledge, the digital skill, the digital safety knowledge, the digital culture, as well as the digital ethics. So in this occasion, I'd like to talk about the importance of digital safety knowledge for children, because it will help them, equip them to grow safely and smarter in this connected world. Well, please allow me to share the screen. So let me share the screen. Okay, I think it's on the screen now. Yeah, so the topic today is the importance of digital safety knowledge for the children to grow up safe and smart in the connected world. This is very important because we know that children are the generation, the next generation for our planet. So let me start. So Miss Priyanka has already introduced me, so I just skip this. But for you, the audience on Facebook, anytime you want to connect with me, you just go to Google and type the keyword Alaika Abdullah, and then Google will refer you with the link that connected to my social media account, so we can communicate there. Okay, so yeah, let's start. In this, how many minutes I have, Miss Priyanka? 25. Just let's consider that I have 25 minutes.
15 minutes. 15 minutes each speech.
Oh, 15 minutes. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go quick. So that is the outline. So I'll talk about the internet is a wonderful place for everyone, the importance of digital safety education for children to lead them living safe and smart in the digital age. And then about the Indonesian government program in increasing the level of digital literacy for its people, and tips for basic knowledge to guide your children playing safe in the digital world. I think this number 4, the point number 4, is just a reminder for all of us. Okay, so this is the reality we face right now, that everybody almost around the world is going online. We have both activity right now, the offline and also the online activities. And also there is a lot of saying that the internet is a wonderful place for everyone. And yes, of course, but we also have to be aware that beside the amazing things happen on the internet, there is also a cyber crimes there. So this is also the things that we have to be aware and pay attention, especially for the elderly people who connected to the internet, and also for the children who are not really aware about the dangers they can face in the internet. So as we see nowadays, the youth, the teenagers, the children are always connected to the internet. They search, they playing game, they communicate with their teacher, classmates, playing interactive games and other activities are on the internet, and they really enjoy that. But we also have to be aware that there is a lot of inappropriate contents there, and the cyberbullying, online predators, phishing, scammers, scamming, and a lot more of the cyber criminals there. So online also comes with risk, right? So yeah. The point number 2 is the importance of digital safety knowledge for the children to lead them living safe and smart in the digital age. But this is, of course, has to start with the parents or carers or teachers. Even though we also aware that sometimes right now the children's can be smarter than their parents, especially in the village, in the rural area. So the children can know more about internet activities rather than compared to their parents. But that is why the knowledge, the basic knowledge on how to play safety, the digital safety knowledge, not only for the children, but the parent, carers, and teachers is the first one that has to have this knowledge. And as we know that internet can be an amazing space to learn, shop, games, and connect with other kids, but the predators, the identity thieves, and other cyber criminals who may try to harm the children. And this is why parents, carers, or guardians, and teachers, and also the government, the communities, and everyone has the responsibility to ensure that our children has this knowledge. And why? Because the young children are very vulnerable to becoming victims of cybersecurity attacks, as they are so curious, enthusiastic about exploring the online world, but they may not aware of all the risks associated with the usage of internet communication. This is why. That is why the parents, the caregiver, the carers, the guardians, the teachers have to have the awareness of the dangers of these online activities. And also they have to educate themselves first on this matter so that they can communicate and educate the children on the potential risks that are faced when they are using the internet, when they are using the communication tool or interacting with other people on the internet, when they are using the chat room or playing on the social media or playing the online game using email and instant messaging. So they have to have this knowledge as the parents, the carers, the guardians, or the teachers. And how, where, and who this responsibility should take by whom. So let's see that this is also what happened in Indonesia. Indonesia pay a very serious attention on educating its people to increase the digital literacy, because right now almost all people in Indonesia has already go online, has become the digital human. So the government, communities, also the volunteers takes turns or play a very important roles in educating and increasing the digital literacy for the people. And also what kind of program has been conducted in Indonesia, in my country. Actually, we already have a lot of programs. The biggest one that I noticed, which is I also been invited to be one of the national speaker for this long programs, is the digital literacy programs, which has the four pillar, which is the digital safety, digital skill, digital culture, and digital ethics. These four pillars is really, really important uh, in providing the knowledge for our children to make them being a very talented skill, have a very good skill on digital skill, and also have a good ethic in interacting in the internet. And how this event or program conducted, we conducted online, and for 2021 last year, all the events are conducted online because the restriction because of the COVID-19. So all the programs are conducting online through seminar and then videos, campaign on social media, also self e-learning. But in 2022, the government plan to also conduct the event on site through seminar, campaign, banners, and flyers as well. And this is a bit about my country, Indonesia. As you see, we have a very big country with a big population. We have more than 17,000 islands and huge land and ocean as well. We have 741 ethnic language with one national language. We have 1,300 plus ethnicity. So we are very multicultural. That is why the culture and ethic pillar on the digital culture, digital ethic pillar is very important as well to educate the children. And we already start that. And this is the things that I'm talking about. The Indonesian government program in increasing the level of digital literacy of its people. So actually, this is not only the government task. This is the responsible for all of the people, the parents, teachers, the community, even the youth. They have the responsible to educate their sisters or younger brothers as well on how to play safe in the internet. We know that besides its amazing things we can have on the internet, like we can learn, we can search for the education resource, the knowledge resource, or we can earn money there on the internet. We can sell something, we can create things. There is a lot of things we can do on the internet. There is a lot of positive things, but we also aware that there is a negative things waiting for us, for us to be the victim of these cyber crimes. That is why, again and again, our government, Indonesia, is really pay attention on this program to increase the level of digital literacy of our people. And let me check what we have. And now we are here on the tips for basic knowledge to guide your children playing safe in the digital world. I always love this topic because, children are always enjoy everything, even playing on the internet, connecting with their friends or the new friend they met on the internet is so easy for them to have their trust. And sometimes they don't aware that it could be somebody else who are acting behind the account they interact at. So that is why the parents or carers or guardians or teachers have to inform them and also to assist them again and again to remind them about these dangers. And also the basic things that we already have to mention to the children, repeat it and again is to remind the children to follow the family rules. I believe that all the family have the rules for their children on how many hours or how many times they may use the internet, how with whom or what website they can visit and what games they can play. So there is a rule that family already have agreed with their children, and also the children has to follow those set by the internet service provider as well. And also this is very important, and I believe that all of us have aware about this, about never post or trade personal pictures. This is very important. I believe that all of you already know that about this and aware that this is very important. This is just a soft reminder for me, myself, and also for everyone here that this is very important to remind our children again that never post or trade personal pictures, and also never reveal personal information such as address, phone number, or school name or location. As we are aware, on the social media platform, children, teenagers, youth, they are so proud to use the tag of location where they are, or they are so proud to show their friend that they are shopping here and there, buying things, to show their house, to show that they are coming from the rich family, for example. And then they are so proud to share that. They don't aware that behind that there is a lot of scammer or a lot of cyber criminals that are waiting for phishing the password or the personal information from them. So this is very important to remind our children again to never reveal personal information about such as address, phone number, even on Facebook, never put the real name of their moms or fathers or sister. It is and also I encourage my children to not use their real name on the social media, just use the screen name, because this is very unsafe as well. And use only screen name and don't share password, because this is very dangerous, and only share that with parents, and never agree to get together in person with anyone met online without parent approval and or supervision. We notice a lot of victims that they met the predators after the conversation on Facebook, Instagram, when they know somebody, and then this scammer try to do the trust building, and then when they get this trust, and then they try to reach the children or try to meet together, to get together, or to meet somewhere in the restaurant or somewhere else, and then they kidnap the children. And yeah, this is very dangerous. And another tip is never respond to a threatening email, message, post, or text. And also always remind our children to not click the link that clicking the link so easy without confirmation to the sender is very dangerous. It could be a phishing action, and then the children doesn't know about that maybe, and they already give the password to the scammer, and it will make the account take over or the another cyber crimes. So this is very, very, very important to remind our children to not click the link, whether it's sent through our WhatsApp messenger or another messenger or through email. So because this is danger, and always tell parents, and always tells parents or other trusted adult about any communication or conversation that was scary or hurtful. So encourage them to report to or to talk to us as their children, so we can know what happened and we can try to deal with that or take and seek for the solution. And that is what should we tell to our children. And this is the basic guideline for parents. First is spend time online together to teach your kids appropriate online behavior. I think we already know about that. And this is just a kind reminder again and again. And keep the computer in common area where you can watch and monitor its use, not in individual bedroom, and monitor any time spent on smartphones or tablets. So use a good kind of communication in talking about this to your children, and bookmark kids' favorite sites for easy and safe access. This is also very important to bookmark the website URL, because it will help us to avoid clicking the wrong link that will lead them to visit the phishing link. So it's very important and very helpful to do the bookmarks, the favorite sites of the kids, and check your credit cards and phone bills for unfamiliar account charts, and find out if any online protection is offered by your child's school, after school center, friend's home, or any place where kids could use a computer without your supervision. And take your child seriously if he or she reports an uncomfortable online exchange. This is very important. So I think that is all from me. This is in my language, so it is so interesting. It is so amazing to have an activity in online world as well as on the offline world. What we speak on the virtual world is representing what we are on the offline world. So pay attention on that and play safe and smart on the virtual world, because it can give us the very good benefit, but also can kill us. So we have to very careful in and very wise in the use of the internet. And I think Miss Priyanka, that is all from me right now. I don't know how many minutes I have spent for this sharing. So all that I have delivered is just a kind reminder for all of us to encourage and also facilitate our children to play safe, to use the internet safely and smart, and to let them grow up in the connected world safely and smarter and wiser as well. So that is all for now. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope it can be useful for all of us. And thank you again for the opportunity. Let me stop sharing the screen, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. That was very insightful. And I think I really should say that it was very insightful on digital safety, how important it is for children to play very safe. And then I think you also included a lot of awareness on parenting as well. So that was very insightful. And I think every parent, every new teenage parent must know all of this, for a better upcoming and for a better place for children to be in internet as well. And thank you so much, ma'am. I should say it was very insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now on next, I would like to welcome Ma'am Helena George, and who is certified holistic practitioner and doTERRA wellness advocate, transformational speaker on domestic violence and sexual abuse, and something was very interesting, My Body is My Body presenter, and Women's Circle facilitator and writer for several magazines. Also, she has interest on AHA intelligence, kids coming events in Lama Sol, My Body webinars for children's body safety, inspirational reading, social dancing, women, holistic health and therapies, yoga, meditation, women's circle and hiking, and what more, ma'am. Really interested to talk to Ma'am Helena. Ma'am, please, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be with you all here today. It brings me a great feeling of joy to share with you all. It's a very important subject at this time in the world, children's safety, and working with the My Body program for children's safety is an added bonus. And this is about educating children worldwide. It's already been distributed to over 36 countries, to over 500,000 children in various languages, I think almost over 20 languages now. And this program's available with 6 videos in a cartoon form, educating children through song and singing and dance. And now my colleague Helen Agiru has introduced drumming and music therapy with it as well. And these are available online on YouTube to see. And the program has been very, very successful. It's been introduced not only to carers and social workers, but also being implemented in school and educational systems too. The songs are about educating the children to learn to say no when they're feeling afraid or uncomfortable in certain situations, learning that love is gentle, and another 4 others. And my colleague hopefully will be able to share something if we have time. And from myself as a transformational speaker on sexual abuse and domestic violence, I personally am a survivor and can totally understand the trauma, the terror that children experience, and the long journey to recovery, especially myself as it only occurred in my middle age. So for me, it's very close to my heart, children. I'm a childminder as well. So bringing joy and seeing the happiness in children to me is extremely important, as I personally lost my childhood. I believe that change is possible with the right guidance and support. It can be done. The statistics at the moment due to COVID have actually tripled with regards to sexual and physical domestic violence, unfortunately, due to the stay-at-home measures that were implemented, the families being forced to be together at home with all the other emotional, psychological, financial issues. 1 billion children are reported every year with some form of physical, sexual, psychological violence. That is about 1 in 2 children. So the figures are really high, and this creates a negative impact on witnessing also parents and caretakers for children to witness things like that. So violence against children not only undermines investments in health and education, but it also erodes the productivity of future generations. For children are our future adults. And if we can give them a stable, healthy, happy start in their life, a happy childhood, that can create happy, stable adults and happy, stable relationships, and create a happier world where communication is much easier and healthy relationships evolve. 3 in 4 children between the ages of 2 and 4 years old suffer continuous physical violence, from head injuries to burns, and these are just recorded figures. 120 million girls and young women under the age of 20 have experienced some form of forced physical violence. And the figures of over 40,000 deaths, and these are just the reported deaths we're talking about, is between young children. And apparently about 28,000 are boys and 12,000 are girls. So the figures are really crying out to us. The children are crying out to us. But unfortunately, with the restrictions that were over the COVID period, the past 2 years, many of their voices were silenced. The caretakers and social workers were unable to reach out to them because of only the online world. It wasn't so simple with a house full of people to get online and speak if you needed help. So my mission here is to support children, those who have been abused in any way, to come out to speak, to no more be silent, to let their voices be heard. For I know the pain and trauma, the terror, the tears of silence. And it's not a nice place to be. But that can be transformed with the right help, the right support and guidance into a triumph. And that's what I'm here for. As an example, to inspire others to come out of the closet, to know it's okay to speak about these things, to be able to find somebody and keep speaking up, not keeping quiet and saying, oh, I tried once, that's not worth it. But we need to offer the support for the children, whether it's anybody they can trust, the teacher, the parent, the grandparent, anybody around them, even a friend, anybody they feel they can trust, to speak out and share their stories, no matter what it is. Any form of feeling uncomfortable for a child is room for them to speak up, to be able to say no, to love their bodies and respect their bodies. And even if it is a parent that is harming them, to know that that's not love, that's not right, that's not what they deserve. So the World Health Organization has now invited countries with a new resolution to scale up and implemented 2 new WHO, the World Health Organizational technical packages. And the first is the INSPIRE, which is about an anti-violence program for children. And it's about 7 strategies encouraging and helping them to overcome these issues: mental, physical, emotional, psychological issues, offering them support as well. And the second is the Respect Woman, which is also a program implemented against violence, developed to help the countries with their sustainable development goals. For violence against children, the SDG 16.2, and the violence against women, the SDG 5.2. So it's about practical support, about also addressing digital exclusion. Obviously, over the COVID period, a lot of exposure online, sexting, pornographics, speaking to unknown people. It's all cause and ways of hooking children, unfortunately. And also talking about the comprehensive need for long-term funds to support the social workers and caregivers and communities that can support children in any way. So thank you for this opportunity. And I hand over to my colleague, Helen Agiru, and she will continue from here onwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helena. It's been an honor to watch you stand for this cause over the years. It's been a very important need for us to have more and more ambassadors speaking out for the voiceless. And I see that very much as your mission and your role. And of course, we see also many different survivors of child abuse and sexual violence coming out through a healing process and then being able to present a real felt experience of the kind of trauma that happens when this kind of violation happens. And this is why we also feel very inspired to be working with the founder of this project. The My Body project is actually developed by a survivor of sexual abuse herself, Chrissy Sykes. And she was so successful at making this her mission. She inspired over 200 countries to get involved in the work. And now there are over 200 ambassadors presenting the My Body project. So what is it exactly? It's a training workshop seminar of about 5 to 6 songs that have been translated into the mother tongue language of each country that chooses to implement it. If you are interested in India, I've put down the ambassador there that you can contact, who is already representing the project in India. And it would be an absolute joy to see more of you connecting up with her and the work she's doing. And maybe there's even more than this Dr. Shunila Joy Chauhan, who is in Mumbai, and she is principal of an international school, but seems to be also ambassadoring the My Body project in India. And there might be more than her doing it. So if you're interested in learning about this format, it's a very professional and specific way of actually exposing children to melody, song, interactive learning, so that they can embody, really absorb the teaching into their own lives and then potentially practice it. What's so important about this program and just the whole concept that we're talking about today, though, more than why we talk about it and what we might do about it, is the reality that we do need to create systems, channels, and opportunities for children to speak about what happens to them. And so the My Body project has managed to do that very successfully. So even if you don't take this particular route, or there are other projects that you're running in India and around the world as we speak to many people globally, it's very important to really just set the stage where there can be a kind of protected space, a respect for confidentiality, and a potential opportunity to talk about secrets, about private things that happen behind closed doors, about giving children the opportunity to begin to share some of the things that might frighten them or scare them very deeply. And sometimes it's not even clear if they feel scared by what's happened, but they certainly might feel unsafe in some way. And then opening an opportunity for them to begin to talk about these things is really going to help them to see how they feel and then help get them the kind of help they need. So I just wanted to give you one last quick clue about the actual ambassadorship for the My Body project. We actually have a foundation that supports humanitarian work around the world, and it's called the Global Goodwill Ambassadors Foundation. And it's a very good resource and network to see the many global issues that have been put on the agenda, and really body safety for children and children's needs is one of them. And we're very happy about that. And I would encourage you all to visit the website if you are doing humanitarian work yourself and you would like support, or a community or like-minded people that can support what you do, and also to really see what support there is out there from amazing heart-based leaders that can really provide the kind of structure and support for you in general, but also the programs that are really actively running globally right now to take care of those who don't have their human rights respected. I want to thank Vimal for inviting us to this beautiful event. I want to thank all of you at the Youth Council for the work that you're doing. You're truly inspirational. And to all the rest of the speakers and the previous speaker, thank you for your contributions. I'm sure we're going to raise a lot of awareness today together. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am Helena and ma'am Helen. And it was very insightful. And I think to do something for the voiceless is very precious. And to all the therapists, to all the mental health practitioners watching this, I think you really imported the importance of confidentiality and how trauma and how people who've gone through abuse and initially I wondered what My Body is My Presenter was when I read it. And I think now I've just had a very clear point on what it is, and it is very interesting. And I think that's something all of us should practice. And thank you, both of you. Thank you very much. And this was something we all should know today. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So now I think it's my pleasure to welcome Mrs. Charul Chaturvedi Jaitli, who is a co-founder and managing partner of Matiti Group. And she's also the winner of Mrs. UAE International. So Ma'am Charul is a serial entrepreneur, endorses fearless and purposeful leadership, and is an unwavering optimist. So she, born in a small town in India, has now traveled to over 40 countries in the UK, is half Canadian, and has been a proud resident of UAE for over 17 years. Her recent victory winning the Mrs. UAE International pageant is just another example of her license and tenacity. Against all odds, she brought the crown home. On the other side of the table, she is a proud founder and managing partner of the business Marketing Group. Charul is also a passionate content creator and is an international public and motivational speaker. Without any wait, I would like to welcome Ma'am Charul, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, all the speakers. Thanks, the Youth Council. Thanks, Vimal. It's a pleasure to be here. And to be honest, it's a subject which a lot of people like myself and everybody in this panel today have wanted to have, a way of voicing our opinion and experiences too. Because when it comes to child safety, and I have been following some of these speakers since morning, and I'm sure those who will follow now in the afternoon. I think we all resonate and we all agree that children or youth of any country, of any nation, or of this whole planet Earth are or is the most valuable resource, and that is our best hope for the future. There is no other way that we can expect, to have the world that we have all dreamt of if we do not invest and if we do not create that awareness amongst the youth, amongst the children. And one of the critical factors when we talk about all of this in terms of our youth and the future of our nations and our beautiful planet is the safety, right? Because there could be some very strong ways of a certain culture, a community to move forward. But if we do not ensure the safety of the young ones who are being shaped for what comes next, I think there are big question marks around. And if we follow the news and something that I've been kind of noticing, there is awareness. I think it's not completely correct to say that the governments or the big corporates which run the social media handles around the world have not become aware or have not started to make some changes in the way they operate. However, so much more needs to be done. This cannot be something that goes on the back burner anymore. I don't know if you have seen or heard, there is this beautiful young 6-year-old Russian girl, a child, and I've just found out that she has 500,000 followers on Instagram. Incredible, I have to say, and I'm sure the parents and the community there are putting in measures and blocks in terms of how much access does she have to the social media and the account and so on and so forth. But there is that underlying challenge in terms of the comments that she's receiving, the presence of her as a 6-year-old vulnerable and innocent child on a camera, on a screen with millions of people following her and wanting to interact with her and leaving comments and things like that. So this is one example, and then on the contrast, there's another example where this was not too long back. I think it was a couple of weeks back. Matt Hancock, who's the culture secretary in the UK, he spoke about internet cannot be the wild west anymore, and if they want to invest in the future of the upcoming youth, the children, if not the adults, that things need to be put in perspective, and policies need to be let's say implemented, and if they're existing, they need to be revamped. And I think here there is a very important point that I wish to raise, which is there are many countries around the world, and I don't speak only on behalf of one culture, one nationality, but we are a global platform today with speakers from all around the world. I think there comes a time when what we do and how we do needs to be reviewed and revamped, because relevance is the underlying factor. We can have many policies around a certain subject, but if these policies were made, when I was a 2-year-old girl, it does not apply to the kids who are 2-year-old or 20-year-old now. So I think just going beyond the lip service of saying, oh, as a nation or as a community or as a party, we have certain, boundaries defined in terms of, national policies, if not global policies on this agenda. There is a very, glaring need for nations individually and for global community as a whole to come together and look at how relevant are these policies and if these policies and these programs are sustainable. Because if we want to make a change, we make a change today, and then tomorrow, it becomes redundant with one little external environment change, then, it was not a sustained policy, or it was not a sustained change. So I think having those two key elements into everything we do as it pertains to child safety is going to be instrumental in how, the world moves forward. They say, we are in the age of metaverse, right? For those of you like myself, till a year or two back, I did not know what was metaverse. It's really, it's a 3D virtual world or a 4D virtual world where, you're focused on social connection, but it's like a virtual reality of connecting socially, right? And protecting children in this metaverse, it's phenomenal the amount of work that needs to be done. It's phenomenal the impact it is having on the youth of today and of the future. And to be honest, it's easy to just, look at the tech companies and say, oh, they should stop growing, or they should stop coming up with new technology and new gadgets. I think that would be a bit harsh, because we live in a day and age where, technology is the way to go. Data is the way to go. That's the new money, right? And on the other side, me being an Asian child, one easy way in an Indian, let's say, household is to block access of kids to certain, programs. I know of friends, and this is not to, put the spotlight on a certain community or nationality, but I speak because that's my experience. And I'm sure the speakers will share theirs from the different backgrounds. But I know of families, young adults like myself who have kids, and they choose not to even have television. They don't give their kids internet access. I think controlling like that is perhaps not the right approach, because it's human psychology. The more you stop, the more the child wants to do it, right? It's about creating awareness around it. And if we start to create awareness amongst the youth on the importance, which is contextually for their own safety, I'm sure we will be in for a beautiful, beautiful surprise, right? I mean, we were looking at this report which came in from Bhopal, and this was a report which was published in Times of India in February. So, a fresh report, which was just a month back. And, this was, I think, from a research institute in Murdoch, where it says, the amount of suicides amongst the youth, this is children below the age of 18 years, has gone up phenomenally. And they spoke about 77% increase in mental health and suicide rates. This is one state, one very big state, I think the biggest in India, but that just gives us an idea. And if we use this as a sample for whatever reason, I think it's alarming. And we in India, we know that mental health issues or challenges and things like those are not a dinner table family conversation in a culture like an Indian community. Well, should it change that way? Should it be something that needs to be embedded in the culture of a family or of a country? Well, we're talking about hundreds of years of change, right? But if we have to nip it in the bud now, and if we have to address it as it happens now, I think, as much as it's a child's future, it's also the responsibility of the parents, right? Many different ways really of looking at it. And if we slice and dice it, I think each factor, external and internal to a children, plays a very important role in their safety, in their growth, and in their future. I, as a person, I, as a business owner, I, as a mentor, I, as a public speaker, I purposely pick on a lot of areas that kind of stitch the story around mental health as well. So let's explore this, right? When you talk about safety, right? For me, it is 3 levels, and of course, we can peel it up into many more layers. But looking at it very high level, right? It's 3. It's physical safety, right? It's mental health and mental safety. And the 3rd level, we can choose to call it whatever we want. Is it your inner self, your integrity, your sanity? And those are very personal. Those are very internal issues or challenges to a specific individual. What defines integrity for me could be very different to what defines integrity for my husband or my partner or at business or my friends, right? So I think there are many different ways in which this safety and security of a child, of the youth of today, needs to be looked and tackled. And one simple thing is, starting to create awareness, not just amongst, like I said, the children, but also all the elements around them that impact their safety. So is it universities? Is it the schools? Is it the immediate circle that they interact with on an ongoing basis, which is their friends, their teachers, their parents, and so on and so forth. The social media giants, right? They have a very important role to play. So really, it's about looking at things holistically. So going back to the 3 layers that I spoke about, the physical level of safety, the mental level of safety, and of course, the internal, integral, the core element of a child, of a youth, of you, me, everyone needs to be sanitized and kept intact. Because the reason I talk about all this is because safety is not a gadget, right? It's not a tangible thing. You don't go to a store and you say, I pay these many $1 million. Can you just ensure my safety? Well, some insurance company would like to say, pay me this much and I'll ensure your safety. But really, it is here. It is a state of mind. If somebody breaches someone's proximity physically, is also driven by the state of mind. So I offer some ways in which the physical elements of child safety, the mental elements, and also the integrity and the sanity of a child, how can it be sanitized and maintained? Well, physically, I think what is very, very important is creating those programs in the schools, universities, or whatever is their immediate circle of reference. Nowadays, a lot of kids, a lot of youth are online. The world is opening up, but I think we have a long way to go. And I think in those cases, starting to create awareness about mental health as a subject, having resilience, building internal resilience of an individual as a child in a college, university, I think is going to take them a long way. Mentorship programs, right? Because there are many times when you need not a subjective, but an objective opinion on things. You as a child might think, my parents have an opinion about me, or my teachers have an opinion about me, and you want to hear it and share it with somebody who does not know so much about you, or who can look at things from a different perspective, right? So mentorship programs. What I think is also very important, and I love my parents and the teachers, and I think they brought me up beautifully. But one thing that I've realized over the years is what I was not taught so much was about how to deal with failures. When we used to go for ceremonies at school, and I'd like to pat on my back. I was one of the top rankers in school and college. So every time I would go for the ceremony, my parents would say, when you come back with that award or the shield, we'll be waiting for you. We'll have a cake and we'll do the party. But not once was I told that if you do not get that shield or the trophy, and when you come back home, don't worry, this is how we celebrate not your failing, but your chance to grow more, or your opportunity to do things better the next time. So I think there needs to be a shift in how we educate our youth and children, from homes to schools to any other context, in helping them understand how to deal with failure, and for them to really understand that failing is a part of learning. When you fail, that doesn't mean that's the end of the road. If you look at the number of suicide rates, I touched upon it very briefly. It's saddening and it's alarming, and at the same time, it's a sign that we as a community need to come together and do things differently. Also, I think as individuals, right, whatever role you play in the society or in the corporate or your business world, I think it's important to look out for the signs. There are very glaring early signs of a child going through a certain issue. If their safety has been breached in many more ways than one can imagine. So addressing it at the time and nipping it in the bud can prove extremely beneficial and phenomenal in terms of their chances to get out of it sooner. So as an organization, we practice and we implement many such measures. We have interns who are very young adults coming from universities, who are the future of the world. And we have policies and protocols and checks and balances in place which help them leverage all of these things that I've spoken about, which is having objective listening, having mentorship program, learning how to deal with failures, having an objective listener to raising challenges that you face on a day-to-day issues. And the list goes on. At the emotional level, right, I think it's critical that there needs to be a way of expression for the child. Be it journaling exercises that are taught to them in school or in communities, be it expression in terms of an art, be it expression in terms of speaking, whatever it is, I think that needs to be brought out, that needs to be nurtured with a lot of care and love. And that will play a very integral part in helping them keep that emotional balance and understand that mental health for themselves, for a child, as they continue to grow and take up bigger challenges in life, is going to be extremely critical. And the one which is something that I learned very late in my life, but there's never a good time to start with the introspection and about touching on that inner elements of a child. And I think if they start doing things like breathing exercises in the morning, meditation. Now, there is of course a certain age when they can start and appreciate it. But in terms of getting them aware of these programs, giving them an option to explore this as a way of life at that very critical, very young age, I think can play a very, very important role as they grow up into adults. And in my closing remarks, I would just like to say, when I go around and talk at different events, when we talk about just the physical measures, so governments, they talk about investment in programs, corporates, they talk about rolling out a policy and how much it would cost them. And I always tell them, safety is not, it isn't expensive, it's really priceless. And there is no price tag that you can put to the safety of the youth, of the children, of the future of our countries, nations, and the world at large. And I think there was never a better time. There's never better awareness amongst us as leaders, amongst us as decision makers, as influencers, as policymakers around the world, to bring this from the back burner to the front and start to take bold steps in the right direction, so we can create or pave a way for our youth where they know that they have a beautiful, a sustainable, and a thriving society and a world for them to build their lives in. So on that note, I'll take a pause, and if there's anything that you wish to discuss or ask, I'm happy to answer. Hi, Indra. Anybody here? Yeah.
Anybody here to ask Ma'am Charles any questions? Okay, if not, thank you so much, ma'am. It was very nice talking about mental health. And I think when there are so many organizations, so many speakers coming up, talking about just physical measures, policies, and other educational systems, so it was very happy to see somebody who spoke about mental health as one of the safety measures. And I think it's not late any time to learn about something new. It might be meditation or your
Absolutely.
breathing exercise. It's not really late, and it really touched me when you said that. It actually, I felt very complete when you mentioned saying that it's very important to celebrate failure as much as you celebrate the winning. So I think that's something we all should. I think we should take that statement home. And and thank you so much for mentioning both the physical as well as mental elements of safety measures for children. And also one thing which made me think twice was what we do and how we do has to be rewind at some point. So I think if we apply to everything on a daily basis, I think that should really go well. And thank you so much for mentioning that we do not have that family conversation when it comes to mental health. In most of the Indian communities, I think slowly, steadily, we are improvising on it. But
Yes.
soon, someday, it's going to be great. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. And I'm excited, and I'm actually thrilled that, we have so many, thought leaders from around the world who are coming together on this platform talking about this issue. Like I said, this is priceless. And the more we talk about it, the more awareness we create, the better for our society. So thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you, ma'am. So on next, I would like to welcome Mr. Dunstan Pereira, who is the COO to the private office of H.H. Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasim. It's a well-versed and versatile personality who was in a corporate leadership role with multinationals for almost 30 years. With a vast experience in business excellence, has become an entrepreneur at the age of 46 and has been on a successful journey since then. He received the National Award for Business Excellence in 2018 and State Award in 2019. With his vast expertise in global relationships, he has taken up this challenging assignment with the private office to make it one of the most acclaimed and accepted business organizations in the world. He is also a good humanitarian in serving as ambassador to other 10 NGO organizations across the world. So without any wait, we're all excited to just hear what you're here to say, sir. And most welcome, and over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Indra and Vimal, and all members of the Youth United Council for inviting me today to this event, which is close to my heart. In spite of my tight schedule, I felt that there is a need to kind of come and speak a few words about child safety, mainly because I myself was a victim when I was a child to child abuse. Okay, basically because both my parents were working and I was at the mercy of the maid. So I had to go through some tough times at that time. So I felt that there is a need. And my good friend Charul has spoken well about various aspects. So to talk about child safety as well as child abuse, whenever we speak about child abuse, what comes to everybody's mind is sexual abuse. But there is much more than that. While that itself is a huge subject, abuse confines to various forms, like physical abuse, hitting a child, putting him in a water, pushing him. These are all kind of abuses which confines to physical abuse. Then we have something called emotional abuse, which is something which many parents I have seen doing it to their children. Like, for example, when a child comes with a scorecard, we immediately tell them, see, the neighbor whose child has scored much more than you, whereas you have not done. It's an emotional abuse. I think these are all some things which we are supposed to take care, because no law can prevent these things which is happening within the house. It is only by awareness building that these kind of abuses can be controlled in a society. Then we have the sexual abuse, which is a common thing which we have come across in various platforms. Then we have something called neglecting a child within a society, within the house, or within the friend circle. It's a kind of abuse to the child. So if you consider all these aspects, while certain kind of abuses can be controlled and prevented by law, many others can be controlled or curtailed only by bringing in awareness to the society, to the parents, to the peers, teachers, friends. So I think it's a social responsibility of each one of us to kind of get into the details and see how the abuses can be prevented. Now, currently being in UAE and also being part of the policy making team of the government, I'm extremely happy to say that UAE has got the most stringent and tough law in terms of child abuse. Though UAE is a very safe country, especially for children, it has a very strong law when it comes to child safety and child abuse. And that itself makes people scared to do things which is not supposed to be done. We believe a safe child which is protected by all. That is what our motto says. Ministry of Interior's Child Protection Center has been established in UAE to undertake the role of developing, implementing, and customizing the initiatives process aiming of providing safety, security, and protection for all children living at UAE and those coming as visitors, which is to be noted. Which means this law is not only for the children who is residing in UAE, but also for those who are visiting this country as tourists or visitors. The Ministry of Interior's Child Protection Center is the main federal entity responsible for overseeing and ensuring safety and security of children in the UAE, both online and offline. Within the Ministry of Interior's Child Protection Center, there are different functions, including investigations and a digital protection. Now, we work on different modes. The Ministry of Interiors works within the 4 Ps of the Child Protection Framework, which is prevent, pursue, protect, and prepare, and is in partnership with other entities in the country, including and not limited to law enforcement authorities, the telecommunication regulation authorities, in addition to the educational, social institutions who work together to serve the purpose of children's safety, because it's a teamwork. Just by Ministry of Interiors alone cannot do this. The Ministry of Interior, represented by the Child Protection Center and the Digital Quality of Life Council, in partnership with the International Technology Foundation, had launched a campaign in November 2021, which says, report it and don't share it. That is basically, if you come across any child abuse in a digital form, don't share it, but report it. This campaign has been doing extremely well, and we are bound to kind of improve it further as we grow. Create awareness among all spectrum of society on the importance of child prevention and protection from negligence, harm, and exploitation within the established religious and legal frameworks in order to preserve the rights and to bring him or her up as a normal child who lives physically and psychologically safe under the umbrella of a cohesive family. This shall take place through our effective participation in developing relevant national policies and through designing and executing initiatives and through designing and executing activities in collaboration with strategic partners and specialized entities. The UAE is keen to protect children against all forms of violence. It gives top priority to children's care and development. At the federal level, the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Community Development undertakes protection of children. Social Care and Minors Affairs Foundation is also involved in all these activities, and we have many laws that curtails abuse. And one of these law, we call it as the Wadimas law, which is the federal law number 3 of 2016 concerning child rights, also known as Wadimas law, stresses that all children must be provided with appropriate living standards, access to health services, education, equal opportunities in essential services and facilities without any kind of discrimination. In addition, smoking in public and private vehicles and indoor facilities where children are present is also prohibited under the law. Violators will be subject to penalties as set out by the country. The law allows child care specialists to remove children from their homes against parents' wishes and without judicial permission in case of imminent danger to the child. In less severe cases, specialists may intervene by visiting the child regularly, providing social services and mediating a solution between the family and the child. Those who put children in danger, abandon them, neglect them, leave them without supervision, do not enroll them in school or register them upon their birth will be subject to a prison sentence or a fine or both. The law applies to all children up to the age of 18. The most important thing to be noted, education for children is for the local people is free in public schools, colleges, and universities. Article 17 of the UAE's Constitution and Article 1 of the Federal Law concerning compulsory education provides that education is compulsory at primary stages and free of charge at all stages for citizens in the UAE. Aiming to bring the compulsory school leaving age more in line with many other advanced countries across the world, the UAE cabinet approved a new law in July 2012. This law makes it compulsory for Emirati children to start schooling at the age of 6 and remain in school until they have completed grade 12 or reach the age of 18, whichever occurs first. So as a country, we are taking all kinds of precautions by making the law strict, by bringing in awareness, involving all departments, schools, colleges, parents, various government authorities, and to make sure that children are treated with utmost importance and they are taken care in the most efficient manner, and ensure that, because at the end of the day, they are the future. And unless we guide them or we give them the kind of security that they need, they will not be able to develop into a good human being to take care of others. So I think I have touched primarily on the rules and regulations that this country is offering towards child security. And I would like to thank once again for giving me this opportunity, and wishing all of you a great event with the coming speakers that is going to join.
Thank you so much. We just understood how important it is for laws to be in every country, because I think you just really mentioned that we are the next generation. So in order for a better country to empower, if you do not protect the current upgrowing generation, it's impossible for any country to, grow in any sort of way. And thank you for explaining how emotional abuse is being rooted and how underrated it is in current generation, and also how it is very important for us to give awareness on different laws. Thank you, sir. And
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. And now on, I welcome Ms. Shweta Sivaram, who is currently a paralegal and brings strong skills in legal research, preparation of bundles, drafting notes, analyzing with crimes, preparing seminars in business development, and having graduated with a BBA honors in law, She has developed a particular interest in dispute resolution along with intellectual property law and company law. Prior to working with Ecowen International Limited, Ma'am has interacted in UAE and in India under well-reputed advocates and firms. As someone who thrives on challenging work and a constant drive to excel, she is well suited to be a project as well. Ma'am, it's an honor to welcome you and over to you.
Thank you so much for that very warm introduction, Indra. Hi, everyone. I am so grateful to have been invited to speak at this summit. Thank you to the Youth United Council of India for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Shweta Shivram, and yeah, Indra has already introduced me. So I am a paralegal at Sol International Limited, a boutique dispute resolution firm in the UAE. When I was invited to speak at this summit, the topic that I was going to be speaking on was a no-brainer. I knew that I would have to speak about children's safety in the digital age. I would like to quote Anthony Lake. He was the former UNICEF director. For better or for worse, digital technology is now an irreversible fact of our lives. In this digital world, we are faced with the dual challenge of how to mitigate the harms while at the same time maximize the benefits of the internet for every child. So I am a late 90s kid, probably, I hope I'm not the youngest on this panel, but nevertheless a 90s kid. And I was witness to the rise of the digital age and also how it so quickly became an all-consuming factor in our lives. But I would say that my childhood was much less complex. I would go out and play with friends who my parents knew. They could associate a face with a name. But in this day and age, friends are merely avatars or photoshopped images on a social media or gaming platform. It's no lie that technology has the capability to compromise children's safety, physical safety, affect self-esteem, and also family dynamics. Earlier, parents were aware of who their children were playing with, where they live, where they are currently playing, and warned them to stay away from strangers. Don't take food from anyone. If someone offers you chocolates, you move away. But now that has become so much more difficult, for a parent to be constantly aware of what their child is doing online. They could be playing anything with anyone, anywhere. For all they know, their child's new 15-year-old friend from Dubai could very well be a 50-year-old man, a 50-year-old pedophile living in the same city. The risks of the digital world, if you may say, they mirror those in the physical world. Bullies can now reach their victims in the digital space, just as they do in a school playground. Children can be exposed to hate speech and racism in the games they play, in the videos they watch, in the apps that they use to communicate with their friends. No doubt that children are smarter when it comes to using technology than their parents. I still need to teach my father how to upload a status on WhatsApp. So I don't dispute that, but I don't think the children of this age, this day and age, are emotionally or intellectually capable to handle the less positive aspects of this digital era. I don't blame them because with digitization, so many essential services have moved online. So they are left with no choice but to constantly engage with this digital environment as part of their daily lives. But parents do, in an effort to protect their kids from this danger, install parental control software on their computers, or the age old, keep the computer in a place where I can see you using it, or don't use it at all. But it's not possible to sustain these rules in this generation, because we have moved into what you can say Web 2.0, and these safety rules are becoming outdated. Parents they know less about technology as compared to their children, and the way their children use, they have no knowledge of it. And so these rules are no longer sufficient to adequately protect their children. Computers are not the only danger. You have smartphones, online games, subscription movie sites, virtual reality sites, social networking sites. The list is endless, and all of these are a potential source of danger. When it comes to people, you may think that strangers are the only ones who warrant concern, but no, friends, peers equally. You need to guard your children against all of this. In any case, it is absolutely clear that children need to be protected, and this will require vigilant efforts from the government, from the private sector, from companies, and the community in general. We need to identify and mitigate the risk that may cause harm to children, and all of us have a role to play in that. Today, it's not just pornography or bullying that children need to be protected from. There are much worse dangers that they encounter, and a lot of that goes unnoticed or unseen, in fact. Let's talk about social media platforms. They are purposely built to be compulsive, to force you to spend more and more time on that platform. The more time you spend on it, the more revenue that social media platform generates. It's as simple as that. But something so trivial, so tiny as the number of likes on an Instagram post can have and has had dramatic effects on a child's self-esteem. In fact, only very recently, Instagram has announced has introduced the option to hide that like count. And this feature, according to me, was introduced solely because of the anxiety that this like count caused amongst people. If you didn't have a certain number of likes on your post, you weren't considered cool enough or pretty enough or beautiful enough. A Harvard University research said that a person gets a hit of dopamine to their brain every time they receive a like. Now, I don't know if I felt that way, but they say that not getting a like can be equated to not being invited to a party. So we can see the effect, the impact that something so tiny as the number of likes on a post can have on an individual. And parents are getting increasingly worried because their children are using platforms, social media platforms that are not meant for them. Websites need to have more rigorous methods of blocking children from accessing these platforms. There is no other way. This increasing use of social media platforms has resulted in children being under the constant pressure of having to live the perfect lives that they see others have, or maybe others are pretending to have. But what we need to understand is these platforms were not built for children in mind. So the fact that something that they are engaged in constantly is affecting their self-esteem, is bringing down their morale, is bringing down their confidence, and they are subject to such harmful content on a day-to-day basis. It's alarming. It's alarming. Molly Russell was a girl in the UK, and she took her own life in 2017. Her father partly blamed Instagram for her death. And so what I'm sorry, it's just so it's really it's not funny, it's actually very sad. I'm on all social media platforms, and I see day in and day out people commenting really harsh stuff on posts that completely unwarranted comments. So I don't know why they do that, but they need to be educated. They need to be made aware that such bullying, such harassment is not okay. And with the COVID pandemic, this has accelerated the adoption of digital technologies, say for work, for online learning, socializing, games, and of course, keeping in touch with loved ones. In fact, this digital connectivity was deemed as the silent hero of the pandemic. We all needed one. But with this increase in screen time and the constant reliance on digital technologies has resulted in a massive increase in online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Both children and sexual offenders are confined at home, and they are spending increasing time online. So law enforcement authorities and reporting hotlines have seen a massive increase in the number of child sexual abuse material that is being shared online. In April 2020 alone, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children registered 4 million reports of suspected child abuse material online, compared to the 1 million that was shared in 2019. Now, when we look at the stakeholders who have a role to play in protecting children in this digital age, we have businesses, we have the government, we have schools, we have teachers, we have parents, and then we have the children themselves. Businesses that provide and promote digital technologies have the responsibility and a fundamental role to play in addressing online child sexual abuse. There is no single size fits all or single method through which they can help tackle this issue. Businesses of different sizes and resources have different roles and responsibilities in this, if you may say, global fight to end online child sexual abuse and exploitation. In fact, technology companies and internet service providers have a particularly important role because of the prime position that they are in which they can effect significant change. It's not possible to ban children from screens completely. That will be counterproductive because we need them. We need them to use technology. They have the right to participate, to engage. Parents need to understand what their children are doing online and embrace it. Have open discussions with what is acceptable, what isn't. When my parents used to send me out to play, they would tell me, you should act this way, don't cross this road and go, don't talk to these people, don't talk to strangers, be kind to some people. Children need to know that these rules apply to the digital world as well. According to studies conducted by the UNICEF, most adolescents, when facing an online threat, are more likely to share it with their friends and peers rather than their parents. I agree with that because if someone, when I was a child, when I was 10 or 12, if my parents told me not to do something, that is exactly what I would do. But if I heard it from a friend, who probably went through a bad experience and told me, okay, don't do this because I don't think it's safe, I'm going to tend to listen to that. So when we look at the role that stakeholders have to play in this, tech corporations need to redesign the digital environment that they're providing to children. And governments have the responsibility to regulate this digital environment that tech companies are providing. This is to promote internet safety. At the same time, parents, schools, and teachers have the responsibility to give children the skills, the knowledge, and the values that they need in order to use the digital technology provided to them wisely and responsibly. So in practice, parents and educators on one side, tech corporations and governments, they need each other's support. They have to go hand in hand. And it's the only way to be able to understand the risks and how to mitigate these risks. So when it comes to children and young people, they can support one another by sharing information about how to protect each other and speaking out against online violence. Parents, talk to your children about online safety. Make sure they understand the risks, all of the risks that they may face online and what they can do in the event they find themselves in trouble. Teachers will have to educate themselves first about the various social tools and online platforms that are used in their countries. This will help them get a better understanding of the risks that children may face and how best to mitigate these risks and empower the children to face what may come their way. Schools, on the other hand, schools can play a major role in this. Schools can incorporate information on digital safety into their curriculum and provide counselors, peer-to-peer support to children, probably children who have had negative experiences online. They can have a peer group where students share what they have felt. And To conclude, I would just like to say that as our society just moves into this completely digital world, it is important now more than ever to gain an understanding of the risks of this digital world and everything that comes with it. Only then can we implement policies and practices that will help protect and support the children. The risks are completely intertwined with the solutions, and what we have before us now may not eliminate the risks, but just like we have speed bumps or pedestrian crossings to assist us and make it a bit safe to cross the road or walk around the neighborhood. If we have better designs for digital technologies, standards and policies, all of this can help improve the safety of the online world. So we can have better education and resources to prepare children and parents to better assess the risks of the online world, and more watchful and robust institutions can address these issues and risks and prevent the harm when identified. So I'd just like to say that safety doesn't happen by accident, and we need to work actively across sectors, across research areas, across regions, and across countries to enhance child safety in the digital environment. Thank you. That was my time. Thank you so much to the Youth United Council of India and Indra and Vimal for this wonderful opportunity. I hope this was informative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shweta. I kind of totally agree with you with whatever you just said. In this era of digitalization, the web is something that we can scarcely avoid at this point of time. But preparing your kids to be safe and successful in online environments is what should be our main aim. And the best way for parents to begin it is by cultivating their own digital literacy. And digital literacy should get its required place in formal education in schools and colleges, and also must be taught in a broader aspect. And yes, problems exist, but we need to overcome them with technological, societal, and legislative solutions that are available. So thank you so much, Ms. Shweta. It was really great having you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So now moving on to our next speaker, Mr. T.K. Sundaramurthy, scientist and mission director, ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization. And he has served in ISRO Satellite Center for over 37 plus years in various capacities, positions, and responsibilities. He's also a freelance ambassador for the ISRO community for protection and outreach of space science and technology. And we are so fortunate that he is also our principal advisory for YUCI. So I welcome you all to Mr. T.K. Sundaramurthy. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon and good morning to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I had some appointments, that's why I could not join in the beginning. I'm sorry for that. I think I missed, most of you people's speech in the beginning. But just I heard what Shweta was telling. I think she has told the right thing, and then she emphasized the importance of digital world, and the parents should teach their kids, as well as it should be now a part of the curriculum, so that they are aware of the system, and mainly they should be taught about the good and bad aspects of that. Of course, any system you take, you can always find it is a combination of good and bad. So what we are supposed to do is try to maximize the good part of it, because that is how, otherwise science, science inventions so far, if you take it from the Stone Age till today, the advancements are taking place, but the usage of it to the humankind, that they are trying to maximize and then try to minimize the bad effects of it. Unfortunately, what has happened is, okay, 10 years back, this digital world was not that predominant or famous. So what happened was, okay, anyway, people were at the most using the desktops. Even the laptops were not, I think maybe laptops started, okay, maybe 2 decades old only, but it was not as common as now. Now in mobile you have every damn thing, whatever you talk of. Even now mobiles comes with so much of applications, and then which the technology, you don't need to have any high-end systems in like olden days. With a mobile, latest mobile, you can get everything under the world. You name anything, it is available. See, that is the biggest threat to the especially children who are not being taught the complete usage of it, and then how to use purposefully, and then the things which are to be prohibited or to be somehow, we are now currently what we are doing, we are blocking some of the applications, and then there are some safety lock procedures have been provided with all these things still. Yes, but it is the self control what the child needs to be taught. That means mainly what we have to take care of this children's safety is mainly, it begins with the parents, because the kid spends most of the time with their parents. So the main emphasis should be that the responsibility is lying with the parents. So next is the, okay, teachers, of course, and the curriculum, and the school or their educational institutions. They are the people who are mainly responsible for the children's knowledge growth and the discipline and the kind of what the child is going to be in the coming days. In fact, they are the people who are supposed to mold the child, which is nothing but a bunch of clay. So whether they are the people who are going to make them as a okay, very attractive, like attractive statues, or some kind of okay, some dirty things, that kind of a thing. So the teachers are the people who are going to either make it or mar it. So I really put the main responsibility on the teachers and the teaching media and the educational institutions in bringing up the child's future and its character building and its behavioral aspects in the society. So the main responsibility lies with the educational institutions and the society they live. So of course, when compared to olden days, I think the threat is existing. Even in the olden days also, okay, children have been not been treated properly, and they are not being taken care properly, but this is continuing. But as the time progresses, the parents as well as the society are also coming to know the importance of the growth of the child and their behavioral aspects. Okay, if you take 100 years back, I don't think that the child or the parents were giving the kind of care what the present kid is getting. That is, of course, even 50 years, even when I was a kid, in fact, my father or my mother never sat with me and then taught my the homework. But today, even for any small assignment, I think parents are sitting with the kid, and they are as if they are the students to be solving the problems and then try to help the kids to the maximum possible. So with this much kind of care and other things, of course, yes, at least nowadays the children's safety aspect is somewhat better. But one thing we should not forget, as the technology grows, the kind of advantages also grows, but at the same time we should not forget the other side of negative effects are also being there. So if it is not been checked, then there is a possibility easily the kid can get into that bad aspect of it. So our responsibility lies in taking care of that, especially for the past 2 years from 2019 end onwards, because of this coronavirus COVID pandemic. Everybody has to use the digital system for their all purposes. Okay, you take it anything, because we have been confined within the house, but we can't simply sit and then pass our time just like that. So for anything and everything, we were using that digital media. So there is a easy way of getting trapped into the bad aspect of the digital system. So unless otherwise we take a strong role in educating the kid in the digital world, that is, we should teach them and then demarcate the line which is good for them and which is not good for them. So at least if this much can be taught to the children, I think 90% of the child safety is taken care. I think without taking much time of the other experts available, because I'm not really an expert in this field, but because Vimal was asking me, I should address the gathering for some 5 minutes or so, so that I think I can share. These are all my views, but I'm happy to be a part of this, and I'm really very happy to see the work being carried out by this Youth Convention of India. I think they are doing really a wonderful job. And I was told that yesterday fully also they had a summit in South Africa. And today a lot of people are going to be participating in this. I think with this, at least there should be an awareness is being created. And one more positive aspect of this, the people who are all involved are youngsters, because youngsters are the people who are going to build the tomorrow's world. I think they are the pillars. So once they know the responsibilities, I think the society will definitely will flourish and improve. Okay, all the very best for all of you. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This really means a lot. Thank you so much for importing the importance of parenting and how much curriculum plays a major role, and how the environment also, plays a major role in a child or children's mental health. And when you mention both positive and negative aspects, it made us think twice. And also how all minute details you have mentioned about the cognitive development of a child, which also majorly includes in a child's safety measure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And next on, it's an honor to welcome Ma'am Shahil Khan, who has been with SOL from the start, and initially as an intern, then a paralegal, and now as a trainee who will qualify in December 2022. She assists with undertaking legal research, compiling first drafts of documents, attending client conferences, analyzing documentation, assistance in preparing court documents, bundles, exhibits, liaising with external parties, and business development. She undertakes fees in litigation in employment law, private client, and corporate law. Without any delay, I would like to welcome Sahil Khan. And over to you, ma'am.
Mute. Hi, Indra. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I hope you all are well. My name is Sahir Khan, and I am a trainee solicitor at Swan International. We are a dispute resolution law firm based in the UAE. Today, I'm going to speak to you about how COVID has impacted children's mental health during the pandemic and what we as adults can do about this. Among the many harmful and lasting impacts of the pandemic, its adverse effects on mental health of children and young people is likely to be one of the most significant. During the early days of the pandemic, we were more concerned about the well-being of older populations, not just because they were more vulnerable to the infection, but also because they were more likely to be affected by loneliness and isolation from the lockdown and social distancing policies. 2 years on, it is clear now that young people have faced the worst hit as far as mental health is concerned. In a number of surveys carried out, the younger groups have reported the worst mental health, in particularly mood and anxiety symptoms. More than 330 million youngsters were stuck at home for an extended period of time since the virus spread 2 years ago. And even now, a number of children are still studying from home. It has become difficult for parents to calm their children's anxieties because of the uncertainty and stress in their own lives. Parents are facing their own set of occupational or emotional challenges, which interferes with their usual ability to address their children's needs and worries. When will the school reopen? When can they go out and play? When can they visit their favorite places? Questions like these affect children and they worry them a lot. It is normal for children to experience negative emotions such as fear, disappointment, sadness, anxiety, anger, loss, but the prolonged and restrictive nature of the pandemic that has intensified the situation. Children have now increased screen time, strained family relations, and a sedentary lifestyle at home, which pose additional challenges. During the prolonged confinement at home, children's increased use of internet and social media predispose them to use the internet compulsively, as addressed by my colleague Shweta earlier, and access content not meant for them and also increase the risk of getting bullied or abused. Worst of all, during the lockdown, when schools and preventative services were fully not functioning, children were rarely in a position to report violence, abuse, and harm, even if they were in abusive homes themselves. There's also evidence to say that girls and boys have been impacted differently, not only in terms of access to online platforms and educational resources, but also in sharing the burden of household work. Girls have had a tougher time because of increased incidents of gender-based violence and burden of care that is placed on girls than compared to boys. Usually, a home represents a source of security and safety in most families. However, for the poor and underprivileged, it is the opposite. With the restriction of movement due to the lockdown, these children have increased risk of being exploited and become victims of violence and abuse. The underprivileged children face acute deprivation of nutrition and overall protection. The prolonged period of stress could have a long-term negative impact on their development. In India, with the world's largest child population, with 472 million children, the lockdown impacted 40 million children from poor families. This included children working on farms, fields in rural areas, children of migrants, and street children. An increasing number of poor and street children now have no source of income, making them high-risk population to face abuse and mental health issues with greater vulnerability and exposed to unfavorable economic, social, and environmental circumstances. During the time of lockdown, an increasing number of poor families had no source of daily wages, which led to frustration and feelings of helplessness. By the reason of displacement, the frustration and family conflict may manifest itself in the form of violence towards children. This can make the children more vulnerable to depression, anxiety, and suicide. School closure coupled with economic adversity forced the children and adolescents into child labor. The second thing is social distancing policies and the abrupt closure of educational institutions had major impact on the children and teens. When all schools were closed nearly 2 years ago, no government made adequate plans to manage the essential functions from learning to providing nutrition and from sports and play to interaction with peers, and these are all crucial for well-being. Even after acknowledging the results and negative effects, the solution was to shift to online learning. despite the fact that majority of India's children and teachers, in particularly those already disadvantaged due to poverty or poor quality of schooling, they had no access to internet or even devices to access online learning. The ability of children to interact with their peers also had been massively disrupted. The result of 2 years of loss in learning for an entire generation with effects on mental health and the existing disparities of class as amplified. I'm going to share a personal example with you. My younger sister, she's 13 now. She is in 9th grade and she was subjected to online learning 2 years back. And literally at home, we can now see how this has impacted her and has stunted her growth and not meeting her classmates, not being able to go out with her friends and being stuck at home. And now all she does is sit on her phone all the time and sit on her iPad and just watch her TikTok, scroll through Instagram instead of doing anything substantial or anything that could be expected from a 13-year-old compared to when we were 13. Now that we have an understanding of this, we need to see how we can help children cope in this difficult situation. The first step is to overcome the stigma surrounding mental health. This can only be done by reading and educating yourself in order that you can give it forward to the next generation. Being a parent is a daily challenge regardless, but faced with the realities of the pandemic, social distancing and self-quarantine, it may be a bigger struggle. For parents, the best way to help their child is to first take care of themselves. Self-care during this time is not selfish because it enables the parents to be there for their children as a stable, calm, and soothing presence. This way, parents will also be able to better understand their child and help them feel reassured, relaxed, and focused. If you as a parent are focused and you know what's right and what's wrong, and you are not stressed out, that's the only way you can go forward and help your children. It is important to be calm and proactive in your conversation with children. Check with them to see how they're doing. The emotions will change regularly and you need to show them that's okay. If they're upset, if they're sad about something, it's okay. You need to tell them it's okay, it's fine, it happens, it's an emotion, you feel it, and then understand it. Whether at school or at home, you can engage children in creative activities, such as playing and drawing, to help them express and communicate any negative feelings that they may experience in a safe and supportive environment. This helps children find positive ways to express difficult feelings such as anger, fear, and sadness. Engaging your children in activities such as sports, even at home, that helps the child to overcome and understand what's going on with them. Children are constantly exposed to information regarding the pandemic in newspapers, TVs, social media. They may understandably have realistic and exaggerated fears in respect of this. They must be provided clear information regarding the pandemic in age-appropriate language. The aim is to reassure them and reduce exaggerated threat perception. Children who wish to have access to information may be encouraged to look at reliable websites and information. If your child's asking too many questions, you don't need to tell them everything, but if you know your child is sensitive, but you need to give them enough information that it calms them down. Answer your children's query, but figure out a way of striking a balance. Too much information can also cause panic and severe anxiety in children. You need to take the cues from your child. You need to understand what the child is saying. Children are observant. They sow what's around them and they take the cues from adults in their lives. In these situations, parents can lead by example on how to cope with stress and openly discuss concerns about the pandemic. Parents, family members, and teachers also play a very important role to help children make sense of what they see and hear about the pandemic in an honest way and reduce children's anxiety or fear. So at home, we should create a safe space to have open and reassuring conversations with kids so they understand what is actually happening around them. Make sure that children are not excessively exposed to pandemic-related information. You need to limit their media exposure, especially if there's fear-mongering or exposure to alarming content. If the child hears or sees something upsetting, you need to put it in context for them. Avoid discussing the topic frequently in front of children. You need to answer questions also honestly. You shouldn't dismiss their worries. You don't need to make false promises to them. You don't need to say, what is there to worry? Or nothing's going to happen. And you need to talk about what will happen if someone in the family should fall ill. You need to have realistic conversations with them, and only that's going to help them out and not just ignoring what they're trying to feel or say. You need to figure out also a new routine in the household and around your child. This should include your schoolwork, the chores, plays, interaction with peers and relatives over the phone or using any other forms of technology like Zoom and Teams. You need to have set meals for set times for meals and bedtime. It would be good to also have like indoor exercise as part of this routine. For instance, yoga and stretches, skipping, and this should be made with the child's consent, and you should talk to the child about what they would be interested in doing You shouldn't be imposing this unilaterally on them, because this will also affect their mental health. You need to see what they would be interested in doing. If one day they want to stretch and the other day they want to skip and, you know, just run around in the house, you should give them that opportunity to share what they feel. You need to model calmness to the extent possible. You are their anxiety barometer. You don't need to transfer your anxiety to your children. If you're suffering from any emotional issues, you need to get help for that on your own first, and then try to help your child. You need to watch if your child constantly seeks reassurances from you, as this is a sign of distress in children. If there's significant distress, consider an evaluation by a mental health professional. Parents have to be aware of what the normative development changes that occur during teens. Teens will have better understanding of the pandemic, and they understand it better than a child would. Parents should engage in an open and honest, non-judgmental communication with their teens, rather than having assumptions like you don't know anything and you will have to learn everything from your parents. Because nowadays, teens have access to all the media outlets that are available. They understand things much more than parents do sometimes. And having a conversation with them will not only help them, but will also help you understand where your child is coming from. Coping and problem-solving skills of teens are better developed as compared to children. Teachers and school counselors also play an important role in the lives of children. During these times, when most schools and colleges are organizing online activities, teachers are in regular touch with their students, sometimes much more than parents are. And therefore, they are in a position to play an important role in the promotion of the psychological well-being among youngsters. Teachers can devote some time related to educating about the pandemic and preventative health behavior by using guidelines used by international organizations such as UNICEF, according to how mature the child is. They can explain to the student about the need to act with responsibility during the current pandemic. They can model and enact through this behavior the preventative measures. They can also conduct a creative online academic and non-academic sessions by making their class more interactive, engaging in the form of quizzes and puzzles and small competitions, and giving them more creative home assignments to break the monotony of online classes. Standard educational material can be used. Again, as an example, when my sister was little, when she was having online learning, she used to just sit in front of the screen all day and just stare at it, which is really ridiculous compared to teachers can get their engage in quizzes and puzzles and competitions. It will help them break the monotony of what's going on every single day and just a laptop screen. Teachers have a role to play in the promotion of mental health among what is well-being and how it is important for students. They can assist in teaching simple exercising, including deep breathing, muscle relaxation, distraction, and positive self-talk. Virtual workshops can be conducted in which life skills related to coping and stress can be in focus by using more practical examples. If teachers can assist students with skills such as deep breathing and positive self-talk, it really helps the students as coming from someone other than your parent. And everyone knows if like a child listens to something from their parents, they listen to it. But if someone else says it, it makes a bigger impact. Teachers can also make children understand the importance of pro-social behavior and the importance of human virtues like empathy and patience. This can help them understand their role in the society and understand how social distancing doesn't mean emotional distancing. They can still have the same emotional connection with their friends and with their parents and with everyone, and that doesn't change just because of social distancing. Teachers need to interact with parents online through a phone call regarding feedback about their students and their mental health. Because of the digital divide and that they can call parents now, they can make contact available to parents and devote a time slot when they'll be available to talk to the parents. This will help the parents also understand where the position their child is, and the teacher understand how better than assist the student develop by listening to the parents' point of view. They can serve as a doorway for identification and referral to specialty mental health providers. The role of teachers is to act as a catalyst between the parent based on their interaction with students and finding of steering tools. If they observe any problems in the child, they can talk to parents and refer the child or the teen to mental health professionals. With the support of school authorities, teachers need to make arrangements to ensure that reading material related to school and life skills is made available to the underprivileged children who do not have access to the internet. If possible, arrangements should also be made for these students to use the internet. Unattended mental health problems can disrupt children's functioning at home, school, and in the community. Parents and teachers should get equipped to detect and deal with early signs of mental health problems amongst children, as they're the first to notice any changes in a child's emotions and behavior. Children and adolescents should also be encouraged to talk about their feelings and reach out to a trusted friend or a family member. And remember, early intervention can prevent long-term mental health consequences from this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, United Council of India and Vimal and Indra for giving me this platform to share my thoughts on child safety, and I really hope it helps.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So that was really insightful when you spoke about mental health in poor as well. So I should say that this also implies for the poor. And we could see just another different phase of parenting you just spoke. And the self-care which you told is absolutely true, and we all should agree on it. And then something for the voiceless is something precious, according to me. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Indra. I really appreciate it.
And next on, I would like to welcome Dr. Pramod Mahajan, who holds a doctoral in metaphysics and is the principal school director of Sharjah Indian School, UAE. So it's an honor to welcome you. And he has awarded by Edumatic New Delhi for the project of learning through computers, received National Educational Award for Educational Excellence 2012 in Mumbai, and awarded by Global Talk Education Foundation in 2020 by the Indian Humanitarian Award, and so many awards when if we could find time to list on. So it's an honor to welcome you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, namaste, namaskaram, salam alaikum. Yes, today's topic is student safety, children safety. When we talk about child safety, there are various parameters of their safety. It is a 360-degree parameters to ensure that how safe the child is. And when the child is safe, the family is safe. Family is safe, the society is safe. And when the society is safe, the country is safe. And when the country is safe, the whole world is safe. So now from the perspective of child safety, let me tell you, it deals with many aspects. Let us think about the physical safety of the children. When we say physical safety, they should be physically fit. That is number one. Number two, they should know that what the physical safety means. What are those parameters and what are those success criteria they have to follow? There should not be physical fatigue beyond a level. They should understand the meaning of good touch and bad touch. They should understand the physical relationship, up to what extent they have to keep the distances from their friends, from their relatives, from the known people, as well as from the unknown people. Physical safety also deals with their habit and their personality. Habit of eating the healthy food, keep them physically fit. So what is the healthy food? Now the definition of healthy food is keep on changing. So we have to create that sort of awareness. Another thing is, along with the physical safety of the children, we have to take care that are they physically engaged for the well-being of themselves as well as others. Nowadays, sports and gaming become a fashion, but we have to find out what is the need and requirement of their physical health. They should not choose that sort of games or sports which is physically not viable for them. What time they have to play, how much time they have to exercise, all those things should be very well made clear to them, taking into consideration their body flora, their interest, their taste, as well as their physical condition. Come to the cognitive safety. What they want to learn, where they want to learn, why they want to learn, which sort of learning makes them happy, how they want to learn, and how to satisfy their inherent talent as far as the cognitive skills are concerned. So when we have to ensure the cognitive safety of the children, we have to understand and we have to train them for the meta skills. When I say meta skills, learning about how to learn, understanding about how to understand, thinking about how to think, reflecting about how to reflect. Because if we are only providing them the study material, scaffolding them, guiding them, dumping them with the resources, they will be cognitively discarded and disturbed. So what to learn, when to learn, how to learn. More than that, metacognitive skills, understanding about oneself, what sort of learning makes me happy or makes them happy. So that is also equally important. When we say the cognitive safety of a child, we have to think about the sustainable development goal number 4. That is the quality education. The quality education is the only rubric, is only criteria which will make the children safe cognitively. Now the question arises, what is quality education and what is quality in education? There are various definitions have given, and deliberately in SDG 4 they have kept that scope open for the edu leaders to define, to redefine, to review, to revise SDG 4. As far as the cognitive safety via quality education is concerned, according to me, let's first define what is quality education and what is quality in education. So in quality education or in quality in education, the learners should be healthy mentally, physically, psychologically. The learner should be ready to participate and well supported. Now, well supported by schooling, well supported by family and community, well supported by the governors. They should have the sound environment, healthy environment, which is safe, productive, gender sensitive, and provide them the adequate facilities and teach them in a friendly manner. While teaching, we have to take care whether we are covering the concept of STEAM, STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And are we providing them the facilities equally and co-equally and giving them the access as per their test, as per their choice, as per their requirement? That has to be taken care of. The third one is content wise, whether the sound content are available for them, the reflective content, the relevant curriculum for the acquisition of basic skills. What are those basic skills? Simple definition: literary skill, numeracy skill, life skill, and whether they are getting the knowledge. Are they getting the knowledge or are they getting only the information? So that covers the third point of their cognitive safety, content wise, ensuring the quality education or quality in education. The fourth point comes process and systems effective. Is the teaching learning system is in such a manner that they are getting the trend and the skilled and transformed teacher for scaffolding them? Are we providing them the content which is child centered? Are our schools well managed? Are our classrooms well managed? When I say well managed classroom means what? It means that the host, please take care of that now. When I say well managed classroom means, are the students engaged effectively? Their engagement should be fruitful. Their engagement should be with joy and happiness. Otherwise, we have given them the content which is very tough and they are struggling and they remain engaged. That is not the engagement. The engagement by which they find the learning with full of joy and happiness. Skillful assessment. Are you assessing them skillfully? Now, assessment of learning and assessment for learning creates some sort of boredom for them. Are we using the assessment in learning and assessment as learning? If we are using assessment in learning and assessment as learning, their involvement will be more, their engagement will be more, their attainment will be more, their progress will be more, and then they will be cognitively safe. The fifth point is outcomes. Is the outcome encompasses knowledge, skills, attitude, and future fit? Are we making them future fit? Now, when I say future fit, doesn't mean that only they should be very sound in technology. They should be, but instead of only using the technology, they should know how to explore the technology instead of becoming techno addict. Because nowadays, these children, these students, this learner of Z generation are becoming techno addict and they are not cognitively safe. So if we have to keep them away from the addiction of technology, we have to train them how to explore the technology for their learning process. Are they embracing the machines without becoming machine? Because nowadays the students become just like a mechanical, just like a machine, and that creates psychological disorder, personality disorder, physical disorder, mental disorder, disorder in their thinking process, and depression. So we have to train them how to embrace the machine, how to explore the machine, how to explore the machine learning for their learning benefit instead of becoming themselves as a machine. Next point, which makes them the cognitive safe and which also deals with SDG 4, that is empowering them. Empowering them for what? To think critically, to be a creative personality, to be an innovative personality, to be the one who is owning the learning experience of theirs. Are we making them the owner of their own learning process? If we are making them the owner of their own learning process, trust me, they will be cognitively safe. The last point and the last factor of defining the quality in education is ensuring the learning process inclusive, equitable, and lifelong. Are we making them lifelong learner? When we say lifelong learner means they have to learn as per the need and requirement. I mean lifelong learner means whatever they have learned, they should be ready to apply that thing in the unknown situation, in the unseen situation. Are they ready to answer those questions which are yet to be asked? It's a futuristic view as well as satisfying their inherent talent. Are they ready to think about those technologies which are yet to be invented? That will make them creative and innovative. Are they ready to find out the solution for those issues which are yet to be raised? That will make them socially fit and socially futuristic. So that is something about cognitive safety. Then comes to cognitive safety, which deals with their feeling, which deals with their EQ, emotional quotient. Are we giving them the emotional stability? Now, emotional stability to this Z generation learner, to a children who are towards the adolescence, the age of fire, the age of energy, the age of commitment, the age of crossing the limit, the age of doing something beyond the box rather than throwing the box out. What is that? Learning is not just fulfilling the empty vessel, but it is kindling the fire. So making them emotionally stable means, again, deals with they should not run behind the physical world. They should be somewhat spiritual. When I say spiritual, it is beyond caste, color, creed, and religion. They should have trust within someone. They should have trust within their parents. They should have trust within the learning process. They should have trust within the systems, and they should have trust within the supreme power. That will make them emotionally stable. Then comes to psychomotor safety. Whatever be the zeal and enthusiasm and energy they have, we have to channelize it in a right way. If we are not channelizing their energy and enthusiasm in a right way, what will happen? They will be psychomotor wise unsafe. And then what will happen? It's a big question mark. I wanted to cite one example. Take one particular example. In the Mumbai last year, so many bomb blasts were happened, and there was a horror. And when they find out the root cause, there are many IITians were involved in that. Why it happened? Because of their psychomotor unsafe situation. Their energy, their enthusiasm, their knowledge was not properly channelized by the governing bodies, by the governors, by the society, by the country. And when that is not channelized, it will reflect negatively. They will react negatively because they have to satisfy their inherent psychomotor need and requirement, and rather than the thrust. So we have to make them future fit. We have to ensure their physical, cognitive, and psychomotor safety. We have to enhance their AQ. I'm taking this children's safety in another dimension. Days were gone when the things were depending only on IQ, intelligent quotient. Yes, one has to be intelligent, but there are many aspects and many rubrics and many things available on the net by which they can enhance their intellectual quotient. EQ, their emotional quotient. Again, emotional quotient deals with their cognitive safety. Are we making them emotionally stable? Are we creating that sort of conductive atmosphere to them in which they wanted to learn whatever they want to learn? Are we providing that sort of atmosphere to them on which they are always ready for the examination fit? If they are examination fit, their EQ is stable. SQ, social quotient. This is their age where they want to fly. They want to connect. Trust me, this Z generation learner are connected a lot. Still they are alone. Believe my words, connected throughout the world, but still they are alone. Alone within themselves. It is not only social connect, it is not only on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. It is, are they connected by heart with someone? Are they having that trust with someone? That is the need of the hour. So their SQ should be balanced. Nowadays, the SQ is taken or misunderstood up to a large extent. SQ means how much time you are spending on the Facebook, how much you are involved in the WhatsApp University, how much you are on the Instagram, how much sharing you are doing, how much likes you are getting. That is not SQ at all. SQ deals with what? Whenever you are in the society, your sphere of influence, are your presence making the society happy? And your presence, if making the society happy, it means your act is productive, your acts are positive. Are those things happening? It's a big question mark. And that is SQ. And that is the safety of a child cognitive wise. Next point comes to AQ. AQ, adversity quotient. Trust me, if a child has a high adversity constant, can do wonders. So if we have to keep the child safe and secure, we have to enhance their AQ. AQ deals with how frequently, how effectively the child will bounce back in the tough situation, whatever be the situation is. This pandemic has proved us all the schools were closed, but schooling was going on. It is because of the AQ of our teachers. A big salute to them. Are we enhancing the AQ of the students? Whatever the situation is, schools were closed. In spite of that, the learning should go on. They are on the online screen. When they are on the online screen, how to involve themselves in project-based learning, in the research-based learning, and how they will remain the lifelong and the experiential learner. That is AQ. That is the adversity quotient. When the tough situations are coming, how you are smiling. How you are smiling during your tough situation and fighting and challenging and accepting it, taking the risk and going beyond. So if you are able to enhance their AQ by means of providing them quality education or quality in education, by supporting them socially, emotionally, by creating that sort of atmosphere, they will be safe and secure. So that is my inputs on the children's safety, on the child safety. And I can understand this will be in some different directions, but yes, these are the requirement. Those were gone when we are thinking the child should be within the four wall and remain safe and secure. Now they have to fly in such a manner that even sky is not the limit for them. Sky is just beginning. Now for those generation from whom the sky is just beginning, we have to keep them safe. That is the requirement. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am thankful to the Youth Council, and really this topic is very close to my heart, and I have listened to many of our presenter. The way they have explained the child safety is really great, and if we remain together and to ensure that we have to create that sort of atmosphere, trust me, we will not be only safeguarding the children, the child of tomorrow, will be safeguarding the future of tomorrow. Will be safeguarding the nation of tomorrow and making everything futuristic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightful words. Hope the future child are able to, what the words you have told have meaningfully have affected the childhood of us. So thank you so much, sir, for joining. So I like to extend a warm welcome to our next speaker, Neeru Kapai. She is the director of school network, which includes Kapai Foundations and others. She is an Indian, and thank you so much, ma'am. We are very excited to hear words from your voice. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity to interact with today's youth. I have been lucky enough to listen to some of the speakers. So I have a personal request that everybody has been talking a lot about children's safety, and I would like to just give a very small little twist to children's safety and discussing and talking about certain psychological impacts and certain precautions to be taken by the children. So if allowed, I would love to share some of my slides prepared so that things could be made very, very clear. In my opinion, I 200% agree that in our happiness and for achieving our goals and to be successful and happy in life, emotions play a very, very important role in our life. Emotions are global and their reactions are global too. Whether I'm sitting in Nagpur and talking to you all, or you're sitting any part of the world, the feelings and emotions are the same. If somebody pays a compliment to you and say that I like you and I hate you and all, so the expressions and the feelings expressed would be quite similar. The language may vary. So I personally feel that in life, emotions play a very, very crucial role, and the reactions of emotions are also different with different people. Emotions is the most precious gift which God has given to human being, and if it is not handled properly, it can turn out to be very, very dangerous. Friends, there is no one-size t-shirt available in the market to handle your emotions. You have to get them tailor-made according to your size, according to your needs, and according to your requirements. So it is very essential for all of us to take care of emotions before they turn out to be very, very negative and leave a very dramatic negative effect on our personality. Why, on the similar situation, children or the people behave in a different way? When emotions are global, their reactions and their their reactions are also very, very different because it depends on one's own personality. Every child is a wonderful creation of God for the simple reason that they all have their own identity, they all have their own likes and dislikes, they all have their strengths and weaknesses, and they have their own aptitude and attitude towards life. All these things need to be taken care of by our current youth if they need to understand how they need to be handling and managing themselves in near future. We all are aware that COVID-19 became the game changer overnight. And COVID-19 has left a partially positive, but overall a very negative impact on our lives. It has shaken all of us very badly, and in a different way, it has brought all of us on the ground realities also. So it's not that everything was negative, and but I personally feel that if any award is to given, then I would recommend COVID-19 should be given as the Best Teachers Award, because it has taught us too many things. And as if COVID-19 was not enough, now another pressure which entire universe globe is getting is the impact of war between Russia and Ukraine. So the psychological impact which we have on our children, we are all having on us, talks about fear of uncertainty, fear of losing a close relative, fear of a failure in life, fear of not meeting our own classmates, our all dear near ones, not mixing with them, not socializing with them, which is having a very crucial impact on our emotions. And what is happening, that the fear develops anxiety, anxiety gives rise to stress, stress comes out from our behavior pattern in a very aggressive manner, because there are too many things stored in all of us and we have not been able to give an outlet to our emotions. Somebody has rightly said that suppression of feelings and desires gives rise to depression. And friends, under any circumstances, I would not like any of us, any member of the youth community to slip into depression, because it becomes very difficult for anyone who gets into depression to pull himself or herself out of that situation. And everybody behaves differently. You know, at times happens that there is a sad news in the house. Some people lose their appetite, but in certain people, the appetite increases. They start having hunger pangs and they just feel that they need to be eating something. Socially, it may not be approved, but everybody reacts differently to different situations in life. And that is precisely what our students, our children, our youth have undergone during these last 2 years. In my mind, the most important negative role which has affected the youth and the school going students is bullying. I very firmly believe bullying is everywhere, in the house, in the corporate offices, in the government offices. If I make a statement that bullying is all over the world, all over the society, will not be wrong. And bullying too is universal. Now, the concept is that even the styles of bullying, the types of bullying, and the techniques of bullying are also universal. If you have to trouble somebody physically, anywhere in the world you are sitting, you will either pinch, kick, or hit. You want to emotionally disturb somebody, you will make some nasty statements which disturbs. Though none of us have the right to emotionally disturb anyone, but by unconscious way, knowingly or unknowingly, we get involved in emotionally disturbing our colleagues, our friends, and our students by making certain very sarcastic statements. Now we can talk about, just to give a very quick review of the types. I'm sure the crowd I'm addressing to are much more familiar and they know much more than what I can give them an idea. So physical abuse is something like this. Verbal abuse, again, talks about what I was talking to you, that you can make sarcastic remarks and it can be very, very painful for another person. So verbal abuse includes all these issues. Emotional abuse is so very dramatic. It leaves such a strong impact on the personality of the child or a human being that this can either break or make a child. So we as parents, we as teachers, and we as educationists should be giving a lot of importance to this particular part of it. And especially after experiencing 2 years COVID, when the students are now coming back, I heard gentlemen praising the teacher community taking care of the students during the lockdown. I would further like to add that all the parents and teachers need to be paying extra attention to the emotional part of the students. For the simple reason, they are not mature enough. They cannot express their emotions. They always tend to be keeping all these things within themselves. They don't share with the parents, assuming and presuming that maybe parents will get angry, will scold them. They don't share with their own peer group and their friends, thinking that what that person will think about me. And hence, all the feelings and emotions are suppressed within themselves. And this is one area where I would like to say that though it is not medically a medical term, but just to explain that I'm referring to that emotional constipation and emotional diarrhea is very, very dangerous. And we need to create a situation in our society, give a chance to the young students to vomit out their internal conflicts and feelings. Because once we give them a chance to give an outlet to their feelings and emotions, I am 100% confident that children will feel little more relaxed, they will feel better, and in the long run, they'll be able to perform very well in life. Things don't end here. Today we are facing, my young generation is facing digital bullying. I will not explain. We have been talking about it. Other speakers also have touched this area. So now try to imagine the scenario or the mental state of a child who is, say, in the age of 12 to 15, 12 to 17. Unfortunately, too much too early has come into their life. Adolescent age, as prescribed by WHO, which used to be 13 to 19, has preponed. Today, students enter pre-adolescent age at the age of 7. And 7 years by any standard is not an age where children have any kind of maturity, any kind of experience, any kind of exposure that they can handle their physical, mental, and emotional health. Hence, the need for the parents, need for the teachers to be taking care of them. And only then we can prepare our current youth to face the very, very hard, cruel realities of life. And we are not sure what kind of future is stored for them. Though the technology has advanced, everything is going up standard-wise, quality-wise, but every individual is not the same. Here, a very small little thing to be explained, that we always talk about the person who is bullying should be punished, person who has been bullied also is at fault. According to me, it's a triangle. 3 people are involved: the victim, the person who bullies, and according to me, the bystanders are also equally party to it, because the bystanders just stand there to have free entertainment. They don't even have to buy any ticket to watch the show. They do not contribute anything, but they are equally at fault. All the 3 areas need to be focused and covered by all of us. And this way, by understanding the system and understanding the strategies involved in bullying, we should be able to help our children and students to become more alert, more careful, more strong to face the realities. Post-COVID, the only sad thing is that our youth, according to me, have lost their self-esteem. Their self-esteem needs to be brought back under all circumstances. They need to come back to their original self. We have gone through a lot of difficult times, we agree, but doesn't mean that we stay put and not move ahead. This time will also pass. Things have happened. A lot of things have happened to people. So a lot of issues are involved. Why children get involved in bullying? Just because they get kick out of it. They have a sadistic temperament and a nature. They enjoy troubling anybody else. They may be experiencing the similar things in the house. That also is important, and it could be part and parcel of their personality traits also. Factors causing bullying and violence: severe physical punishment used at home, lack of parental involvement, because we are all part and parcel of a single unit family. There are no people to guide. People have no time for each other. So children are spending a lot of time alone. They are not aware what precautions to be taken and how to move on. And lack of knowledge about positive ways to deal with problems, because behavioral problems are far too many and everybody needs to be attended to individually. There is no, as I mentioned, there's no common t-shirt available for treating behavioral problems. It has to be handled individually. Strategies for child safety is important. Everyone should try to understand their own child. It's important to understand their own child as a teacher, as parents, and then move on to follow the safety wheel according to their needs, according to the requirement, according to the facilities available and the provisions available. I'm just shortlisting 8 steps. Whenever you are taking care, thinking to do something good for other people, helping. And these steps are not only meant for students. These are for everybody. When you have to plan something about anybody, it's important that you make safety plan. How are you going to move? Precaution is better than cure. Then what precautions are you going to do? And what will be your plan of action? Not openly go and scold the child, not openly go and humiliate the students, because the psychologists have approved that when you have to explain and counsel a child, it should be done alone. You appreciate the good qualities of the children openly, applause, but when you have to counsel, please ensure that you are talking to the child alone, because every single child has a right to privacy. It's so very important to respect their privacy. Let's not make an open public announcement for their certain wrong behavior, and be aware of the surrounding. Where are you standing? Who are the people watching? What is the culture of the area where you are living? Listen to your feelings. Listen to your children. Listen to your students. Listen to your partner. People, students give a lot of hints. A lot of children have been telling their parents, Mom, I don't want to go and meet and talk to that person. I do not feel comfortable. But parents tend to ignore. They do not want to give any importance to their talk for the simple reason that, oh, my relationship will go astray if I think negative about the person. No, it's time to give importance to your child. You have to think about your child's safety and security. And there are ways and means to say no to a person. My students must learn the skill of saying no. It should not be abrupt. It should not be clear. It should be in a style. Once or twice you explain, you don't like, please don't do this to me, I do not appreciate. Later on, sharing with a friend, talking to some senior person so that people know your surroundings and they can rely and done with it. Or make an excuse and get away. That today I'm not available, I have to do this maybe, but you have to make a very effective excuse to get away from the scenario and learn to use the self-defense. Talk to a trusted adult. Your parents are the best friends God has ever created. Or your teachers, or your very, very close friends, your buddies. Keep telling till someone believes. Do not give it up. Digital etiquettes, all of you are aware, you are much more aware. Just a quick browse through the slide. You should not let your secrets, let your personal information, do not share with anybody, and learn to respect others' privacy also, and do not share their personal pictures or information with anybody. Make vent buddies. This is in reference to, you should have group of friends whom you can trust. A vent buddy is a friend who you can share anything with, vent out or complain about it without fearing any kind of a judgment. They are your safety nets. I'm making it clear. Friends are your safety nets. You can depend on them and you understand each other because you belong to the same age group, and your issues, problems, your secrets, they are all similar. So once you understand your friends, then the friend can stand as a support and be buddies and not bullies. Do not have a privilege, do not have a sadistic approach towards life by intentionally disturbing somebody. Everyone can help each other. give respect and space to each other. Friends are the most precious gift given to you by God, and handle them very, very carefully. Here, since shortage of time, dear friends, you are now all mature, you are all grown up because you have gone through certain experiences in life little early, but that has given you a lot of maturity. With all these problems, you don't have to fear. You don't have to bother about your future. You need to be planning about your future. As I mentioned, there's no single t-shirt, one size t-shirt available for you. The current youth is the future of our country, future of our world. You need to stand up. Sky is the limit for you. Please understand, sky is the limit for you. Open your wings and soar the heights. Achieve the goals fixed up by you. But in achieving the goals, it's very important. I want to be a scientist and I want to be an astronaut. By daydreaming and let it go there is not going to help. You have to make it happen. You have to plan about it. You have to plan what kind of personality you should be having to achieve your goal. What should be the process from where to start and how are you going to end and achieve your dream and target. Though WHO has given life skills, 10 life skills like analytical thinking and creative thinking and self-care and communication skills, all these things. Dear friends, I still have a request that please develop skill of acceptance. You should learn to accept anything and everything which comes, because COVID-19 has taught this. Everybody has started accepting the hard realities and working on it. So in addition to the skills, I would suggest that please develop skill of acceptance, skill of flexibility, skill of decision making. And today's generation need to have the skill of decision making. In addition to that, they should be responsible and accountable for their decision. No longer the time is there where students say, ma'am, my father wanted me to do like that. My mother told me to do this. No, you cannot depend on your parents any longer. Parents are there as good friends and good guides, but you should develop the skill of making your own decisions by being very, very sensible and be responsible and accountable for your decision. And another most important thing is that develop the skill of empathy and not sympathy. With these words, I would like to conclude and wish you very all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful words. The presentation was really good, but we missed it in the halfway. But you suggesting us to develop a certain skills, I guess it will be very, very useful for us in a longer run, not only for a child, but then even as a growing teenager or as an early adult. It will be useful for us also, ma'am. And I guess the skills you mentioned are the most important skills that any human being must have to go towards a better humanity and towards a better world. Thank you so much for being here with us today, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you. So now we move on to the next speaker, T. Prem Kumar, MSc EAD. He is a Regional Institute of Education, formerly known as RCE, Mysore. Is a postgraduate in chemistry education from one of the foremost reputed teacher training institutes in India under the NCRT. A university second rank holder, silver medalist in post-graduation studies, went on to join the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakkam, formerly known as Reactor Research Center, and researched on estimation of uranium in spent fuel, A career spanning over 35 years in the teaching profession, started at Indian School Muscat, a premier institution in the Middle East in 1983, and served the institution in various capacities, a career spanning 28 years at Muscat, starting from being a TGT Science and PGT Chemistry, HOD Chemistry, and Vice Principal of Senior School, and later at the Principal of the Branch School, joined Indian Education School, Kuwait, under the aegis of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan and Middle East in 2010, and continues to serve the school, which is one of the most finest in the country. He is also recipient of the Best Teacher Award from CBSE in 2017. Mr. Prem Kumar also received a certificate of commendation that from Simon's College, Boston, USA, for being voted as the best teacher by the alumnus of Indian School Muscat. In addition of excellence in academics, he excelled in sports, games, and whatnot. In 2017, he was invited to Nagpur to present a paper at the 6th International Principals Education Conference on the topic Generating Happy Minds, Thought Behind Education, and presented a paper on influence of music, art, and sports.
Thank you for giving a wonderful brief about me to the esteemed audience. Good evening, Kanika, Anand, and educators and members of Youth United Council of India. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be one of the speakers this evening. Good evening, namaste to each and every one of you from Kuwait. Today, my talk will be centered around my experience in the Middle East, which is a year short of 40 years. Therefore, my association with children is primarily in Kuwait and in Oman, Muscat. I've been in touch with the students from India as well as the Arab kids, the Omani kids in Oman and the Kuwaiti kids in Kuwait. So my talk will be my personal experience on child safety, and I will not be touching upon all the other speakers have touched upon. I have some living examples to take when I address all of you. So permit me to share my presentation. I hope all of you can see my presentation.
Yes, sir, we can see your presentation. Sir, can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, now you're audible.
Thank you. This is the topic of today, child safety. And this child that you see, he is a gift of God for us. And this gift of God, if we have to repay God for this beautiful gift, it is only through our love and care that this child deserves, as long as this child is on this planet Earth. That's a gift from you and me to the God Almighty, because God sent this gift to us. As I said, my talk will be centered around the kids with whom I'm associated with over 39 years. This is my 40th year. And therefore, I will touch upon the safety concerns that I have and the parents of mine have in the kids that we care for. Today in Kuwait, 12 years back when I was in Oman, it's the same concern. The physical well-being of the children, the mental well-being of the children, and the emotional well-being of the children are the primary focus on which I would like to dwell upon for next few minutes. I promise not to exceed the time given to me. When it comes to physical well-being, children of today in Kuwait, the safety concern is about their health, of course. Health is wealth. And the death rate of children in Kuwait is pretty high for the reasons, main reason being obesity. The obesity in children in this part of the world is on account of 5 important reasons. 1, their food habits. 2, exercise. 3, enormous stress. 4, lack of sleep. 5, medication. These are the main reasons that I find in my school, as well as in the Arab children, the cause for obesity leading to disease and leading to death. So let me go back to the first. This sight is very common in this part of the world. The Talabat motorcycles are one of the largest two-wheelers that you see in Kuwait. They drive right from morning 5:30 a.m. The food is delivered at the residence of some of my neighbors here. From where, you may ask? McDonald's, KFCs, and many other international brands who are here, Subways and so on. This sight is common, and I'm sure it's common in India as well. Since my experience in India is very limited, I would say that this picture is very apt for the KFCs and McDonald's. When you visit, they are crowded, not with the adults, but these kids who are sitting there. Why obesity is rise in Kuwait? Because food habits. Parents don't have time to cook nourishing food at home. The easiest thing is to order from the nearest McDonald's. Along with the food, they also get a free liter of aerated drinks, French fries, etc., etc. This is loved by the child from the age of maybe 2-year-old. They start eating these things in this country from as young as 2 to 3 years. When they go to 3 years, they go to school anyways. And this is their breakfast. They grow eating these and drinking the aerated drinks. And by the time they reach the primary school stage, they would be heavy and overweight. The BMI index will never match their size. Main concern in the pediatric ward of Kuwait is that these kids fall sick very often because the lack of parental support at home. The Kuwaiti families, after the lady gives birth, after that it is the control of an Indian maid or a Filipino maid or some Ethiopian or Kenyan maid who are available easily. Parents give birth, but children are looked after by the maids. So you can imagine how much attention they get. So child safety is compromised when parents lack the involvement in bringing up these kids. They are very obese. This is a common sight in any family. You see them playing on something called as a PSP. And they have very advanced version of PSPs. They have a sedentary lifestyle right from morning till the time they go to sleep. No exercise. Someone mentioned in the previous talk, exercise. No exercise. And a new type of, for us it's a new type anyways, but maybe some of you who hear me now will say, no, this is not very new. In India also we have, it's called the pyramidal sinus, a disease that's caused at the lower back bone, leading to infection and leading to all kinds of difficulties. A child as young as 10-year-old is having these days. And in acute infected stage, the child needs a surgical intervention because no longer the child can sit on a chair, because all through the pandemic period, they were doing this, the gaming. The hours they spent on gaming instead of cycling or jogging or running, no exercise, but sedentary lifestyle. It's a cause of the physical well-being of kids. Their safety is compromised once again. I don't have to speak much on this today. The Indian kids, they are reminded by the time they go to grade 5 by their parents, you have to be an IITN, or you should be in AIMS or AFMC or JIBMER or CMC. Nothing less than that. Start working. The stress is causing a lot of child safety issues. This is not only in Kuwait, but also back in our country, in India, maybe elsewhere in the world. But in India, the subcontinent, it is very much high. The parental pressure, setting very high goals for children when they are very young, not allowed to feel their youth, enjoy their life. Instead, piles of books are purchased and the parents want them to work on their questions and then make an IITN out of that or a doctor. It is too much. The stress is again a very important factor in today's children, and it causes a lot of disturbance in their physical well-being, and the child safety is not at all taken into account. This is a typical case in this part of the world. When everyone sleeps in the night, the kids here are awake. They go to sleep at the wee hours, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And you may ask, what do they do? While parents are sleeping, they are gaming. They are playing on computer. or they are watching movies. So what happens? No sleep. And lack of sleep is one of the causes for obesity, because to keep awake so long, they will have French fries or any fried items along with huge cans of Pepsi or any other aerated drink that they love. And you can see there's a bowl of French fries and the child is now feeling sleepy. Another common cause for child safety is overdose of medicines for the children. Even when they have slight cold or slight headache, they are pumped with these kind of capsules. And I know some of the kids are given cortisols, steroids, when it is not required, but they require speedy recovery, and they are induced with these kind of medicines. Medicines are causing, again, unwanted obesity. When you take steroids or cortisols regularly, you put on extra weight. After physical well-being, next is a mental well-being. Because mental health, according to me, has a profound impact on all aspects of children's life. The performance in the examination. These days, in a CBSE school or an ICSE school, the number of tests, exams, which a child must prepare and perform well. And if the mental well-being is not taken care, then the education attainment is not as expected. Because of which, you know, there are cases of children committing suicide when they are in grade 10 or 12. Because over expectations. At the cost of what? At the cost of the mental health of the kids. The relationship with the parents to begin with, to the siblings, and then back in school with the peer group and with the teachers isn't at the best when the mental health is distorted because of several factors that child has to go through. Clarity in thinking. When the mental health is weak or disturbed, a person, a child, loses clarity of thought. And very often because of that, the child gets into trouble with others in society. Acquiring skills, unless the mental health is good, a child can't acquire additional skills which he or she could have using the talent that he or she is gifted with. But the mental health is very, very poor, and therefore acquiring skill is being affected. Resilience. They can't take failures. Today's kids can't take failures. They go into depression, a state of depression. They can't accept failures. They can't take poor scores in the exam because their mental health isn't very strong. They are very weak human beings. The emotional well-being, which is very important. Every child deserves unconditional love from the family. When a child doesn't receive love from the parents. In this part of the world, I told you, after a child is born in an Arab family, the contact between the parent and the child is very less. The child spends all his time with the maid because child doesn't know who's the maid, who's father, who's mother. That child is so very innocent. But after spending the early years with the maid, the child almost forgets the parents. And the maid, is excessively worked here in the house of an Arab family. Therefore, she may not get enough time to provide that love that the child deserves. So what happens? The child grows in a world where the meaning of the word love is never experienced. And therefore, they become rebels, they become very aggressive. And when they go to school, they fight, they beat up others. In other words, for each and everything, their response, which is supposed to be a response, becomes a reaction. It affects the self-confidence and the self-esteem. So a child who's growing with unconditional love not being extended is losing confidence and also losing the self-esteem. Again, in this part of the world, children playing with one another happens only at school. When they come home here, they never get to play with children on the street of what you see in Mumbai or Delhi or Chennai. They don't get to play outside like others because of the vehicular movements, lack of space, causes the children to get very depressed when they come home. So what do? I showed you the slide. They play with PSPs inside a air-conditioned room, and their health is deteriorating day by day. There is no safe and secure surroundings. I'm sure most of you will be reading the news items about what happens in this part of the world. They are shot dead, or they are kidnapped. Even children are kidnapped from here. The girls and the young adults cannot freely move around in the evenings or the night on the roads. So there's no safety measures as such as we have back in the country where people are moving around on the streets. So some people notice you if something happens to you. But in this part of the world, nobody is on the road because everyone has a car or more than one or two cars in the family. So nobody walks on the street here. Very seldom people walk. The only people who walk are the maids. Others don't. So children never come out courageously. They are afraid that somebody might knock them down or somebody might carry them and go. So therefore, they are always shut inside. And if they have to go, they have to go with their parents. So the surrounding is not safe and secure. Finally, appropriate guidance and discipline. Indiscipline is growing here, growing in the schools, not just here, in India as well. As Professor Mahajan mentioned that in the Mumbai blast, the IITians were also involved. Nothing is shot here in this part of the world, in Kuwait or in Oman or in UAE. The youth are still the same as in India because they don't have proper guidance and counseling, as parents are busy making money and the children's safety is once again compromised. So the emotional well-being is on account of these conditions which I have seen and I have understood from my students when I speak to them. Why they are insecure is because of these factors. It is said that in Kuwait, 35% of the internet usage is by kids. 35% of internet subscribers are the kids. And when they are on internet, I know a little about the internet safety than most of you sitting there will know. They visit unwanted sites. They share their personal informations. They share their photographs. They get invitations from people whom they have not seen, whom they have heard of before, and they become a victim in no time. And many internet crimes happen in this part of the world. And many cyber crimes have happened in Kuwait involving teenagers, including leading to some murder of individuals, all because of the lack of the rules of using the internet. So internet safety is of paramount importance, and these children are unaware as to who is following them and tracking them. And at the end of it, the children's safety is again compromised on this topic, internet safety. Social media. Today, the youth, the population of the youth in using Facebook, using Instagram, WeChat, name any social platform available, our kids are there. And it is said by one of the universities in US, in California, that the youth who are involved in the use of this Facebook often get depressed at one point in time. Of course, there are pros and cons of the social media. Not that Facebook always is teaching something wrong. There are many good things which people have learned through the Facebook. But today's teens, both boys and girls, they are not looking at the good side of the social media, but they pick the wrong ideas from the social media because they are youth, they are young, and they have involved in many unwanted activities which their parents will never ever know. Whom to blame? The parents to blame, because they have given them the freedom to use the most sophisticated mobile phones, iPads, laptops, whatever you can name. The kids in this part of the world, especially in Kuwait, they have it. For them, money is not a matter of concern, but using the same money, the children get into wrong habits, taking into drugs, alcohols, smoking, all these things, which is going to affect their health, and therefore the child safety is once again a big question mark for the parents in here in Kuwait. The Indian parents are very much concerned about the involvement of kids late night in the social media and interacting with unknown people across the world. So if I have shared with you all these thoughts today, it is because of my pure experience, and I have not gone into the other side of what we can talk about child safety issues. I thought it's better that I share with you my experience, which is very real. And from this, we have learned a lot to guide our children not to become victims of the circumstances. And we have very many good initiatives in our school, which takes care of the child safety, because our children are not made up of wood, but of blood and flesh. Stop treating them like animals, because animals too are creations of God. I think I should stop with this, and I think I've used the time given to me. to share my experience with children. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very wonderful. We loved your words and it was extremely amazing, and I guess we all will definitely follow. Sorry for the disturbances. Yes. So now moving on to the next speaker. He's Mr. Dinesh Parandangan, Director of Hackup Technology, which is a 6-year-old firm focused on cybersecurity, application development, education, and training for the benefit of the industry and educational institutions. This firm has started up with a broader motive of development and research concerned with the security issues in terms of cyber and ethical levels. He firmly acknowledges that around 2,000 students and nearly 500 firms, industry members got trained through this hackup technology. We are extremely happy to have such an experienced person with students here, and we are over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, greetings everyone. So, who are the audience? So first I thank the YUCI and Vimal for giving this wonderful opportunity. So today's the topic they have given us a child safety, the children's safety. So I would like to present my screen. Hope my screen is visible to everyone, right? So yes. This is about, yeah, thank you. So my part, like I'm basically a ethical hacking and cybersecurity profession. So I just explain some few things about child safety along with the cybercrime. So how for the child or either a girl child or a boy child, they have to be secure in the upcoming years. So some of the crimes which is happening day by day, the child has to aware of us. We are a youth and we are a family members or we are a parent. So we have to educate them how to secure from some cyber issues which is happening right now. So why? Because this is particularly important. Like from the schooling, starts from the schooling, the person who are working in the corporate and the person who are in home, we people are using day by day, we are dealing with the mobile phones and we are using the digital gadgets. Every day we are using the digital gadgets, and the girl children or a boy child, they have to use, it's a mandatory thing, they have to deal with the mobile phone. So the important thing, they are not aware of what they exactly use, they are using, they are handling, like the mobile and the gadgets, the tab, everything. They are just handling those devices. Then as they are not aware of how to deal with those applications or the settings. So first there are, as the previous speakers, they have listed out more number of crimes like the cyber stalking, and next comes to online game. It's like most probably we are aware of online game. Like some of the members, some of the children, they are addicted towards online game. They are just simply sitting inside the four walls and they are spending the more time on online with the games. And as a youth and as a parent or as a common public, we have to educate them. That is only for entertainment. But the thing is, like most probably nowadays, the people are addicted towards the game, either in a social media game or a normal game. And next about picture morphing or picture the pornography content, like the person, they are just accessing the content and they are just changing the pictures and they are posting in the Instagram or Facebook. So as a children, like we have to educate them or we have to give awareness how and what are the personal details which is available in their mobile and which is to be shared and which not to be shared publicly, and what are the options they are having. So as they are dealing with the digital gadgets, they need to aware of those things and then they can use. So because each and every gadgets and each and every application, they don't have any specific or the special settings for a children. So just probably they are even a WhatsApp or a Facebook, they don't have a special settings. But the thing is they have some options we can do with the mobile. So I'll explain you in detail. And then comes to a job letter, as not only for our children, like each and everyone, we are just getting a job letter or any fake thing, and we are just believing, and we are just sending our personal data and everything, like our passport and the credential. So just be aware of those things. And comes to a dating site, like the dating site and other sites, they are just using, they are just browsing with those sites, and they are giving their own information. So those part we need to concentrate. And then social trolling and social cyber bullying. So everything as these are the some few types of crime. So comes to a safety, like what are the things we need to know, and how to protect and how to safeguard ourselves. So first one is about the parental control. So parental control, every mobile or every digital gadgets like a Facebook or a Instagram, we have an option called parental control. So as a parents or as a youth community, because if we are we know these things, we can explain to some hundreds of people, like as live they may watch some hundreds or thousand members there, it may reach, like there are some options which is available inside our mobile phone, but we are not aware of. Like as we are giving a mobile to our children, we people have to so give as to protect some settings, has to implement some settings in a mobile phone or a tablet or a PC, and then we have to give for our children, because it's mandatory for them to use the mobile phone. But we have to implement some settings, and then we can give our mobile phones or whatever the digital gadgets is necessary. And then comes to a second part, like the parental control, it's always available in Google and Facebook and YouTube. If we set those things, those content won't be available even if they search with the keyword. And then next about the child has to educate what is wrong and what is right, and where the content need to be shared. So the person who is asking for a phone number, that is a cyber stalking. If unknown person, they are making a call in WhatsApp or a Facebook, because nowadays our mobile numbers and our Gmail ID is being shared to the whole college or a school where they are studying, because it's mandatory to share, and they'll create one group. So probably our numbers and privacy data will be shared to everyone. So our part is to, we need to educate them what is wrong and what is right, and what need to be do, like if they are receiving some unknown calls or unknown message, so how to block and how to respond. So likewise we have to educate them, and we have to spend some time to them, what is happening to them exactly, and we need to understand, and then we have to give a solution. Because somewhere our decision may go wrong. So they may use the mobile phone in a normal way, but as probably as the parent or the public, we people just see and we just comment them, they are just doing or they are just watching the wrong things. But the thing, we have to speak with them, and we have to get some details, then we have to give awareness. And next, like most of the illegal sites and illegal application, as discussed about the dating application, and some of the sites are available. So try we have to protect them, and we have to set up some controls on illegal sites and application. And comes to a game, like games is like an entertainment, but right now games are addicted, like they are just cheating with the game, they are just doing some advertisement with the game, sponsor advertisement, like they are asking some personal data to log into the game, and once they give all the credentials, they may access our account, and they may access our whole mobile data, like a gallery and the pictures, the confidential information. So we have to aware of the games which we are installing. So why I am mentioning these things, in the sense, as the safety measures, like we people are using mobile phones day by day, but we are not aware of how many applications are installed in our mobile. Like we are just using, but we are not aware of the application level, data which they are stealing from us. So we have to uninstall the unnecessary application from our mobile phone. If it's necessary, we can install at that time. So we have to educate these things. And then comes to personal information. Most of the time, so you may aware of some, most of the people, they may post their personal information in their social media and some social sites. So like the photos or whatever the content they are doing, they are just simply posting on their personal information. It's not the important thing. They just use photos or the traveling things, everything they used to post in online. So that may cause some issues for them. So for that, we have to we have to manage some awareness on that. And comes to safety education, like we have to educate each and every children how to raise a complaint in online. Like most of the countries, they may have the cyber crime, important for a cyber crime and how to raise a complaint. They may have a cyber crime portal in all the countries. So we people have to educate them, or we people have to create a simple portal. Like the child has to know, because we people are the teenagers, we can able to learn and we can raise a complaint by learning some 1 or 2 pages. As compared to a children, they can't able to learn or they can't able to read those things. So as a pictorial representation, how far they can understand. So we can create a application or we can create a website and we can guide them a proper way how to raise a complaint. That too anonymously they can do. So likewise, we can train them, or the countries, they can come up with these things. And comes to updates, like as we are using mobile phones and systems each and every day, we have to update them. And like the app update and system update, we have to do all those things. So protect, like we have to keep our mobile phones and the systems protection. And then like as we have discussed, the education, how to educate for a complaint. And finally the cyber law. So every country, they have their own cyber law. As now we are dealing with the digital world, like after some 1 or 2 years or after 5 years, most probably we used to go only with the digital era. So that time, the person, the children's, the upcoming generation, the youth community, they have to aware of the cyber law. What are the things they may the day by day life, like mobile application and the cyber crime, the social crime and the cyber stalking, cyber bullying, each and everything, we have a cyber law. So we have to educate them for a cyber law and how to resolve those issues with the cyber law. And finally, if the person, if they are having awareness on these things, like about types of crime, and then about some cyber safety things, like these things, so they can be aware of some instance, because there are more things they have to concentrate. As a children, if we are maintaining or we are just teaching them these things, how to use a mobile phone and how to raise a complaint and how to use games properly and what to do and what not to do. So if we teach these things to a girl children or a boy children, like generally a children's or a youth community, as a upcoming the world, they may have some protection, like they can't depend on anyone, they don't need to depend on anyone, they can protect their own data, the personal and professional data, and they can know everything about a digital era. So with these things, and by this way, like they can stay safe and they can safe and secure. So this is about my presentation about the like related to a cyber crime and cyber security. And please follow these things. So for because we are dealing with the mobile phones and the digital era, so upcoming in next 20 years or 50 years, most probably everything will be digitalized. So we people have to concentrate on digital things and we have to aware of. So thank you, stay safe and stay secure. And thank you, the Youth Council, for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Vimal, for inviting me for this wonderful occasion. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative presentation and explanation about the cyber site safety, which is very essential in our day-to-day life. So, I would like to next move on to Ikta. She is a well-known international speaker, a meditation guru, a good global wellness coach, and India's first inner self transformation specialist. She is globally acknowledged gifted energy healer. Ikta was also recently appointed as the Shipping Corporation of India's National Wellbeing Advisor. Over to you, ma'am. Happy that you have joined us in today's summit.
Thank you so much, and it gives me immense pleasure to be here. And I would like to thank Youth United Council of India for inviting me and having me to talk on a very important and I would say it's an interesting subject also when we talk about children's safety. And the line of work that I do is in well-being. So I would be talking more from the mental and emotional safety of children, on how they have to, how as adults or as guardians or as parents can we have them to have their emotional and mental safety be ensured, so that they are taken good care of emotionally and mentally. So that is exactly what I'm going to talk about in today's session. Before I move ahead, I just want to share some important facts also about how mental health or the emotional health of children has gotten affected because of the pandemic and otherwise as well. So I have been, in this line of work with well-being for the last, I would say, more than a decade now. And I've had the opportunity to help a lot of children of different age groups, starting from as early as 3 years old to going to young adults. And then, of course, different age groups, when I say it's even been with elderly adults as well. So I have seen in my experience that how children at different age groups go through different phases in their lives. Now we can call them, whether they are going through an emotional phase or a mental phase in terms of getting secured in the environment that they are in, whether they are in a school environment or they are with their friends. So all those environments bring out certain areas of their personality, which we need to, as parents or as adults or as guardians or as teachers, need to give them the right environment so that they are able to grow and prosper and nourish in the right environment. So I believe that good mental health early in life is key to good mental health later in life. So the earlier we start, the better it is for their growth, for their overall development when it comes to their mental health and emotional health as well. So certain facts that I would like to share is, like, if I have to talk about the numbers, around half of severe mental health diseases begin by the age of 14, which is a very, very early age. And by the time they turn, they come to mid-20s, they have already experienced 3/4 of those illnesses. So you can imagine the numbers are very, very high when it comes to mental health diseases. It is also estimated that only 21% of the children who are diagnosed or who are diagnosed with certain mental health issues get treatment. So apart from the other number, which is a very, very big number, there is no diagnosis, there is no treatment also, which happens for children. So there's a lot of the chances of not being aware about what a child is going through in terms of the mental health issue is also not very clear when we talk about the safety and the security of children from the mental and emotional well-being aspect. Because of the pandemic as well, there has been a lot of mental health issues that have come up. I'm happy, and also, I wouldn't say happy, but I would say I'm also glad that there are parents who are now aware of their children's needs when it comes to mental and emotional well-being. Because of the work that I'm involved in, there have been a lot of children and a lot of parents who have who have contacted me and who have connected with me only because they needed some help in terms of mental health issues or certain kinds of emotional areas that they wanted to be stronger in. So having said that, If I have to call, if I have to talk about numbers, before the pandemic had hit us, we were still at 1 in 9 children who were, getting affected with some mental disorder at any given year. At this point, because of the pandemic, the numbers have, I would say, risen to 1 in 5 children who experience some kind of mental health disorder, again, in any given year. So you can imagine that the numbers are only increasing when it comes to how many children are getting impacted with certain mental health or emotional health issues. Now, what are those some signs that as adults or as teachers or as parents can we keep in mind, so that so that the children who are going through any kind of emotional issue can be handled in the right manner, they can be taken care of in the right manner, they can be nurtured, and they can be given the right, it can be addressed in the right manner. Let's talk from that perspective. So what are those some signs that one can look at it? So I'm going to talk about first the toddlers, or the very, very young children, because even in that age, there can be certain things that you can see if a child is going through some sort of stress or some sort of trauma or some sort of fear that the child is, it's brewing inside them, which can be handled and addressed right from an early age. So things like being extremely fussy, being very, very irritable, throwing a lot of tantrums can be one sign. The other can be when they don't fall asleep. And this was something that came up with many parents who connected with me during the pandemic, that they found it very difficult for their children to sleep in the night. The children were not sleeping on time, and they were obviously waking up very, very groggy in the morning. And this, I'm talking about toddler age group. So you can imagine, even at that age group, when they're not really aware of the environment, what is happening, yet they could sense some kind of fear from the environment, and because of which it was affecting their sleep. So that is another area that one can look at as a sign of a child going through some kind of stress or some kind of fear. Loss of appetite for a child is also a sign. Then even feeding issues like nausea or vomiting excessively is also a sign that the child is somewhere disturbed, or some sort of emotional issue is what the child is going through. Frustrations or some things like biting or hitting other children, or even adults for that matter, is also a sign that the child is going through some sort of mental health or an emotional health issue. Apart from that, for older children, or children in the teenage age group, can also have certain signs that one can look at to identify if they are going through some kind of mental health or emotional health issue. Those can be things like mood changes, behavior changes, aggression, anger, excessive anger can also be a sign of that. Similarly, loss of interest in studies, or even meeting friends, talking to friends, is also a sign for us to keep an eye that there is something not going right with them. At the same time, not sleeping well or excessively sleeping, not waking up on time. Change in appetite or food intake, the way they are eating. Problem with memory is also a sign of something being not right. Their mind is not focused in what it should be, and that's why their memory and focus and concentration is getting affected. Now, what are those areas that can be managed so that we can work on how we can manage this situation? Because what I feel is every child goes through different phases in their life. Some phases will be easy, some phases may not be that easy for them. And it's very important for us as adults and parents, teachers, guardians, to give them the right environment, like I said earlier. So what are those things that can be done? Now, I believe that a child who has a very strong, let's not call it upbringing, but just a strong environment where they are taught how to be mentally strong, can help them to manage their mental health issues on their own, rather than going into a situation where they're not able to manage it. So how can you create that environment? What can you do as teachers or as parents? The first and very, very important aspect is being calm. That is the most important aspect, because as I do see that in many situations where I've seen when children lose their temper, or they get very hyper, or they get very aggressive. As parents, as teachers, or as adults, I've seen many people losing their calmness at that time because they don't know how to handle the child. But that's the most important time when the child needs to be handled in a way where they don't feel insecure in that environment, or they don't feel in a situation where they will be judged. So that's the most important time where you have to be calm, where you have to be understanding and supportive and nurturing to them. So the idea is to understand where they are coming from. Communication plays a very important role here. Being very clear with communication, being calm in your communication can really help a child to open up the situation that they might be going through, or the reason why they are reacting or acting in that manner. So that's the first thing. Now, another thing that a child needs to be aware of is stress management. I know, when we talk about stress management, we generally talk about it for adults. But as children, with the competitive environment that they are in, the situation that they are handling, it's important for them to get acquainted with stress, because they are already in a stressful environment as it is. But also not just get acquainted with stress, but also get acquainted on how they can manage that stress. So every child needs to be given different ways or techniques by which they can manage the stress. Now, every child will pick up their own technique on their own, which gets, which suits them, which gets them out of that stressful situation. For certain children, it could be hearing music, listening to music, which will calm them down and not get stressed out. For certain children, it could be playing an instrument, a musical instrument that could calm them down. For certain children, it could be dancing. For certain children, it could be journaling, writing their feelings down. For certain children, it could be just talking to their friends, which could help them to ease that stress. So it is important for, as parents and as adults, to understand how or what can they use in order to get their stress eased out and be manageable rather. The second thing that I feel is very, very important for a child to not just get acquainted but be exposed to is gratitude journaling. And this is something I talk about and I promote. I in fact teach a lot of parents and children to incorporate that as a technique for not just for getting them to calm down or to help them ease their any mental health or emotional health issues, but also as a way of life, as a practice that they can do to be able to manage their life in a way where they are resilient enough, where they are strong enough to handle any situation that comes up. So gratitude journaling is a very simple technique where a parent or a child, or even for schools, I would say, even for teachers, they can incorporate that as a part of a curriculum or period which they can incorporate in their regular school days, where probably in the morning or by the end of the day when the school is about to end, a small little time that can be fixed for gratitude journaling, where a child writes things that that they are thankful for, that they are grateful for, which happened during the day. So if as a parent you're doing it, then you can do it in the night, where you just sit with the child, and as a parent you can also do the same thing, because children learn by example. So you can set an example that we will do it together. Similarly, that can be also incorporated in schools. It will really help a child to see all the things that might have happened during the day, which might have been good, which might have been bad, but focusing on the good things will help them to become more resilient. Focusing on good things will make them be thankful for all the good things that are there in their life. Also, it will also give them the strength to manage life's difficult situations. So gratitude journaling is another technique. Another technique that I promote and I talk about is meditation. I mean, I'm also a meditation expert. I teach meditation to children. My son, who's 9 years old now, he has been meditating, and he has learned meditation since 3. So he was 3 years old when he got exposed, and he would see me meditating, and that's how he learned to meditate on his own. And that has helped him to become more aware of his emotional side of him. So if every child has to go through all the different emotions that they have, whether it's anger, whether it's sadness, whether it's whether they are disturbed or whether they are fearful about something. But being aware can help them to manage it better. Being aware will help them to get over it in a better way. And that's exactly what has happened with him now. By 9, he has understood that he's getting angry, so he knows how to manage it. He will maybe sit for meditation for 1 minute, 2 minutes. And for children, it's not required that they need to sit for hours. Even if they sit for 2 minutes, it's more than enough for them. So meditation, I've seen, is a very, very strong and a very important aspect when it comes to helping children to get over any kind of difficult situation. As children, they experience a lot of things that we are not even aware of what happens in the school. And as I heard few of the speakers during the day, today and yesterday, talking about children's safety, talking about safety from the perspective of bullying, from the perspective of all sorts of other abuses that may happen. I think meditation is one thing that can help them to gain that strength and be able to manage difficult situations in a little, I would say in a little better manner, and at the same time being stronger mentally to get over any difficult situations in life. And so meditation, like I said, is a very simple technique for children. Even if they sit for 1 hour, 2 hours, they can chant certain things if they have to, or they can just sit quietly and concentrate on maybe a poster or a picture. It can be very, very simple things. So just getting them to focus on something can help their mind to become calmer and at the same time resilient enough to manage any difficult situation. Apart from that, when we talk about meditation and everything, what else can we do for our children to become stronger mentally, to be able to create a safe environment for themselves mentally and emotionally? Well, apart from that can be things about establishing healthy habits. Now, I was listening to one speaker earlier, and there was a discussion that was done on how screen time has increased during the pandemic. And it's not easy for children to, get kind of drawn into different kind of video games or all sorts of videos that they see. However, it's very important as parents and as adults to take care of their well-being in terms of what they see. But at the same time, establishing healthy habits can be one way of doing it. So I don't say that, completely stop that experience for them to not be having that experience to see what is there on the internet, but restricting it to make it safer is the first thing that can be done. The second thing that can be done is restricting timelines for it, having a balance, doing many other things which are more creative in their, during the day can help them to have their minds balanced, not just watching some video or playing a video game, but also having their minds to do some creative things, maybe drawing, maybe singing, maybe anything that is creative that brings out different creative abilities for them. So that can be a different habit that can be created for children. Of course, apart from that, food habits have to be inculcated right from the beginning so that they are eating nutritious food. Water, hydration needs to be a very, very important aspect that needs to be taught to young children on how they can, how much water should they be drinking, because hydration, food, all of that, while it has an impact on the physical aspect of the child, but it also has a very, very strong impact on the mental aspect of the child. So inculcating healthy habits is what I feel needs to be done right from early on in their childhood. And the other part, which is the last part that I'm going to talk about, is developing their self-esteem. Now, when we talk about self-esteem, it's a twofold part that needs to be played by the parents. One part is where the parents are not just giving them the environment to develop their self-esteem, but also helping them to, develop that self-esteem on their own, knowing how to develop their self-esteem. And meditation can be a very interesting and an important aspect there, where they can develop their self-esteem on their own. But as parents, what can you do to develop their self-esteem? Well, the first thing and the most important thing is to praise them. But one very small little thing that needs to be taken care of is praising them with genuine praises. It shouldn't be first of all about their physical attributes, but it can be for the efforts that they put in, for the hard work that they do, whether it's in their work, whether it's in any other aspect that they are doing. So that can be one part which will help them to develop their self-esteem, where they are praised, where they are provided with genuine, realistic praise. So that's the idea of giving them the praise. And then the second part is giving them opportunities for independence. It's very important for a child to feel independent, to have the freedom to do certain things, whether it's making something in the kitchen also. That also is a part of making them feel independent and giving them the freedom to do something which will help them to grow mentally and emotionally as well. Having the child to do certain things independently will also have them to create a feeling that they are empowered enough to manage themselves, to handle their own needs, which again has a very deep impact as they grow older. The third thing that you can do for your child to develop self-esteem is having the child to develop a positive self-talk. So everybody does self-talking, but when we do self-talking, there are times when we criticize ourselves, when we are critical about the things that we say for ourselves. But when you make a child to develop a positive self-talk, like for instance, a child says, oh, I'm not good with math, or I'm not good with English. The other thing would be, oh, you will be good. That's one way of saying it. But then the other part where you make them develop self-talk is, how can you make yourself better? You can ask that kind of a question. So you change the perspective from I'm not good at something to changing the perspective to how you can become better in it. So automatically the child goes into an action mode rather than a thinking mode. So things like that can be provided as a basis for a child to become more emotionally stronger and mentally stronger. And I do feel the next generation, as we move forward, is going to be extremely aware, is going to be extremely awakened. So they need to be, we need to channelize their thought processes, their, the experiences that they have in their life, channelize in a more positive, in a more resilient manner, where they can manage their lives, not just physically, but also mentally, emotionally, socially as well, where they are more empowered to manage and make things right for themselves. So that is where I would like to end my session, where I want to say that this particular platform and this particular opportunity, where a lot of us are talking about how we can create safety or a safe environment for children, I think is a very good way to make things better, not just for the children of this generation, but the children to come as well. Because the more awareness we create, the more deeper discussions we have in this regard, I think all the numbers that I talked about in the beginning can be reduced, and we can have a better understanding about the children and their needs, and create a very healthy environment for them from every aspect. So thank you so much for listening in, and I hope whatever I spoke about, I hope some people resonated with it, and we can definitely create more awareness based on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The way you pointed out the things like how to empower the kid and the need for awakening them in a positive way was very, very useful. Thank you so much, ma'am. We understand how it's important for a person to have a social awareness. All that you have said will definitely stay in our minds. Thank you, ma'am. Now, let's move on to the next session. A leadership is not about a title or designation. It's about impact, influence, and inspiration. We are delighted to introduce our next honorable guest, Mr. Jitendra Khanna, who extended his service through serving as academic director and founder principal for CBSE School of Arise International School. He has profound experience in administrative leadership, curriculum and events planning, school auditing, policy formation, recruitment and training, CBSE affiliation, NEP expert, and endless skills. His ceaseless spirit has achieved wonders for the society. We are eager to know his new level of wisdom. Now it's time to hear his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. The topic, which is very actually vital for the 21st century, children. Earlier, we did not give much importance to the safety of children because the society by default was much safer. But now, as we are moving on technology and lot many new things, the more we become safer in terms of technology, our children have more insecure in terms of emotional security and safety. So I'm going to deal with the emotional security and safety of the children. I feel it's very vital to me. The physical safety, the different types of safeties and securities are vital, but I feel that I always feel that if the children are emotionally safe, so I was saying that there are greater chances children to become more successful, more happy in their lives. If their childhood, if their youth, adolescence, youth is emotionally secure compared to the children who had their childhood, their adolescence emotionally insecure, traumatic in whatever sense. Those whose childhood, their adolescence and their youth, which was not secure due to certain reasons, maybe due to the family issues, due to the social issues, various issues. I feel either the matter for the matter where they get educated. If the atmosphere is not safe emotionally, the children tend to either they become rebellious and they revolt against the society. They become sometimes positive. If we take it positively, they become revolutionary. They have very drastic ideas. Sometimes they go into positive direction. They rebel to the existing ideas, but sometimes they go to the negative direction. They rebel to the idea. Existing good child can go anywhere. The child turns into youth if the childhood and the adolescence period is not secure emotionally for the child. Some children, in many cases, they become very submissive. Their growth is hindered. They fall short of what they are capable of in their later life. So, if I have to define what is emotional security, so I'll just say it is an experience. It is an experience. If I say if a child is emotionally secure and safe, so I feel it is an experience of child in which a child is able to or allowed to express himself, herself, his emotions, whether they are good emotions, whether they are bad emotions, kind of embarrassing emotions, whatever kind of emotions are there, the child is able to or allowed to express freely and frankly in all the situations. The child gets the experience, the child gets the assurance that he is acceptable, accepted in the society, in the family, in the school, in the college. So the acceptance, the experience of expression of freedom of expression for the child is very important. It is an experience. So I feel emotional security is an experience which is given to the child by the family, the society, the educational institution where the child studies, spends most of his time. What are the ideas practiced? What are the cultural ideas? What are the religious ideas? What are the secular, non-secular ideas? Are practiced, not practiced, whether the country or the particular society is democratic, undemocratic. It matters a lot in the upbringing of the child, in the emotional security of the child. So why emotional security is so important? Emotional security is so important, is so pertinent because it lays very strong foundation for learning and growth. If the emotional security is provided when the child is just in the formative years, when the child gets into adolescence, emotional security is very, very important. If the child feels emotionally secure, if the child feels accepted in the society, if the child is able to express his or own ideas, it lays a strong foundation for learning and growth. So according to me, emotional security is a paramount. Now, if we take example, if the child is a particular child is emotionally secured, feels secured, so what the child exhibits, some few indicators, some few parameters I wish to highlight here. If the child is secure, the child feels loved. It's very important that the child feels loved irrespective of the color, caste, creed, religion, society. Every child has this sense that he should feel loved, that everybody around him, her loves him or her, and recognize her presence there, recognize her being there, recognize her identity. That's very important. If the child is emotionally secured, it means the child feels recognized, appreciated. Whatever the child does, the child gets appreciation, small things, big things, achievement, sometimes even failure, even a effort is being appreciated. So if you say, if we have to say as a society that yes, our children are emotionally secure, means they feel being loved, they feel being recognized, they feel being appreciated. Next important thing, if they are emotionally secure and they feel really, they think that they belong to a certain country, they belong to a certain nation, they belong to a certain race. Identity is also very important thing for the children when they grow. What culture, what society, who are their ancestors, what culture they inherit, that is also very important. So the identity crisis in certain cases leads to vulnerability, emotional traumatic situations. Children get into negativity. But if the children feel that they belong to a very good country, they feel proud about their country, they feel proud of the culture of the country, they feel proud about the democratic practice of their country, they have a sense of identity, they feel proud about it, and that also brings a lot of emotional stability in the life of the child. I feel belongingness, identity is very important when the children are growing, to make them feel emotionally secure. Next important thing, when the children are in a formative years, they feel they are not compared. When you say that my child is emotionally secure, it means you are not comparing your child with anybody, even not with the sibling. You allow your child to be who she or he is. You allow your child to grow according to her own speed or his own speed. So that is very important to make children feel emotionally secure. For the parents, for the society, for the teachers, educators, it's very important that they don't compare two children in any regard for that matter. There should be healthy competition, but there should not be comparison. They should not be looking down upon one child. Every child has its own speed. So this is very important to make children feel emotionally secure, that we allow them to grow at their own speed. Next thing, the parents, the society, the educational institution which I am referring again and again can be critical of a child. Yes, they should be critical of a child if the child goes in a wrong direction. We need to have a positive reinforcement, we need to have a negative reinforcement. But having said that, when we are critical of a child, we do not judge the child. There is a difference between being critical of the child and being, judging the child, naming the child, shaming the child. This is completely, if we are doing the second part of it, that is naming, judging the child, we are making the child emotionally insecure, vulnerable. So yes, we of course are there to correct as an adults, but we are of course there to be critical of them if they are doing something wrong, if they are doing something good, we appreciate them. If they are going somewhere wrong, we need to be critical of them. We need to say them what is right and what is wrong. But we do not judge the child, you are this kind of child or you are that kind of child. We correct that error, we correct that particular behavior, not blame or shame the child. That's very important when we think of making the children feel emotionally secure. We allow children to take decisions. We allow them to take responsibilities. We allow them to be creative. We allow them to explore. So I have taken 4 words. That is allowing them to take decisions, allowing them to take responsibilities, allowing them to explore new things, new ideas, and be creative. So if we want our children to feel emotionally secure, we need to allow them to take decisions about themselves. We need to give them some responsibility about them, about their siblings, about if they're in a school, college. Give them responsibilities. Giving them responsibilities is very, very important. It is very critical thing that we trust them. Allowing them to take decisions, allowing response is trust in when we say that we children to be emotionally secure, we need to imbibe a lot of trust in them. So when we say we trust them, we allow them to take decisions, we allow them to take responsibilities, we allow them to explore new things, new ideas, new careers, and we allow them to choose to be creative. We're not stereotyping them. So this is how we make them emotionally secure. So what is the responsibility at the hindsight for the adults? A few tips I have, and I have experience being a educational leader. I feel the adults need to allow children who they are. So allowing them what they are, we don't portray ourselves into our children. That is very important. We have Indian philosopher, educator J. Krishnamurti. So what he says is very important and critical at this moment when I am speaking about the emotional security of the children. He stresses on allowing children to be what they are. Don't imbibe, don't thirst our own thoughts, don't thirst our own ideas, don't look to fulfill our desires, our unfulfilled desires, unfulfilled careers through the children. That is very, very harmful to them. So I believe, and I recommend all the people who are the stakeholders when we are talking about emotional security of the children, allowing children who they are, what they want to become, allow them. Our job is like a shepherd, just to be with them, allow them to they want what they want to do. So that's very important when we want our children to be emotionally secure. When children express their ideas, maybe just a small thing that they want, a family has a fridge to buy. So when they want to express their ideas, they have a color choice, they have a particular brand choice, they have the particular configurations in their mind, allow them to speak, allow them to express their thoughts. If they have some thoughts about some other thing, maybe the thoughts are radical, no problem. But allow them, don't dismiss their emotions and thoughts, just saying that, shut up, you are small, you don't understand, when you will grow and then you will understand. If we do that, we make our children emotionally insecure. They feel insecure, they feel unrecognized, and this leads to vulnerability, and this vulnerability leads to a lot of other problems. So I feel we need to accept our children's emotions, their thoughts. We need to at least listen to them. We may not approve or validate all the thoughts, but we need to listen to them. We don't need to dismiss their thoughts and emotions. So whenever possible, when the children are expressing their emotions, allow them, validate those emotions if they are positive emotions, if they are good emotions. And if somewhere you feel that somewhere the child is going somewhere else in the wrong direction, give a perspective, give a choice. Okay, beta, if you think this is the way, can we have 2 more other ways to do things? or can you look at this person or this situation in two other ways, three other ways? You can give them options. Don't say this is a what you are thinking or what you are saying is wrong or completely wrong. You listen to them on you whenever you feel interfering or intervening. You can give choice, alternatives. Don't dismiss their perspective, their ideas, their thought process. That's very important. Most important thing is today we are living in a very competitive world. We want our children to be successful every stage, from the kindergarten to right from kindergarten to PG. We want our children in sports, in extracurricular activities, academics, everywhere. We want our children to be successful. Nothing wrong in that, but we need to make sure that our children also understand it's okay to fail. If it's okay to come third, it's okay to come fourth, right? That's very important that our children learn that it's okay to fail sometimes. Yeah. So that's very important. You need to give assurance to your child that better, my son, my daughter, my child, if you put in the best effort, don't worry about the result. Whatever is the result, we'll celebrate the result. That's very important. That kind of emotional security, if it comes from the family, it comes from the educators, it comes from the society, uh, that gives a lot of sense of stability to the child. That gives a lot of freedom. That brings a lot of emotional stability in the life of child, in the mind of the child. So, uh, to conclude, I would say that it's very important to allow our children to be what they are, and it's allowed. We allow children to express their emotions, their feelings, their thoughts, whatsoever thoughts they may be. When the children are growing in terms of their body organs are going in, they are in adolescence, puberty period. That time, so it's very important that the mother, the father gives them the assurance that they can listen to any stuff, however critical it is or embarrassing it is or whatever kind of thing it is. It may be a taboo in a particular society, but still the mother, the father, the educator need to give assurance to the child that they will listen to them, the children. Otherwise, they go to their friends, who are also not having perfect information or a correct information, or they go to internet and they find out something else and they fall in trap. That's why it is very important and pertinent for the adults in the family, the society, the education institutions, that they give a very patience hearing to the child and they give them assurance that they can speak anything to them. So to conclude, I feel it's very important for the society, for the family, for the education institutions, all the stakeholders who directly or indirectly responsible to nurture emotional security in the minds of the children need to take more care, allow children what they are, who they are. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughts about gentle parenting. I hope it's very useful for the young parents who really need this.
Let me introduce the next speaker. Hard work brings success. Hard work brings fame. Hard work brings glory. Among very few who can relate to the above statement, this woman has most definitely gained a name for herself by her dedication. We take immense pleasure in introducing Dr. Bhavneet Kaur, Principal of Brilliant Community College. She renders her service by serving as the founder editor of Namaste India, State President Aesthetics International, founder director of Akal Academy of Arts and Artists. She also serves as UN volunteer Puma Trust. Over 30 years of rich multicultural experience with educational industry, she earned many awards like Global Ambassador 21st DG Skills, Best Edu Leader 21st DG Skills, Educator of the Year Award 2020-2021, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for Innovative Teaching, and gained various awards. She received her doctorates in philosophy from Africa. I assure these are tiny part of her work. We are glad to have such a wonderful soul for the session. Now it's time for her address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. I'm very obliged at the beautiful introduction. Thank you so much. Well, I would speak about cyber security for children today. Kids have more information at their fingertips than any generation before. Tablets, laptops, and smartphones are common at school and at home, including for virtual learning, and the devices aren't going away anytime soon, which is why families should have conversations about internet safety. The internet has information that can enrich our lives, it can also harm us and the people we love. You want your children to have access to it, but you also want to be safe online. How can you get both the things? This is the challenge of the living world. The bad guys may be smart, but you and your kids can be smarter. So, what is internet safety? It is the safety for children or the adults to remain safe from the internet problems. This includes being aware of the risks associated with your online activity and employing a few strategies to prevent or avoid these risks. Internet safety is also sometimes referred to as online safety, cyber safety, or e safety. So, why is it important? Playing safe online can help prevent you and your kids from being exposed to unwanted information, materials, or risks on the internet that might harm your devices, personal information of or your family. It's smart to teach children computer safety so that they don't fall victim to some common dangers of the internet. It's worth noting that there are federal laws in place like the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act that have been enacted to protect kids when online. But knowing about them, knowledge about these are very important and we have to keep a note of it. It applies to younger children than 13 and it requires websites to explain their privacy policies and get parental consent before collecting or using a child's personal information. Importantly, it prohibits sites from requiring children to provide access personal information to play a game. Still, laws are sometimes broken online, which is why the best defense is practicing computer safety and internet safety. One of the prevalent dangers of the internet is cyber criminals and the ever evolving cyber crimes they create. Because so many cyber crimes are launched to target any internet user, it's likely that no family member is exempt of such attacks either. There are many threats children face online as well as adults and teens. Educating the whole family on how to identify and avoid each cyber threat is an important part of internet safety. There are many cyber safety tips parents should know, but internet safety doesn't stop there. Every family member has to play their part in creating a cyber safe household. So, I would share with you some of the safety tips for kids which they can really help out. Whether they are learning virtually, watching YouTube, or playing games, kids are becoming digital citizens at a very young age. So it's never too late to acquaint them with some internet safety tips. First of all, they should know the dangers of internet. When it comes to cybersecurity, kids are often one of your family's weakest links, and that can be for lack of knowing the dangers of the internet. So teach the kids about suspicious activity online and encourage them to ask for help if something unusual. Second, remember your identity is important. Sometimes kids make themselves vulnerable to identify theft by disclosing personal information online because they believe they have nothing to lose. A child's identity can have as much value as an adult's identity, if not more. Scammers can trick kids into disclosing their social security number or sometimes that also helps a lot, it leads them to a very bad situation. Security number, other details that can be used to commit identity theft. Remind children not to reveal too much information about themselves. Their date of birth, address, and SSN are all examples of personal information and then should not share them freely. Beware of strangers offline. You have probably introduced the idea to your kids that all strangers can be potentially dangerous. We should also remind them that even online strangers are very fatal. While teens may be more prone to advances from online predators, kids can be targeted as well. So it's very important to teach them at a very young age to be cautious online and tell an adult if someone they don't know communicates with them or make them uncomfortable. Watching out phishing. You may be sophisticated enough to know not to click on a URL that's supposedly from your bank or a friend. But does everyone in your household know that? So we should teach our kids about phishing scams and warn them not to click on URLs in an email or social network message. We should choose strong passwords and teach our kids how to create a strong passwords. They are defense against hackers, fine, but we should also teach our kids to create a hack-proof password by selecting a combination of uppercase, lowercase, letters, numbers, symbols, etc. Internet safety tips for teens, which are very much necessary today. Some teens are often more tech savvy. I remember my daughter teaching me more about internet than what I knew. But that doesn't mean they have a strong sense of judgment or have access to all of the tools that can help protect them online. So it's our duty to help our tweens and teens cyber safe by introducing them to many of the safety tips.
Yes, so we're extremely fortunate to have Ms. Eileen Arora as our speaker for today. She started her career in 1999. Ever since, she has developed a vision for improving quality of life, wellness, and relationship between body and mind. She's the founder of Your Body Truth, and she studied wellness at Traditional Oriental Medicine Research Center, IMEC, located in Japan. In 2007, she became the COO of a consultation company. In 2012, she became the operator and ambassador of Urban Massage in Paris. And she's also the managing director of Meraki Training Academy, and also one of the co-authors of one of Amazon's best-selling books, The Courageous Path to Empowerment. We're extremely fortunate to have you today as our speaker, ma'am. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. How is everybody's from India here? We have people from everywhere in the world. How are you doing?
We're all good now.
So, very good. So I just so happy because I had a client before coming here, and it was Ayurvedic massage, and this is one of my favorites of doing it. Very good, good. And well, it's my favorite one to receive too. Okay, we have. I don't know if you are passionate about wellness. I'm in this area for several years, and I'm passionate about it. So let me introduce more, and let's talk about children today. That's the subject. In conscious mind, we carry things, even if we don't remember what happened with us when you were small. And there are some stuff I think now it's proven by science that's not a good idea to say to a child. And I would like to share with you some phrases or some stuff never say to a child, because it's going to hurt. It hurts a lot. For example, one of the phrases some people told me when I was a child is that I will never get money, I will never make money if I don't get married with a rich man. So please, if someone told you that when you was a child, don't believe in that, because it's not true. And if you have a friend, or if you grow up with that idea, what would I say to you is it's not true. Even if you are a woman, you can make money, you can talk about money, you can talk about finances. Talking about money and talking about figures doesn't mean if you're a man or a woman, it's okay to talk about that. It doesn't matter. Another thing I would like to say is, instead of saying to a child, for example, a little girl, for example, a little girl with some kind of ambitious says, oh, look at that t-shirt, I would like to buy it. And you are a mother, or you don't have money. Instead of saying, oh, sorry, I don't have money to buy that, or you never have money to buy that. Don't say that. You can teach the child to make some savings and say, okay, I don't have money to buy that because I work and I have my own money. But one day you have your money and you'll be able to buy that. So, because if you say every time that the ambitions coming to the child's mind that she's not capable, or he's not capable, or it's impossible, you never buy that car, you never go to another country, you never do that. We will grow up with that belief, you know what I mean? So I grew up with people saying to me that I'm a woman, I'm a little girl, is not interested, with ADHD. So ADHD is a problem with paying attention and stuff, or concentrating in stuff and things. And when I was 18, I was living in Japan. So now I live in Paris for 10 years already and have my own business here. So don't tell children those kind of stuff. And there's another thing. It's not good to tell to children is cut their dreams. For example, when you see, let me give a little example, because then you can teach children to negotiate. Imagine there are two boys fighting because of an orange, and they are fighting because only one orange. And you don't know what they want, they are fighting. And then you take the orange and you cut in the middle, and you give one part of this orange to one boy and one part of this orange to the other boy. And they are not happy, and you don't know why. You know why? Because if you ask to the boy, why are you fighting about that orange? One would say, okay, I'm fighting because about that orange, because I wanted to use the skin of the orange to decorate some stuff. And the other, I wanted to use just the inside part of the orange to make a juice. So they didn't want you to cut. They were negotiating. So instead of interfering, you can listen first. What do you want? Why are you fighting for what? They are negotiating but maybe they are just negotiating. They are not fighting because of something. That's another thing that is important, because they will learn to negotiate since they are very small. That's another thing. Another thing that is important, not tell to a child, because it's really, really, really complicated and trauma. And is when parents sometimes they say, you have, never use this word. You have to look after me when I'll be old. Don't do that, because it's heavy. A child, when he's 10 years old, a child is not obliged to look after any parents. It's the other way around. Parents, they must make money, they must work and look after their child. It's the other way around. When I will be old, you have to look after me. No, nobody has to look after anyone. Nobody. Parents, when they get old, they must make their own money in their own lives and leave their children to be free and decide what they want to do. I'm 40 years old, 41. My parents are okay. They are in Brazil. They have their own lives. They are okay. They're getting old, but they're healthy. When they want to visit me, they visit. When I want to visit them, I visit. And I don't, it's heavy to carry that. And this child carrying that kind of heavy, difficult things will think in the future that all the diseases their parents have is their fault. They feel guilty. Okay, my mom had whatever, sometimes some shit happens, and then okay, my mom is sick and it's my fault. Not my fault. She's sick because she's sick. I have to. I don't have to. I don't have to. That's kind of freedom. You go and you look after your parents if, okay, occasionally, but it's not something that must be heavy for you. Because when you were a child, someone told you that you have to look after your parents when you are old. No, you don't. Life is very simple. Life is very, very simple, and we complicated everything. When we're a little child, we depend on our parents. We count on them. And then we grow up, and then we start our own families. And then we continue. It's very simple. Another thing, it's important not saying to a child, can be a boy or a girl, is when you get married, I will interfere in everything. First of all, no, don't do that, and never say that to your children when they are teenagers or everything. What you can do is teach them, show them how can be a healthy relationship, avoiding being in a toxic relationship. That can teach them, you can show them, but not saying, oh, when my girl find a man, I will interfere in everything. It's only a girl, 12 years old, maybe even not 15, and you are already put your finger in someone else's family. She will grow up, or he will grow up, he will decide with who he's get married or not. It's not you. Okay, this is another thing that we have to be very careful, because otherwise the child will grow up and the child will know, even 18, 20 years old, won't know exactly who to choose and will be insecure and ask her mother or father, oh, I don't know who to choose in my life. That's complicated. We must be able to choose this kind of stuff without asking my mother or asking my father. Another thing that is interesting is, for example, for a parent, and then, okay, I really would love my father, I'm a father, I'm a mother, I really would like my child or my daughter, my son, to be a lawyer, attorney, for example. Okay, but that's your dream, it's not him. So let your children decide what type of expertise they are good at. They will show you, okay, I'm a musician, but my son is not a musician. My son prefers machines. And what the problem is? There's no problem, you know. It cuts the creativity, it cuts the freedom we have. And just observe if your children likes to speak a lot, talking a lot. Okay, maybe goes for communication, goes for something like that. Observe the way they are, and they will decide what type of, you can give some hints. Some children, they are very ambitious since they are 11, 5 years old. They say, I want to be like this, I want to be this in the future, I choose my professional life. And some kids are not, they're just slower to decide, and that's okay, no pressure. The more pressure you make, they will be in the future insecure, and they won't be able to choose their own career. I live that. I was living my mother dreams instead of living my own dreams. My mother, for her, I would be a dancer of ballet. I'm not, and it's not me. So this is one of the conflicts that happen in my life. I don't dance ballet. I didn't realize that I was living my life trying to please my parents instead of putting my talents to the society and giving the best to the society. So this is another thing that parents must be very, very careful. So do you have any questions? Would you like to ask something about questions? I'm open to questions. I'm Brazilian, Japanese, Italian, and Portuguese descendant. Okay. And I live in Paris for 10 years as a wellness therapist through massage, meditation, and I'm becoming a life coach. All right, so that's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else? Another question? No question. So that's my contact. Okay, thank you for receiving you here. This is my house, almost my house. I spend more time here than in my house. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your informative speech. Now I would like to welcome Miss Brenda Dempsey. Ms. Brenda is a visionary action woman and spirited leader who has won over 17 prestigious awards in her career. She also built the I Can movement of 1 million spirited leaders to help raising their voices of courage, impacting change, and creating extraordinary results for themselves, others, and the world through imagination, innovation, and influence. Recently, during the COVID-19, she created her new business, that is Book Brilliance Publishing, a publisher with a difference for authors, speakers, and entrepreneurs. Welcome, ma'am. It is our immense pleasure to have you here today as our speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. It's such an honor to be here today. And I'm just thrilled to share a platform with so many amazing women and men. So I have a PowerPoint. So let's hope it works. Okay. We're talking about technology. So what I want to talk to you about today, what's coming, obviously is personal power for children. So I was a teacher for 25 years. And as a young child, I was always interested in people being the best and helping others. So as a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old, I would raise money for children in Africa. And as a 10-year-old, on our screens, television was these absolute, it was such a sorrowful sight of seeing these children with no clothes on, pot-bellied because of the hunger. And it was my first introduction to the world at large, and that there was people in the world suffering, but not just people, children. So I was so moved as a 10-year-old that I went out and raised the equivalent of 1 week's wages back in the 60s to donate to these children. And I've lived my life like that ever since, helping others less fortunate, but mainly children, hence I became a teacher. And between teaching and entering into the coaching world and leadership and into publishing now, the most important thing is personal power. And there's no reason why we can't introduce children to personal power. Our last speaker, Aline, she spoke about meditation and things that you should never say to children because they do develop limiting beliefs, and we all have limiting beliefs, and they're because of our background, our environment, and what we've heard as children, whether it's our parents, our friends, our extended family, our teachers in the community. So for me, where do you begin to keep children safe? You begin by teaching them personal power. You begin by letting them know they have a voice. Just because they're 5 or 7 or 10 or 12 doesn't mean to say they don't have their own voice. They do. And again, our last speaker was talking about them having that power. Her words were slightly different, but it was the same thing. So for me, personal power is so, so important. And what I want to talk about, there's going to be 3 things I'm going to focus on today. So the safety rules for children when they're on their own, how they can follow these rules, and children need to practice them. Like everything, you need to practice these, what to say in situations, and the safety rules with people kids know. So kids need to know how to keep themselves safe in their own home, in the community, when they're with people they know, and when they're with strangers. There used to be a phrase called stranger danger, but that just creates anxiety in children because they begin then to fear that everybody is going to be a problem for them, whereas the reality is most people are kind and fair. And if you look at statistics, you do find that children that are abused by someone they know rather than a stranger. But yet here, I'm in the UK, I remember growing up, it was always about stranger danger. But we need to be careful of the words we use. And again, Helene, I think you and I definitely need a conversation, because you were talking about the words you say to children and the impact that they have. And if you feed children fear, they're going to be anxious. And we certainly don't want anxiety, because then we're getting into mental health, and that can go on for years and years and years, if not decades, with children in their lives, you know. So the thing is about having a dialogue and asking children, is there anything that's worrying you and that you would like to talk about? Is there anything that's been on your mind that you know, we can share? Because you want to be giving them, it's not enough to talk to children, you have to give them that time to practice. So it's so important that we have the practice and skills. So if we look at what safety rules there are, as I said, most people are good, and this means most strangers are good. And a stranger is just someone that you don't know, but they can look like anybody. You cannot tell an abuser of a child by how they look. Of course, we have some stereotypical images that are in our mind, but really anybody can be an abuser. But the thing is, most people are good and kind. So the rules, they're different. They have to know what are the rules when I'm with an adult that I know and I like and I trust. What do I have to say? I need to know that I have to speak to them, that they will help keep me safe, and that if someone comes up to me as a stranger, I have to be with my adult. And, you know, you see it with children. I know if I speak to a child, and I do speak to children, I was a teacher, and it's just natural for me to maybe say something to a child. But then I'm looking at that parent or adult they're with, and so is the child. They're looking for that reassurance. It's all right to talk to this person, you know. But what happens when your child's no longer 6, 7, and 8, but they're getting a little more freedom and they're outside on their own? They need to learn to be able to deal with strangers, or even people they know, when they're feeling that danger, when they're out on their own. How do they, how can they be safe? And how do they approach other people if they're feeling threatened or if they're feeling in danger? So you will teach them not to give out personal information to a stranger, maybe their name, but nothing else, you know, because it's important that they maintain control. It's their personal power, that they don't give anything away. So we have to tell children and allow them to practice saying that they don't want to give, being assertive and not want to give away that information. But they also need to know that it's okay to go to strangers when there's an emergency. So when there's an emergency that's happening to them, they need to know that it is okay then to go and ask strangers. So you might tell them to go into a shop or a place where there's people maybe in a job, or a place that's known to be safe. It's important then that they know that they can go and get that help if they're feeling insecure. So they have to learn.
Can I interrupt you for a minute, please? Actually, the slides are, I think this is on the first slide. So is it possible that
is it not showing?
Showing, no, it's not. I think you could just go to the next slide.
Let me, can you see the slides?
Yes.
So I think I'm on this slide currently.
Yeah, Yeah, it's now it's
I just put it
perfect.
this way rather than I was doing it as a slideshow. But then you see, it means everything's on the screen. It doesn't matter. I'll just go with it.
Okay.
I was trying not to have much. Okay. So I was at the part where my job is to check first with the adult in charge before they go anywhere. But when they are on their own, there's no one for them to check in with. So you have to talk through all the different scenarios and give them and equip them with what they might say, what they might do, who they might talk to. That's so important. So obviously, these are conversations that happen over time as the child is developing. You don't sit down and go, blah, and give them everything at once. So this is something that you should be talking to them from an early age and as they're developing and growing up, and you just give them little bits of information and you talk about it not just once, not just twice, but over and over again, and ask them, what would you do? Once you tell them what to do and what to say, let them practice it out. So ask them to do that. Schools are a great place, but I know that not all children are going to school every day. So this is not just the job for parents. This is a job for parents, schools, community, wherever the children are, the people, the adults around. Everybody needs to be part of this situation. It's so important so that the child feels safe and secure at all times. So it's about giving them a plan. It's giving them the tools, the techniques, the strategies that they can use in a myriad of situations and with those different people, so that you're equipping them with a life skill. And some of these skills we need to use as well as adults when we get ourselves into tricky situations. So they will know what is the family safety rules, what's okay when I'm with adults, what's okay when I'm on my own, what's okay when I'm in other situations like clubs, like school, like when they're out shopping or at a marketplace. How are they keeping themselves safe? Because they cannot rely that other adults will keep them safe. We know that is just not the case. We just need to look at the figures. And already looking at what are the rules with the internet, if they answer a drone, they answer a phone, all of these things. There's so many aspects of child safety, from psychological to emotional to physical. But today, my focus is on that power. So we have to empower the children with what it is they have to know. So to follow rules, so we've talked about the rules, they have to practice it. So how should they stand? How should they walk? What is awareness? How can we make them more confident? How can we make them use what we're equipping them with and say it with confidence, say it in an assertive way that they don't come across as cheeky? There's a saying, children should be seen and not heard. Whilst it's not quite the case here in the UK, I know that it is the case in other places around the world. How do you keep a safe distance from someone approaching? Learn what to do. I remember as a child walking the streets, and what I was told from my mother when I was like 9 and 10, if I was out, if you feel frightened, go and find a man. Now, that's not what we would tell children today. So things change over time. So just they need to know what to do when they're out and about, and how do they keep themselves safe in that distance. And how do they walk away if someone approaches them without waiting? How do they just move on, even if the person's been very nice? I remember a time as a child when a man tried to lure me down a very quiet place near a canal. And I just, sixth sense, and children have this, and teach them to understand their sixth sense, because I just knew this man was trying to do something that wasn't right and I didn't know him. So I just turned on my heels and I ran all the way home and I didn't stop. So it's making sure the child knows exactly what to do if they are approached by a stranger, and giving them it's the opportunity to practice it. Let them practice what they're doing. How to check first, even when someone says not to. So what do they need to do to check in that it's all right? It's so important that they have got this plan and they've acted it out. How do you get away from a busy or insensitive adult if they are lost or scared? You know, sometimes children want adult attention, but the adult, and they're really scared and they're in a very dangerous situation, but the adult isn't recognizing those signs. So what does the child do in those situations? Maybe in a situation, they have to practice being noisy, running, getting to the safety. It's so important, like I told you, I ran away when a man tried to lure me. And they might lure you with sweets, they'll give you money, whatever it is, they'll find a way. Or they might say, oh, your mum sent me, or your dad sent me. So children need to understand. So have code words and things like this with the child. So they will ask, oh, what's the code word? You know, and then an adult, if they're not an adult who's helping that child, they'll get on their tail because they'll think, well, this child knows quite a bit. I've not got a vulnerable child here. So a lot of adults think children are vulnerable. At this point, I also want to say, it's not just adults children need to be wary of, because children abuse children. Maybe a child 2 or 3 years older can abuse other children. So that's important too, that children have to have that feeling that they're safe. And if they're not safe, irrespective of the age of that other person, they have that right to say no. And also, if you're out in the street, there's rules. But what happens if someone tries to come to the home and get into the home and approaches them there? Because absolutely, when we're in our home, we feel safe. Our home is that safe and secure place. But as we know, I know here in the UK, there's been many attacks, and God forbid, there's been murders of people getting in. And it's so important that all scenarios are thought about. In all scenarios, the strategies are told. In all scenarios, that they are allowed to practice. So what do kids need to know? They need to know that they are themselves, that their body, their time, their spirit all belongs to them. That touch for play, teasing or affection has to be both choices, but it has to be safe. Except for health, so in the doctor and place and even then make sure there's another adult. No one should touch me in any private area. So that's the parts of the body that's covered by a bathing suit. No one should be touching me there. No one should ask me to touch them either. Children need to know that that's not okay either, and that they can. I see someone's raised a hand. Can I take that at the end, Aline? Can you keep your point to the end? Okay. That no one should touch, should ask you to touch them. Again, I had the police involved when I was about 9. This happened to me right outside my home when a man asked me to touch him in a particular area. Again, something inside me went, this isn't right. I screamed and then I ran, but the police were involved in that. So, you know, this happened to me. This is like 50 odd years ago and it's still happening today. So we have to equip our children. I innately knew what to do, but many children don't seem to. So everything is a choice. And never, ever, if someone, let them know if someone says it's our secret, that's not all right. Those secrets should not be kept. We shouldn't be asking children to keep secrets, not at all. So they do not have the cognition or the mental capacity to be able to differentiate. So just don't ask them to keep a secret. And they need to learn that they are in control of how they feel, not other people. That includes parents. And we've already heard about that today. You know, it's their life. They've got the choice. We've just gifted them. As parents, we gift our children the gift of life. And as I said, anything that bothers me isn't a secret. If I've got a problem, I need to tell an adult I trust and keep on telling until I get help. You know, there was this like years ago when children was disclosing something, or they're just making up stories, they've got a vivid imagination. But now, you know, I was a child protection officer when I was in education. And now if a child comes to you with anything, it has to be taken as the truth. It's then up to an investigation to find out if that child has been true or if that child has been seeking attention. We should not be the judge and jury of that. So make sure that when a child comes and discloses something, that is the truth. It takes a lot of courage for children to come and disclose something. It really, really does. And I know that firsthand, having worked with children for over 25 years and being in a privileged situation. And it's never too late to get help, because children will hide things for weeks, months, years, because they're afraid. They're afraid, they're embarrassed. The same reasons that you and I would have. Children have it, but it's magnified for them. Saying no is okay. To say no, teach your child to say no, and that's okay for them to say no. And you know, here it says use polite, clear words and good eye contact. If a child uses good eye contact and say no, an adult will definitely think, as I said earlier, they've not got a vulnerable child here. Keep persisting. People might try to bribe you. They might try and hurt your feelings. They might overpower you. They might want to try and take your power away. But you have to help that child know that that's okay. Protect themselves from hurtful words. Words, you know, there was a saying when I was growing up, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. But as we all know, words can last a lifetime. They can limit us in many, many ways as we are growing up. So words do hurt and do last a lifetime. They are the scars that cannot be seen and take longer to heal than a cut or an open wound. Verbal choices of getting out of potentially dangerous situations, they need to know what it is they're doing and what they're saying and how they're getting out there. Remember that plan of action. And knowing what they can do to get the attention of busy adults, and that they do not want to be left feeling confused and uncomfortable. So you can see I'm just touching the tip of one little part of a very jagged iceberg. But for me, if you empower a child to connect with their own power, give them the tools, give them opportunity to practice it, then children will feel safer and we won't have stranger danger. We'll have stranger security. And that's so important for children all over the world. So that leaves me just with thanking you. There's here are some of my ways in which you can connect with me, but I know Aline had her hand up. So if you've got a question or would you like to say something?
Yes, I would like to say something. It's very interesting what we're saying, because, for example, children don't tell their parents their problems when parents tell their children their problems. For example, adult stuff. If you have a problem with your husband, don't tell your children. Oh, you know, your father, he did this, you know, your mom should. This type of problems you solve with adults, not with a child. Because if you start to tell your problems to a child, the child says, oh, my parents, they have too many problems. I don't want to bring them more problems. And they stop telling you what's happening. So don't do that. And another thing that's very important, we were talking about frustration. How important for children to be frustrated. because in life you'll be frustrated one day. You'll have to learn how to, the no's will come. Okay, one day I'll fall in love for someone who is not interested in me, and it's not the end of the world. So saying no is very important. And for example, one of the things saying no is when children, they are very small and they want to sleep in parents' bed. Don't allow that, because parents, they have their intimacy, and it's not a place for children sleeping in the same bed than parents. Come on. Oh, he's crying. I'm telling you what my clients tells me. Oh, I don't know what to do with my daughter. She's not 9 years old and she wants to sleep between my, come on, put in their room. Say no. It's very simple. 5 years old children, they shouldn't sleep in the same room and in the same bed than parents, because they cannot get used to have that type of touch that only couples have, you know?
Yeah, and I think, Aline, I mean, that's another whole conversation within the family home and things like that. That is another big conversation for sure.
Yes, for sure.
What's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And different cultures will also be okay in one culture, but it won't be okay in another culture. Well, we know that, you know, if you've traveled the world or anything, and what you read and what you see on the TV, it's, you can see, and I talk with women from many cultures, so I learned from our conversations that that would never happen, or this never happens and it's not right. So it's a big sort of issue, and we're all at different levels. But I think if we give power to our children, and let them know that they've got that power to keep themselves safe, that for me, as a teacher and having worked with children, and you can do that to quite young children, and you build on it as they go through their childhood, so by the time they're coming out as teens, they're confident young men and women, and they can deal. So you're building resilience in there. I think that's what you were alluding to as well. We need to build that resilience, that they knock down, they get back up. So all of that empowerment, assertiveness, all of that is so key. But it's the most important thing is just don't tell them. Get them to practice it, role play. All of these things are so important. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think it's very important that we talk about child safety, and you've presented it in such a wonderful presentation. And thank you so much for your time, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to our next speaker, Dr. Amber Leon, who's a founder and CEO of From Pain to Purpose. She is a transformational speaker, domestic violence and teen dating violence awareness advocate, global leader of WWCA Young Leaders Club, worship facilitator, podcast producer, ordained elder, and intercessory prayer leader. Welcome, ma'am, and it's our immense pleasure to have you here as our speaker today. Over to you, ma'am.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Greetings. I am so honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me in this space. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are all over the world. I am Dr. Amber Ann Lyons, and I am the CEO and the founder of From Pain to Purpose Incorporated. I am presently on here on my laptop and my phone because the laptop has for some reason, the internet has kicked me off multiple times, and I do have a presentation. However, if the internet goes off again, I pray that it stays on while I'm on here. And if it does happen to fail, I will speak from my phone. I'll back up, I won't present, but I will speak from my phone. So just a little bit about me. I as already been said, I am the founder and CEO from Pain to Purpose Incorporated. And I have been working with youth and young adults and children for over 30 years in various aspects of the community and different areas of society, within the ecclesiastical faith community, within the school system, within the business acumen, within all different areas. As a mother and a grandmother, I'm a proud mother of 3 adult children and a proud grandmother of 4 beautiful grandchildren. So I've worked with youth in so many different areas. I've trained them in dance in my church back home for 9 years. I've worked in the Sunday school, teaching them about God. And I've worked even when it comes to like going to on your lunch hour, taking your lunch hour to go read with underprivileged children. I've done that as well. So it's so many different things that I have done in regards to young people. Presently, I serve as the World Women's Conference and Awards under the founder Reaganists and Makers. I serve as the global leader for the Young Leaders Club. And last year, we had the theme that we had for them was New Year, New You. Find your voice and your life's choice. And this year, our theme for them is, and this is young people all over the world, young people, youth, young adults. And our theme this year is focusing on a panoramic view of 2022 through media, creative arts, and skills development. So I developed the programming for them and get speakers and different things and artists that come on, because as a mother, I have worked in entertainment industry for many years with my son, who is an artist, an actor, a rapper, and I've worked with him and gone all traveled and toured and everything. So the entertainment industry is one of the areas where I have expertise as far as creative arts and working in the arts. And then in the domestic violence and teen dating violence area is expertise. And for that is the foundation of my organization, From Pain to Purpose. It's a domestic violence and teen dating violence advocacy organization in Stone Mountain, Georgia, located in the United States of America. So I'm so honored to be with you in India, all over the world today. I want to salute all of the speakers from yesterday and today. It's like I just heard so many wonderful things. I even heard things that I will repeat. However, we're going to move forward with my presentation for today. So this is just the introduction, which we already have covered. We're here for the Children's Safety Summit. I heard a speaker this morning introduce, when he introduced his presentation, he talked about, wow, that is so awesome, because that's how I'm starting mine out. This, the image on the left says a child that's being abused by its parents doesn't stop loving its parent. It stops loving itself. And that is something that we have to remember to keep in our memory bank as we talk about child safety and children's safety, that they are a gift from God. Psalms 127:3 in the King James Version says, lo, children are an heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Do you not know that the children that we have given birth to, they do not belong to us. They are gifted to us by God. We are just merely stewards over them. And as stewards, we want to be good stewards. We want to be stewards who actually do right by our children. And not only our children, other people's children. And that's one of the things that I embrace in my organization. I speak about our youth and our children as our, capital letters, O-U-R. That means they're outstanding, they're unique, and they are refined, and it takes a village. That is the way I talk about our children. I work feverishly and diligently to open up collaborative opportunities and doors for our young people to be able to provide them with leadership success, and to be able to do wonderful things and collaborative things in our communities. So this is now not just local, it's not just national, but it is on a global level now. So One of the areas I already told you my expertise lies within domestic violence and teen dating violence. So I wanted to share in regards to child safety that the COVID-19 pandemic, we know, became what was considered a perfect storm, where victims, adults and children alike, were confined with their abusers. They weren't able to get out. The children weren't going to school. We know that they were homeschooled. They were an opportunity to go and go to school. And sometimes that's where the only place where they had breakfast, where they had lunch, where they were able to actually get away from that toxic and abusive and unhealthy environment. So we are just highlighting that the past 2 years that we have just come through, the domestic violence, we know, impacts the entire family. Sometimes people just think about the man or the woman, but the children sustain scars that last them a lifetime. And sometimes we know that becomes a generational cycle where it is repeated and it goes on to the next generation and the next generation. So we work to educate our community, to equip our community, to encourage our community, and we work to be able to bring all of these things together, not just for the intervention of domestic violence and teen dating violence, but the prevention. What we want to do is cut that generational curse off. We don't want to continue to repeat it. You're not going to be like your father. You're not going to be like the one that abused you. You can end the cycle. So 30 to 60% of intimate partner violence cases also include child abuse. Do you know that 275, and then we wonder why they are dealing with so many internal scars. We wonder why they're dealing with so many issues that impact them when they go to school. We wonder why they open up and resolve conflicts with violence. Violence begets violence. Love begets love. Love conquers all. We know that we have to put more and more love into our children, especially as educators and those who are in spiritual leadership. We have to love on these young people because you don't know what their home life is like. You don't know what it is that they're dealing with in their home. So we have to take the responsibility to be able to open up to them and let them know that we love them, that we support them, and that we're here to help provide resources and help for them. That we are able to not just hear them, but heed them. We have to hear them and heed them and then help them. So we want to make sure that our young people know that will help them to know that they have a safe place with us. The best domestic violence opens children and youth up to human trafficking, where they become runaways or vulnerable to being enticed by those who may be presenting them with shiny things and things that they can't get at home. So we have to be able to continue to have open dialogue with our young people. Make sure our communication is solid. Make sure our communication is on a consistent basis. Over the past couple of years, we've been teaching, keep your communication with your young people open, keep it consistent, have talks, check in on them, because adults were dealing with so much that they didn't even realize that they weren't really checking in on their children and that their children were suffering. Do you know that 35%, because there was a 31 to 35% increase in emergency room visits because of the mental health of our youth? That's because they weren't having that outlet that they needed. How is homeschooling treating you? How is being away from your friends treating you? How are you feeling about not being isolated from your family and friends? We have to have these conversations. Open up the communication and the dialogue, and then they will know that they can come to. And sometimes miscommunication, they're going to be directed to do the wrong thing, believe the wrong thing, so it has to come from you. Ways to stay safe, the 3 R's that you can definitely share with your children according to secondstep.org, right? The 3 R's are recognize, report, and refuse. Recognize, is it safe? What is the rule? Where you are, where you're going, who you're hanging out with. Do you feel safe? Do you feel anxious or do you feel nervous when certain people come into your presence? You ever notice that sometimes children don't like certain family members coming over? You have to pay attention to that. Don't ever let your children tell you that something is happening to them, especially by someone whose care you're leaving them in or someone who's coming into your atmosphere and they tell you, or you can sense, even if they don't tell you, you can sense a change in them. You can sense that the demeanor, they begin to cower and they begin to isolate and they become quiet. When they're very open and vibrant child, pay attention to, you can't tell them, no, they didn't do that to you. No, you have to learn how to listen to your children. Report, have them, make sure you continue to validate them. If someone is doing something to you, parent, teacher, whoever it is, friend, folk, a family member, report it. Tell an adult, tell me, and you have to be able to give them that freedom to be able to know that they can come to you. Refuse, tell them to refuse, let them know that the word no, they have to say no, and that their no has power. So we wanted to share with you, we've had already an expert on this morning on the internet, so we don't have to step on his toes and step in his area of expertise. But because of the work that we do with the youth and the young adults, we all know, it's been said by people yesterday, speakers today, how important the social media world has become. The World Wide Web has become our living space. It's internet our living room. Adults have had to step into this world of using apps and things that they never had before because of the online instruction. You had young people teaching teachers how to use Google Meet, how to use Zoom, things that they didn't know how to use it, a lot of them. So that now the student became the teacher. So if you don't have that open communication and that relationship, you won't be able to have success in that area. So according to Android Authority, some of the best child apps, they said, are kid-oriented message apps, Messenger by Kids Facebook, Google Family Link, Ivy Mobile, App Link, Spin Safe, and YouTube Kids. Now, we've also got to know that we have to always set parental control. We've heard that already. Child safety is super important in the digital age, and some apps can make the task a bit easier if you have parental controls set in place. We heard that already earlier. Apps and games, movies, TV, books. We talked about the gaming. So many of our young people are into coding and gaming. And do you know that people infiltrate? You have predators and pedophiles and people who are scammers that infiltrate all through these different modes of media. So we have to make sure, even in music, we have to make sure that we are safeguarding our young people and setting parental controls in place and checking on them and make sure you know what they're dealing with. Don't just leave them with that all day by themselves. Limit their screen time. Did you know that according to CNN, U.S. teens use more screens more than 7 hours a day on average? Nearly 62% spend more than 4 hours a day on social media, and 29% use screens more than 8 hours a day. That's a work day. They shouldn't be on there all that much because it affects them and their development, and we need to be able to be paying attention. We give it to them so that we can have some peace, so that we can get the cooking done, so that we can work at home, so that we can be able to do our meetings or whatever it is, or just have some downtime. But we have to remember that it can impede and impact the development of our young people, especially when they are spending a lot of time in front of the screens on a daily basis. According to a recent report from Common Sense Media, kids between 8 and 12 years old age average nearly 5 hours of screen time a day. According to Pew Research, TikTok, here's a staggering number. According to the New York Times, the company reports that more than 1/3 of its 49 million, the minimum age to use TikTok is 13. So if you're wondering where your teen, tween, or middle school is hanging out online, start with TikTok. Now, we know that TikTok has made some people famous, and some people have, begun to become content creators and all that wonderful stuff. But always remember that we have to stay on top and watch what's going on these apps. Instagram, they talked about recently how it's becoming affecting the body image of our young people. Here's what parents need to pay attention to: the barrier to entry on Twitch. Twitch is is 13 years of age in a recent investigation by why young and even underage kids are streaming on Twitch, often attracting inappropriate or even predatory behavior from other users. In the age of COVID-19, with many kids attending school, we already talked about the amount of screen time spent on schoolwork has presumably increased. So this should be an example, this should be ample grounds for an open and honest conversation with your kids again about the experiences in cyberspace. Do not just leave them out there. Talk to them, communicate with them, ask them what happened on there. Ask them who did they engage with. Ask them if somebody tried to talk to them or leave a comment that was not nice or what that made them feel, some type of way. Or try to get information from them. And you know what? Not just even on our social media apparatuses. There was something on the news recently where a child was developing a relationship with what the parents thought was an imaginary friend, but it was someone who was talking to her through the security system in the home. We have to be careful with Siri, with Alexa, and all of these other apparatuses that are helpful that predators can infiltrate at our home and gain access to our children. Therefore, their safety becomes jeopardized. How does social media affect body image in children? They use more social media. It also has been liked to children and young people feeling less satisfied with their bodies. In our survey of 40% young people, 26% boys and 54% of girls said that the images on social media have caused them to worry in relation to their body image. See, there's good and bad, I heard, on social media. So we definitely have to be able to hone in on the good and try to eliminate the bad that's going to damage and reduce our safety for our children. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in youth age 10 to 24 years old globally. But detecting those at risk is challenging. That means you have to have a relationship. 7 systematic reviews published to date have found an association between increased screen time and worse mental health in young people. And the association between cyberbullying and suicidal behavior is described in a recent meta-analysis. We have to do our homework. We have to continue to stay in touch. I know my time is just about up, but I just want to share the most recent addition to my organization, From Pain to Purpose. Our Healing Pain Through the Arts Youth Program is presenting what's called RAM sessions through music, arts, media, and education, because this is what our young people are into. RAM sessions are like jam sessions where the cultures of the Black race and the white race begin to come together around music and arts and jazz way back in the day. And now we're doing RAM sessions for older and younger generations to interact and engage and each other to create a supportive environment and a community to help rebuild the generational divide. There is a definite huge generational divide in our generations. We want you to remember that. Are you willing to sacrifice for our youth and young adults? The ram was caught in the thicket when when Abraham took Isaac up to the mountain to slay him by the word of God. There was a ram caught in the thicket. The child wanted to know, well, I see the knife. Where's the sacrifice? The father didn't. He said, the Lord will provide. I'm telling to you today that the RAM sessions are going to begin as we're going to rebuild the generational divide as a global village. I'm not going to go into what the RAM represents and all of that. It's power, it's a rebirthing, it's newness. But my question is, are you ready to rebuild? And you know what? I believe you are, because we're all here today. If you're watching, if you're speaking, you are rebuilding your generation. Continue to do your part, continue to teach, continue to love, continue to share, continue to collaborate. This is how we rebuild the generational divide between the breach of our elders and our youth and our young adults. It takes a village. The African proverb speaks about it taking a village. We're talking about responsibility, accountability, accessibility, and mobility. It takes a village to raise a child is the African proverb that means an entire community of people must interact with children for those children to grow in a safe and healthy environment. We'll be doing this through workshops, online courses, in-person events, town halls, collaborative opportunities. And we invite you to reach out to us through our LinkedIn, Linktree. I'm on Linktree at A Lyons 63 as Dr. Amber Ann Lyons. Thank you so much for this time and this space. This has been a blessing to be able to share with you today, and I relinquish the mic.
So now we move on to our next speaker, Ms. Helen. And ma'am, you can just start your speech, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, that surname is Arjuru, like kangaroo. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We had a slot earlier today on the program talking about body safety and the necessary approach to children's safety and sexual violence. And of course, now we have a very beautiful speech by Dr. Amber, which was really going deep into the various ways that we think more seriously about this topic. So I wanted to just offer my 3-point contribution to children's safety, maybe on a happier note or on a more general note, that all children really at the moment in the world are, as we know so well, facing the great challenge of technology and how to make it work positively in their lives. And families and parents are also, I would say, even struggling with this challenge. So as a clinical psychologist and someone who's worked with many children from around the world in 13 countries, I think it's really helpful to just look a little bit today quickly at the psychology of children's development. And when we look at the brain of a child, we can see that there are very important formative years where a child is really learning to get the skills and to learn the skills for adult life. And of course, when there are devices and technological apparatus involved in this child's development, it changes the way the brain is developing. And on this note, then, I thought it would be good to just give everybody a really important reminder about the 3 most important things that all children need. And this is now in order to protect the intellectual and knowledge-based safety of children that will then become, hopefully, highly functional adults who can really deal with the challenges that we are now facing in the world. So if we compromise brain development, along with many other emotional, psychological, and environmental challenges that the child is already going to be dealing with, we would be putting an enormous amount of pressure on children. So one thing we can do is really begin to think again at how important it is to protect children's development. And this means we need to provide these 3 things. The first one is play. Every time we see a child with a device watching a video or playing a game, we assume that this is a level of play. But the reality of it is that physical play requires us to be interacting with an object. It means that we have to get the sensory body involved in the experience of play. And this is why we were designed from very, very young to be curious and to have something very powerful called divergent thinking. So we know that children will come up with imaginary, amazing, creative ideas about many things, some children more than others, and this is what we call divergent thinking. Now, when we have a level of play that develops this divergent thinking, you will have a very well-functioning child. But if it's not possible, or if the child doesn't get enough attention into the area of play, or if they are now, as we see so often, technology interrupting the state of play, the state of interactive play, we can end up seeing children shut down their imaginary response to things. Their imagination lessens, and their divergent thinking also lessens, together with many other factors that, of course, they're dealing with all the time. We are now seeing less and less divergent thinking in adults. So one thing we have to remember is that all children need this level of play. So if you see that your children out there are spending more time on devices, as we see everywhere, that they are challenged in some other area in their life, one very quick medicine is to increase the amount of play. That means taking them into my second point, very, very important, is nature. Taking a child into nature and creating a state of play, playing with the child, encouraging many different interesting ways for children to be involved with nature is going to help them tremendously. And this is why this is the second factor that children need in order to develop the brain. There are in fact studies done on the color green and how they affect the way a child's brain is developing, together with the color blue. And we know that we find these colors in the sky outside and in nature. So it's really important that we have enough contact with both these colors in their natural state, and they create a whole transcendental type experience of the world that is affecting the neurotransmission in the brain. So this is why this is the second point. The third point, very important, is holism. Now, a lot of people understand this word as holistic, maybe more in terms of medicine, we hear the word used. But in terms of child development, it really refers to the importance for children to integrate information. This means that when a child is learning a certain fact about the world, maybe they've learned that lions roar, they have a certain sound that they make that's different to a cow. And as a child is learning that, when he was in front of a lion or at the zoo and he heard the sound of the lion, this becomes much more powerful information that gets integrated into the brain. So this is what we call holism. And it's the third reason that we need to be very clever about how we help children develop in their education and in their information gathering online, the research that they might be doing with tech. We see some amazing results when technology is involved in healthy ways, where children can get this level of holism quite successfully online, because you can interact with information, you can see, beautiful videos that kind of happen to explain something a little bit better, or you see the cartoon and then you read a book. So we have wonderful ways that we can encourage holism. But again, if we go back to the 3 points we just mentioned, it's very important that the level of play and the level of nature is in enough of a quota for that third factor to really work well. This means that children's play response, their ability to play, and the contact they have with nature, the amount of time they have in nature, is going to increase this third one and help them integrate information even more. For example, playing when you're learning about something is one of the most powerful ways to integrate information and to bring in a sense of holism. So these are the 3 factors I wanted to just leave into the minds of everybody watching. Maybe you've already instilled it in your children, it's established, well established. Maybe one of them needs a little bit of work. Maybe you can reinforce all 3 of these in the future and make sure that you're giving as much encouragement as you can and opportunities, maybe getting involved yourself as much as possible to get the environment primed for children to be able to play, to be in natural environments as often as possible, and to also be integrating the information. So all of this is really also to make the final point that we have many states in the brain, and one of them that's very important for us nowadays, and it will become increasingly important in the future, is the state of alpha. Now, we have some very famous yogis who predicted that this is the time of Kali Yoga, where people are really going to be struggling with so much distraction and so much hyperstimulation in the world, and it's definitely come to pass. We are seeing many adults preoccupied with many things, so many new challenges in the world, so many ways to try to balance and manage the overwhelm, the stress of living has definitely changed. And this level of stimulation that we see is changing, again, the calmness and the peacefulness of the brain. And so this is a state we get when we are in good states of relaxation, when we have ways, techniques, skills that help calm us down. And when we can focus and relax all together at once, we have this powerful state called alpha. And this is what I'm just here to highlight for you all, is that the more and more we use devices, the more and more we are learning to build the alpha in the brain from an external place. In other words, the video I'm watching will calm my brain down, or the device I'm busy with, or playing on my phone on social media will kind of calm me down. Unfortunately, sometimes it also pushes the adrenaline, makes us too stressed in our thinking because we're clicking buttons and we're getting information and we have different kinds of responses from the body. But what's important to realize is that for children developing through the years of the formative brain development years and the cycle of growth, they are needing more and more natural alpha. And so the more they get used to having alpha from an electronic source or an electronic device, the less we are able to secure their healthy brain development for the future. So that's my main message to you all today. Let's see how we can support all children to develop this very important triangle of play, nature, and holism, and remembering all the while that the point of that is to create the ability to create states of alpha internally, that they're learning through play to create more alpha. They absorb alpha through nature. If there isn't enough nature, they simply don't have enough relaxed, natural vibes. And then, of course, holism is what brings it all together. Thank you so much to Vimal and the Youth Council of India for this amazing event. Thank you to all the wonderful speakers. You have helped remind me that there are such incredible people around the world doing incredible work. I stand with you. I'm at your service, anything you need. And thanks again for helping us all to build this great awareness for the future. Thanks so much, everyone.